stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand. Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe. Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand. Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world.
flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway. Tomorrow will never be the same. There is are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our words together. Welcome to the brand new world.
flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands. Let us heal our earth together.
Birds are flying strong and fearless. Green is greener in shrubs and trees. The skies have never been so clear. Air is purer for us to breathe.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There's not much for us to proclaim. Now that we have learned so well, nature can renew itself and sustain. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hand.
Stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets nights have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together. Welcome to the brand new world. We're the children of our Mother Earth. Reach out your hands, let us heal our earth together.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
A warm, loving namaste to everybody from Healing Our Earth. Welcome wherever you are in the world. Today, our theme is all about well-being and wellness. Food, environment, good thoughts are just some of the factors that influence our health and our happiness. And today, we have participants joining us from all over the world. So wherever you are in the world, please join us. Tell your family and friends to link in on our social media sites, www.healingourEarth.com. We're on Facebook /Healing Our Earth, on Twitter, Healing Our Earth, and on Instagram, Healing Our Earth. Well-being and wellness. In these very challenging times, I think it'll be called the COVID era, how have you been doing? How have you been coping? What strategies have you adapted, have you adopted, not only to cope, to survive, but to also flourish and to thrive? Well, dear friends, today we kick off with a very compelling story of COVID survivors, the most wonderful, charming and elegant, loving mother and daughter team who are joining us today all the way from the Philippines. They'll be telling us their inspiring story and how to cope and thrive in these times. Let me introduce you to two wonderful family members. They are Corazon and Dita Sandico. Now, we're going to be starting off with the very youngest in our show today. So, Corazon Sandico, a warm, loving namaste to you. She is 89 years young. 89 years young, a very caring grandmother to 8 grandchildren, a retired senior citizen, and a loving wife to a 94-year-old senior. And her daughter, Dita Sandico, is a fashion designer and a social entrepreneur. She is a yoga and a Brahma Kumari practitioner. She's an artist, and she's a mother to 2 grown-up children. Now, in their session, Corazon and Dita will talk about how, together as mother and daughter, they're going to share their experiences with us on how they've learned to thrive during the most challenging moments with the COVID virus. And listen to Dita, how she's learned to use local medicinal herbs to help fight the disease and to stay healthy while taking care of a mother who was sadly stricken by the illness, but wonderfully is with us today. They will talk about the power of prayer, the power of meditation, and how it has created simply living miracles in their lives. So let us hear from these 2 beautiful souls what it takes to keep your spirits high and ultimately to win over the lowest point of your life. So without further ado, I give a very warm, loving namaste welcome from Healing Our Earth to Corazon and Dita Sandico. Welcome to the program, my dears.
Hello, Renu.
Hello,
Namaste.
Dita. Namaste.
Om Shanti from the Philippines.
Great to have you on
And
board. Looking forward to hearing your story.
yes, we would like first to thank Healing Earth for inviting us over to give our stories and hopefully give an insight and inspirational messages to everyone so that they can learn how to cope with this COVID virus. And today, tonight, it's nighttime here in Manila, and I'd like to introduce to you my mother, who, like you said, she just turned 89 last June, and we're just so happy that she's here with us right now because she has fought hard and was able to survive this challenging and menacing virus in our lives.
Ate Corazon, you're looking absolutely wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I'm here to ask her the questions because it's supposed to be a talk on how she actually went through the whole rigors of it. So, Mom, tell them what you had to go through during this time of COVID. Tell them your story.
Well, at first I was I felt that I had difficulty of breathing and I have a lot of mucus. So I thought it was not that serious. I was just taking a lot of vitamin C, thinking that it's going to be a cold. But suddenly it became worse when one time I attended an occasion and I met somebody who was really had virus. We shook hands for a long time, and then to find out only that the next day he was declared with the virus.
He had the symptoms and he was diagnosed with it.
With
Then,
that.
it lasted. It took 3 weeks or 4 weeks before it manifested on me because of the vitamins I was taking.
So you thought at the
Suddenly.
beginning it was just a cold that you had, and
Yes.
you had difficulty breathing and all the symptoms that you get of a cold. And was that,
Yeah.
it must have been quite scary for you once you found out that this gentleman sadly was diagnosed with COVID and you had been in contact with him. How did it make you feel emotionally?
I didn't know that until afterwards, and we were trying to trace where I got it because after meeting that guy, I never went out of the house. I never met anybody. So it
That's
must have-
very difficult. Yes. And Dita, when you found out that your mother had been, potentially infected with the virus, how was it for you as a daughter caring for for your mother?
Well, the initial reaction was one of fear. Initially, I was a bit like I was taken aback because I told myself, "What in the world ever happened?" I mean, we tried to be safe, we tried to keep out of people, and then suddenly my mom is infected. So I was like, I didn't really know what to do. I didn't know how to react the first time. And then it took a while because, like she said, it took around 3 to 4 weeks before she finally realized that it was happening, that, she had difficulty in breathing. And in fact, she herself had to make a move to go to the emergency room to have herself checked. Because I thought, just one of those things. But then again, she came home, she said she had a mild pneumonia.
Oh.
Okay, so that was the diagnosis.
Oh.
That was like April 24 when it happened. And then it went on like, Mom, how did you feel?
I thought that pneumonia could be easily cured.
Mm.
So
it was nothing, that
nothing serious.
scared her or anything. So
Right,
it was
so you-
kind of, it was kind of off, it was not in our minds that it was COVID already. Okay. So
when you realized it was COVID, what were the what was the sort of pattern of steps that you took? There's the fear, there's the shock, there's the denial or the acceptance of it, and then obviously you seem to have started on a very positive track of natural healing. We're all interested to hear about that. How did you combat it? What were the different elements that you used to help mum to feel better and to get over the virus?
Okay, Renu. But first, let us hear from mom. What she went through right after she found out that she realized that the doctor was diagnosed. Because, like,
Wrongly
a few
diagnosed.
days after that, she came home because she didn't want to stay in the hospital. And then we actually got a home care doctor. So he came over to see her. This doctor has been our friend for some time. And we asked if, what he thought of what was going on. And then already he was saying, those are signs of the COVID already. But then still, we didn't want to believe it. In fact, she was already giving my mom the antidote to COVID, which was the hydrochloroquine,
Chloroquine,
which
yes.
is, that I can't even say it. But anyway, she was given, we actually had, my family, my siblings and I had to sit down and ask ourselves, you think we should go with it? Because it has a lot of side effects. And my mom's not that young anymore. So we feared that, it could give her, her heart some problems, or her liver, it could damage her kidneys. So we kind of said, okay, what are we going to do? But the thing was, the doctor was saying, we better arrest it right away. We have to give it as soon as possible, because all these are signs of the COVID, like pneumonia, mild pneumonia, and all these cases. And it's so rampant. And he was saying that we have to do it fast. We have to do it fast, or else it might be too late.
Oh dear.
Okay. So anyway, yeah, we ended up saying yes. Okay, we're gonna go with it. But that same night that she took the pill, she had an experience, and she has to tell you about it.
What is the
Okay, Mom.
experience, Ninang?
I woke up in the middle of the night, and I saw my door was wide open, and I could see our family room was very bright. And I was just wondering why, who went out. And I looked at my caregiver, and she was sleeping. So I just looked and looked, trying to find out what's up there. Finally, I realized I should pray. And I asked the Lord not to take me, because I still have to take care of an old husband. And I haven't made my will.
Her living will to the
Living will.
children.
The children will not know what to do.
Very
I
practical.
just- yes. So I made a request to the Lord, begged him to let me live, because I have to live, because I have to fix all these things before I go.
So there
You
were
were-
things
you-
that were
you-
undone.
Yes, so you had this wonderful bright light. You were woken up by this radiant light. The door was wide open, and you became aware that this was actually God coming to take you. And you,
Yes.
in fact, requested the Lord not to do that, because you had your duty as a dutiful, loving wife to take care of your husband and also to take care of your grandchildren. What a beautiful thought. What beautiful thoughts you had at that time. You were so selfless at that time. You didn't say, don't take me because I'm scared. I don't want to go. I'm enjoying, living still and my food. And you actually were very selfless in your thought. Maybe that's why the Lord decided, yes, finish off your earthly duties.
Duties. Yes. And even before that, she could hear footsteps in the room. So it was so strange, because the caregiver was right there on the foot of her bed and sleeping. So there was no one in the room. So that was, like something strange. I mean, not
Beautiful.
unusual. And then later on, she realized that it was actually a near-death experience. Right, Mom?
Yeah.
She
now
never
you
realized.
and now you've had that, Ninang. You've had a near-death experience. You know that it's full of light. That's what you're going to look forward to. You're going to look forward to
Yes.
beautiful, radiant, loving light that's very peaceful and gentle. Nothing to fear.
Yeah. Yep.
So you had your dress rehearsal.
Yeah, the dress rehearsal, no. That was one a start off, just a kick off.
Yes.
And then when the COVID set in, what were the positive steps you took with natural healings and medicinal herbs?
Okay, you want to start, Mom?
What?
What did you take?
Well, I took this vegetable juice and fruits. And
Dita,
then,
could you also repeat it so it's clearer?
Okay. She said that she started taking vegetable juices and fruit juices and vegetables with it.
Okay.
So let me expound on that. The moment we started our lockdown here, that was March 10, March 15, actually. I was apprehensive because I was saying, I have both my parents in the house, and they're both immunocompromised.
Mm-hmm.
I myself, because like they've been having coughs and colds, and yes, my mom was having this throat congestion, which has been there for quite some time. So I fast tracked them into taking vegetable juices, and I myself had to take it myself. So I
course.
would really go out of my way, to join my dad out in the sun, so he would do his own sunbathing in the morning.
Very
And
good. So you're
then
getting your vitamin D, plus you were getting a
vitamin
lot of
D.
minerals. And tell me, in the Philippines, I've lived in the Philippines, but were there any specific vegetables that are known to be particularly good in the Philippines for raising your immunity?
Okay, definitely. I learned about this vegetable. It's actually it's a leaf from a tree, and it's from the moringa
Ah,
tree.
yes.
It's called malunggay here, and I've heard from a friend that juicing that and blending it with some fruits will help boost your immune system, and that's exactly what I did for them. So I started them on this really high energy drink, made them drink it twice a day, together with turmeric and ginger. These were
Turmeric and ginger. Very good.
yes, with turmeric, ginger, with lemon and honey. So I put that into a juice, into a blender, and I juiced it until it became, just the pulp, and then I gave it to them morning and night, and somehow, because like I was trying to recall why the sickness didn't get to my mom right away. So I was thinking this sort of helped stop the virus from spreading right away in her system. Because like I noticed with my dad, I gave him like it was giving him a detox in his system. So it kind of prolonged it didn't kick off right away. The COVID was there, but it didn't show till after a few weeks. And then I was really at a loss because first of all, I had 14 people living in the house.
Wow.
Okay. And of course, the thought that I could get infected, and then the people living with us, like our drivers, the helpers, the gardeners, all these people who were around us and helping support us, could have gotten infected too.
Yes.
So I was really up to, like up. My wits were. I was really defrayed. I couldn't really focus at one time. And then the other thing that struck me was like after 1 week, the doctor who was coming to the house and helping us, was also struck with COVID.
Oh, bless him.
Can you imagine? And then the night caregiver got sick. And then our house help, who helps my mom, also was feeling unwell. So I said, what's gonna happen to me next? I mean, I could have been the next one in line. But lo and behold, I really, managed to keep it up. I was up on my feet all the time, and I had to move things around. We got another caregiver for my mom, and then with the help of my siblings, because they were always there, trying to support us with whatever we needed, like masks, vitamins. They sent us all the supplies that we needed, like the PPE and the food, because we were cut off from everything, we couldn't really go to the market or to the grocery or to.
So they supplied you with all of that. They made sure
They
you
supplied
had
us
food.
with all
Very good.
with the necessary stuff that we needed, and that really made a difference, because even for us, we don't normally do this, because we're doing our own thing, and I'm just glad that I'm with my parents, because I can help support them. But all throughout that, I mean, my siblings are mostly, we're 6 in the family, and the 3 are out in foreign land. 2 in the States and 1 in Taiwan.
Gosh, so yes,
And we were only 3 here, so we had to help each other, and that's
so tell
how
me,
we.
I'm interested. So we've got, when we talk about health and wellness, we have 3 stages we always talk about, don't we? We talk about the body, we talk about the mind, and we talk about the spirit. We heard a little bit about the spiritual experience, and you've talked to us, both of you have spoken to us about the things that are done on the physical level, on the body level. So with protective equipment, with masks, that's on the very gross physical. Then it's from the physical outer to the inner, that is the food, the vegetable juicing, the minerals, the vitamins, vitamin D from the sunlight. I'm interested to know now, that's the physical part done, the physiological part done. Tell me a little bit more about 2 aspects. The mental aspect, that is your attitude. You've already implied it, but I'd like to know more specifically your attitude, Dita. And Ninang Corazon, I'd like to know about your spiritual attitude. And I want to know about your prayer life. We've only got a few minutes left, but please do share with us the mind and the spirit, which is a great contributor to well-being and happiness.
Okay, I go first.
Yes, please, Dita.
Okay. The moment I realized this whole thing was happening right in front of me, I really had to brace myself, and I kept talking to myself, and I kept saying, I'm gonna get through this. We're gonna get through it. And I was saying, this is not the first time. I know I've gone through this way before, and I know that that God's there, and I'm gonna beat this. I'm gonna fight it out. I'm gonna help my parents. This is my role now, and I have to play it well.
So you shifted your attitude. You got into the kind of a lane on the expressway that was appropriate. You kind of got into a fast track mode where you were focused not on yourself, but on yourself for helping your parents especially. So that's great.
Yes.
So you had a shift of attitude, which is a very
Yes.
important thing. And Ninang, how about you? What about your prayer life? How about you? How did you cope with helping yourself to feel better and get better?
I prayed a lot, meditated, kept quiet,
Kept quiet.
and just thought that I'll get well. Every day I'm getting well.
So positive
Always,
thoughts. Again, so it just shows, doesn't it, that attitude and the attitude of gratitude also, to say thank you for this life that I've got. Thank you for my daughter who's looking after me. Thank you for my family, for everything that I have. This attitude is so important, isn't it?
Yes.
And it was really, again, the vibration, like how we, yeah, even if I wasn't there with her the whole time, like I could only peep or something, because like at a certain time I was a bit apprehensive. Like I said, I was scared that if I come near her, I could also be a carrier to my dad.
Of course.
So I really had to keep myself out of it, but at the same time, I had to be there for them because they, because of all the things that, they were in there, but I had to sort of arrange things from the outside and
Yes.
make all these things work.
Well,
So
you're amazing. Really, this is an amazing story. I would love if you could, both of you, leave us with your recommendation. Because there's so many people who are suffering all over the world and people globally who are listening into our program right now and Healing Our Earth, what piece of advice could you give them? Each one of you, please, leave us with your thoughts.
Positive thinking, prayer, meditation, and healthy living.
yes,
Beautifully said, Nina.
change,
That's amazing.
yeah, to a life, more healthy lifestyle.
That's wonderful.
For me, it's about facing your fears. Become fearless. That you know that things will end. This is going to be. You're going to be okay. Facing the dark side of you, because so many things come in and out of your mind, and sometimes it's useless to be thinking that way. So you really have to get rid of all this. This negativity in our lives.
Yes.
That's very important. And somehow the silencing, it makes a difference, because all these past few months, 3-4 months, I've learned to know myself better. I've learned to face my truth, and it has given me so much more focus on what I want in my life. So that's the positive side that it has brought to me. And then family wise, I think we're even closer now because we have our ties and we beat it. I mean, we have this sense of pride that we were able to break through this. And even now, that when people tell me, aren't you scared? Aren't you, because it can also come back, or it's just not totally out of it. And even for myself, I can also catch the disease anytime. But I keep telling myself, I mean, what more can I ask? I mean, I feel so blessed, and if ever it comes, I know how to handle things. I know how God is there for me, and He will protect me from all.
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Both of you have started this session of well-being and wellness today on a most inspiring note. My goodness me, I've actually got goosebumps thinking about it. Ninang, you were talking about your wonderful spiritual, supernatural experience of this visitation of light, of this beautiful luminous light. I told you it's a dress rehearsal. And Dita, you also talked about that, okay, if it happens to me, well, I'm ready for it. You also had your dress rehearsal for a calamity. And look at it, something so negative, so awful like COVID has actually brought such richness of experience into your lives. And I'm sure that seeing the way you have handled, both of you and as a family, have handled adapting to this particular, what shall I call it, invasion of your life, the way you've handled it with meditation, with prayer, with quiet time, with good food, with good light, with good thoughts, and loving each other, caring for each other, I'm sure it's rippled out, the positivity's rippled out to your neighbors and your community as well. And now thank you very much for making us part of your global family. We shall always remember you now in our prayers. And we thank you with all our heart for blessing us on this program today by starting off. Corazon, we thank you especially. We always bow down to our elders from the Asian community, and we have a lot of respect for all the elders in our lives. So with all our heart from Healing Our Earth, we say namaste. And Dita, you have proved
Namaste.
to us what a beautiful example of a child, a loving child, and a caring child. Thank you so much. Thank you for
Thank
kicking
you.
off in such a
Thank you
beautiful
again,
way.
Renu, and hope
Thank
to
you.
meet you one day.
Salamat sa Dios.
Om Shanti. Bye
Om
bye.
Shanti. God bless you. Thank you. Well, dear friends, what a beautiful, moving start to our healing, wellness, and well-being program today. And we're going to carry on in the Philippines. And now from the center of the Philippines, from the city, we're going to a beautiful magical island, a place called Palawan, which is famed for its waterways and its waterfalls and its richness of tropical fruits, its flora, its fauna. And we have a very beautiful guest joining us who is Danube. Now, we started about talking about the sort of spirit, mind, and a little bit about the physical things that help us to stay well and healthy and happy.
You want to watch more? Or you want
And Danube is actually practicing this in her personal life and in her professional life. Well-being and wellness the natural way is what Danube is going to talk to us about. And she started on her inner food path because of spiritual and emotional reasons. We all know that the kind of food we eat affects us, doesn't it? We eat something that doesn't resonate well with our body. We feel sluggish, we feel heavy, we may even develop a headache, and it can lead to all kinds of toxicity in the body. Well, Danube's inner food path actually healed her. Not just improved, but healed her of physical issues that she had from the past. And it shifted her in her life to the point where she started to run her first center in Manila and, in fact, took over the management of one of the first raw food and retreat centers of its kind in Asia. Now, as co-founder of Bahay Kalipay, Danube has been serving people from different countries as well as locals for the past 14 years, introducing raw food nutrition and cuisine. Wonderful. And these days, Bahay Kalipay is even serving locals through home detox and nourishing programs, creating more healthier food options. She did a detox and raw food preparation course in Thailand, organized the Pure Joy Academy, and established Roy Food Pinoy, an advocacy initiative offering a support system that makes raw food accessible to regular households for personal, planetary health and well-being. So I would like to invite, with a very warm and loving namaste, to Healing Our Earth, Danube Aradzola. Welcome, my dear Danube. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you for having me. Renu, thank you for that wonderful introduction. Namaste, everyone. It's a privilege to be here with you guys, and I'm already inspired by what Dita and Nanay shared a while ago. So I hope I could inspire you more.
I'm sure you will. You already look so radiant and healthy. So tell us
Thank
about
you.
your journey. It sounds very, very interesting. What about, tell us about the place that you helped to take over and run, the first of its kind in Asia. What was that place?
Yeah, this is the Bahay Kalipay Retreat Center. It's the first yoga and detox center in Asia, actually, that is
Okay.
community based. So there are like for many years there were a group of artists and healers who are living in one community, and we call it Bahay Kalipay, and we are the ones serving people and doing classes and giving yoga classes. So it's basically anchored on raw foods, meaning we don't cook our food. We eat only raw vegan, so it's plant based, and we all know that if you take more vegetables and fruits, you'll become clearer. At some point, it's a gentle cleanse, and it's a gentle nourishing, or
And it's
it's actually
100%
nourishing our
raw.
body gently.
And it's 100% raw food.
It is 100% raw
Wow.
food center. So I'm not 100% raw foodist now, but when the first 6 years I was a raw foodist, 100% raw foodist.
And can you tell us about your status, your physical status before? You obviously must have not been feeling well and toxic. And tell us about that transition that you took. How did you start to feel the change? What sorts of things started to happen to your body and to your mind as you started detoxifying?
Yeah. Okay. So I underwent a lot of emotional concerns and challenges the past maybe uh the time when I transferred to Palawan. So with a and I also went to a convent in Manila and stay there for almost 2 weeks. And then one of the things that was introduced to me was yoga and meditation by a Catholic nun. And
Yoga by a
also,
Catholic nun. That's
yeah,
interesting.
it's a Zen meditation by a Catholic nun and yoga. And the one thing that she told me was you have to eat vegetables in
Right.
order for you to have clarity. All of these problems will just go away. That's the main thing that she said. So I started doing vegetarianism, and then I met Pai, who is also who got this healing ability when he stayed in a deserted island here in Palawan. So when he introduced inner dance, which is a healing modality as well, it's a movement. It's a healing modality through movement. Um, he also imparted the raw food diet to us because it's the one that he was doing in the island for one in a deserted island for 1.5 years.
Wow.
And so I got into raw foods, and that's when the clearing happened. That's when the healing started, because when you eat light, you feel light and everything will follow. If you are willing to change something within you, and if you're decided that this is the only way to do it, you don't have any more ways to do it, because you've done everything. You went to counseling, you went to the doctor, you went to everyone. And so you really have you only have yourself, and you only have to go within and reflect how to change your life. And the raw food actually did that to me. Like when I would cry every morning for almost 2 years, but when I did raw food, the moment the a day after, the when I woke up, I just felt that I cried. Of course, I cried again because every morning I would cry. But when I had raw food, I cried because of joy, not because of sadness.
Really? You
Like
had such
I
a big
could,
shift.
it was a big shift. Like I could really feel the difference, because I came from the other side, the extreme side of sadness, and then all of a sudden I couldn't think of sadness anymore. There's so much joy in me. So I was actually literally doing like this, like, where are you? Where are you? I'm not so used to this joy. I'm not used to this joy.
So,
I want sadness
so
because I'm used to that.
you were habituated to that cloud, dark cloud of
Yes.
sadness, and suddenly that
Mm-mm.
cloud wasn't there and just the sun was shining.
Yes, yes. And I got lost because where's the sadness? I'm so used to that. But then after that, a lot of things happened too. Like as I said, like when you unblock everything, and then you clean your diet, everything else will follow. Everything else will follow. Or the decision making is very fast. You'll feel so much light, and then that light radiates to everyone. That light, everyone will feel it, and then you attract new friends. You attract new family. Like you treat them as family, and then you become kinder to everyone.
That's wonderful. I want to ask you a question, Daniel. So, when we're staying in a family situation, a regular family situation, and quite often, I mean, I live in London, we have very unhealthy, some healthy, but unhealthy eating habits. And there's a lot of sugar in the house, a lot of sugary foods and processed foods. And everybody's eating, everybody else seems fine, but you're not so fine. And you want to make a change. I want to make a change. Very, very difficult. I find it extremely difficult. I've tried many, many times to, you know, have a different
That's
diet, but then it's a completely different thing. Could you give any strategy? Because I'm sure there are many people like me who would be interested, really interested to change and obviously to feel better, to feel lighter, to feel clearer. What kind of steps should we take? what should we make sure we have in our fridges, in our larders, in our vegetable baskets that we should adopt and eat every day?
Well, I started with my emotions, so maybe that is what I'm going to impart. And I started with my mind, so that's also one thing that I would put emphasis on. When you say diet and when you try to limit yourself, that is when your heart will rebel, your mind will rebel.
Right.
So what I usually do and advise people when they come to Bahay Kalipay is to accept first their weaknesses, embrace who they are, and then really have that resolve that there's changes will not happen immediately. It will happen throughout the years that you're going to work on it. So I would actually ask them to add more first before eliminating.
Right.
When you add more, you feel you are accepting whatever
Right.
is happening to you.
Okay.
When you add more vegetables, you're saying that you are telling your body that I am not suppressing you. I am not removing anything that you like. So it is actually a conversation within you all the time. It's a conversation of the two person inside you, the one who wants to rebel and the one who wants to change.
Yes.
So it's actually a meditation too. Like every day you reflect, every time you decide what to eat, every time you decide what to choose, what kind of food to choose, you
Yes.
are actually talking to this two person. So what I have observed, which is the most crucial and then most important, is for you to add first before you eliminate anything.
Right.
So if you already know, like this has been given to us by a lot of teachers and health gurus, and they would say, you add more vegetables, you add more fruits, you drink green smoothies every day, drink juices every day. But then there's always this, but remove this, remove the meat, remove everything. So with that alone, we ask ourselves, like, I cannot do that anymore. Like we became weak
Right.
because we are removing something. It's we have fears. We have fears to accept that these things can really change us. So we doubt that. So when we try to add more, then our body will get used to these nutrients. When we add more greens, then our body will be the one to decide and say, okay, I'm getting a lot of minerals and proteins from the greens. Now as far as your diet is concerned, before you were taking meat, now I don't need that anymore. So in this case, your body is the one dictating what to eat and what to do. It's a
Okay.
beautiful process because when you include this with meditation and yoga, you'll get in tune with what your body is telling you. And then there's no quarrel. There's no suppression at all. It will just flow. It will keep on flowing. And now if your body's telling you that I cannot take meat anymore, because that's what's going to happen with when you are on a raw food diet. If you take more green smoothies without thinking of what you have to eliminate, your body will tell you. You would feel that, oh, this food doesn't taste anything at all. If you put more fruits in your diet, your palate will change. The way you taste everything, it will change. It will like increase or level up your standards. And then when you eat again, maybe processed food, your body will just reject it automatically.
So you're
So the
saying
the
basically
body
the
is very
natural order,
intelligent,
yes, the body's own natural intelligence is going to be um, actually then driving the
taking the lead.
conversation.
Yeah, taking the lead. You just really have to trust that. One of the things also is to continue like reflecting on the things that you are doing. So if you're emotionally blocked, you can do meditation, you can do inner dance. That's what we're doing in Bahay Kalipay. So these are all release work that would help you clarify and have clarity in your mind.
Wonderful. It sounds so beautiful. Tell me, when you started on your journey with Bahay Kalipai and you started seeing the effects, the positive effects it was having on you, what then started, what made you decide that you wanted to now share this with other people?
Ever since I started my journey, my path my journey in the spiritual path, I've been I've been involved in healing already. Like they said it's like the wounded healer, the one who would just keep on giving and then sharing anything that is left, so that when you heal other people, you're also healing yourself. So if I started this journey 14 years ago, it has been 14 years that we've been serving other people. So that's also one thing. And after a while, because of course, Bahay Kalipay, it needs a person who could really be there all the time. So I really took over the kitchen. I became the intuitive chef
Wow,
because I
wonderful. I
didn't
like
know
that.
anything. Yeah, I didn't know anything about raw foods. There was no internet connection when we started Bahay Kalipay. It was really based from intuition. So there was a point that because I'm doing it, I'm taking more raw foods. I became so strict that nothing can enter the center except raw foods,
Wow.
because we wanted to also be true to what we're saying. So with that, I started learning. Um, Actually, the intuition led me to, like, it gut feel, and when you are into it, like, everything will just happen as well. I say I call it intuitive, or inner food, or intuitive food preparation, because I didn't learn anything from books. It was really just based from intuition. So when and feeling like when I go to the kitchen, I could feel and I could hear the vegetables and the
How
fruits, like,
wonderful.
this bell pepper would like to be with a tomato. So that actually a mystical experience and
It
a
is,
spiritual
isn't it? And
experience
it
for me.
sounds like that from we live so much on the outside of our lives, don't we?
Mhm.
We're so much in the outer world, and your journey has taken you inside. And it
Inside,
sounds
yeah.
like your inner hearing, that intuitive
Mm-mm.
hearing, and that
Yes, yeah.
inner understanding that is actually based on the DNA that we're born with. You know, you've not overridden it with virus, with other
Mm-mm.
programs. You've stripped
Mm-mm.
that, and you've been just listening very carefully.
Yes. Mm-mm.
What a beautiful, mystical
There was,
experience.
yeah, it is. There was even a point when I would ask my assistant to come in the morning as soon as I wake up, because there's this, inspiration that came, and I would just write the recipes exact, like how many bananas, how many this, how many that, and
Wow.
then I would just give it to her and say, please prepare this, and I'll be right there in a few minutes. And then that's exactly the breakfast that we would serve to people.
Oh,
And
yummy.
we feel them, we feel everyone in the space. Like, I would prepare food based on the when you feel other people, you feel their energy, and then you
Yes.
feel that, oh, he need more cooling food, or this guy need more warming food, because of how they are that particular day. So that's how inner food and intuitive food preparation started with me, like really relating to whoever is in front of me, or whatever is in front of me.
So you were able to customize the meals. You were able
Yes,
to
yes,
customize them for the person. It
yes.
reminds me very much of Ayurveda, with Ayurveda and in naturopathy as well.
Mm-mm. Yes,
What
yes.
you're talking about is a lot like naturopathy, but also within
Mm-mm.
Ayurveda, there are, certain people have a certain particular makeup, and
Mm-mm.
so the food
The
is
doshas
altered,
and
the doshas exactly. So it's altered to that. But it sounds absolutely amazing. So somebody has good food, and then when you dance, so that forms a part of your day as well, to let go of emotions, to kind of release stagnant flow.
yes, yes, yes. So this inner dance is a healing modality that we started in Bahay Kalipay. This was founded and this was received by my co-founder in Bahay Kalipay, and this is actually known all over the world now. There's a huge community who is doing this, and they've been continuously teaching a lot of people, and then now there are many teachers around the world.
Is it
So
known as
this is
natural
not,
dance around the world, or is it known as Nia, or there are so
yeah,
many
this is
different
inner dance.
inner dance. Okay,
Yeah.
inner dance, wonderful. I'm making notes because I think people would want to know more about this. So if we wanted to
Yeah.
come over to Bahay Kalipai, what do? We take a plane, we get into We get into the Manila, the Philippines, and then we fly over. Do we swim over to Palawan? How do we get to you?
No, it would be nice for you to check our website first, and then from there you would feel if you are being called to do what we are doing here. When you write us, we'll send you a long email that says about the space. Like this is a rustic accommodation. We are living. We share sacred simplicity and back to
Sacred.
basics. Yeah, the new normal is actually our old natural. So if you are willing to come, you'd be experiencing everything that we are doing. It's the lifestyle that we are sharing.
Wonderful. And what's your
Yes.
website?
It's www.bahaykalipay.com.
Okay, awesome. Because I think people would love to know that, and maybe we'll write that up on our chat room as well, so people can know. My goodness me. Well, tell us a little bit more. You started an advocacy as well, Roy Food Pinoy.
The Raw Food Pinoy is one of the portal that I started. Now we have there's also a good number of people who are into raw food. It's a raw food support group. It's another portal.
Right.
That one they can find, and they can just give us comments or messages there if they want to have any activities, or they want us to conduct classes. So that's
Yes.
one portal that they could go to. Because of COVID, we developed other things also in Palawan, and then we've been serving the locals with our probiotic drinks, and then our raw vegan dishes. So it has been made available to everyone now. Before, we were so focused on nurturing and then taking care of our guests, our foreign guests, and now we reactivated the portals that is actually serving the locals, and then we do that every day now.
Wonderful.
And the probiotic drink, the kombucha, has been like it's funny, like when during this pandemic we became so busy. We're busier now than the regular.
I think people are finding
Before
kombucha
that.
is the mushroom, isn't it? It's that mushroom that grows kind of quite flat.
It's actually the symbiotic it is a Kobe. It's not we call it SCOBY. So
SCOBY.
it's a symbiotic culture of yeast and bacteria, or bacteria and yeast.
Okay.
So because of the bacteria and yeast, it forms this mushroom type on top of it's a mushroom type
Okay.
that on top of the liquid.
And because it is partly yeast, that doesn't have any contraindications with the gut of a human being. Because again, I'm talking about a misconception that we have, because we talk about Candida, for example, which is
that's a
yeast based.
different-
So it's a different kind of yeast. It's a beneficial
Yes.
yeast.
This is a probiotic drink, so it's really helpful in clearing and nourishing our system. So a lot of people are saying that they are losing weight, they're flushing every day. So it really helps us with our gut health, and that is the most important right now because of this pandemic, that we make sure that our gut health is intact. Because
Yes.
the moment that we start, because anything can happen, like any food you can take now because you're just staying at home. So if you don't take, if you are not conscious in the food that you are eating, and that's when we come in.
Yes.
Like right now, there's a huge education campaign, awareness campaign to everyone that we are doing via all our portals, like online portals. So we have 3 portals right now that's like bombarding everyone with information. Like, this is the time that we have to be healthy. This is the time that we have to change our diet and reflect.
It is. It's a real shift, very much so. I had a question I wanted to ask you, and I was so intent in listening to you, I forgot my question. Wait, I'm going to backtrack.
Okay.
Yes, it was actually again about the gut. I've heard that because we are at home, we're housebound, most of us, pretty much. We're not exercising, we're not getting enough exercise. And so there's not much movement happening in the gut, in our whole system. So if that practice carries on, are there particular things, raw food, juices, anything you could suggest that is particularly good? Are there fruits, for example, that are very good at helping us perhaps to, to evacuate our bowels, or any vegetables or any particular preparations that would help the digestive system and the gut not to be so toxic and stagnant?
Thank you for asking, Renu. In Bahay Kalipay, we have this morning flash that we do every day.
Okay.
So this morning flash involves like cleaning your mouth, because we know that all the bacteria, it's there in the mouth, especially when we just wake up.
Yes.
So we start with our mouth first. Of course, when we wake up, we brush our teeth, but we added more to that. First thing, we serve lemon and or apple cider vinegar to guests, and they
Okay.
take it just to alkalinize the system. And then second, we encourage them and we provide them with coconut oil for oil pulling. This is
How does oil pulling? Yes, tell us about that.
this is an Ayurvedic practice. It has been practiced for 2,000 years. You just take 1 tablespoon of coconut oil and swirl it inside your mouth, push and pull. You don't have to. You don't have to. You don't have to swallow it. You can just swirl it in your mouth for 10 minutes, and then when you spit it out outside, you would know that you would see that it will become thick. So you would see that the transparent color of coconut oil will become white. So, and it becomes thick. It means that it pulled out a lot of the bad bacteria from your mouth already.
Yes.
This is very beneficial because, as I said, like a lot of illnesses starts actually inside our mouth. Anything that we put in there, the one who revolutionized or reintroduced oil pulling, Bruce Pive, is
Yes.
actually saying that it's even better to kiss a drooling dog's mouth than a baby's mouth, because like human being doesn't have that access of instantly through their saliva can clean the mouth. The
Okay.
dog, they have it.
Really?
You know? Yeah, the dog has it. They can clean their mouth easily through their saliva, but you don't have that capacity. So there, he's saying that it's very important that we add this to our morning regimen, which is to cleanse our mouth with oil through oil pulling. So that is our morning flush that we do in Bahay Kalipay. And
could
second,
sorry, I'm going to just carry on. So if you don't have coconut oil, is there an alternative to coconut oil, or is it coconut oil
type
that
of
is the
oil.
Oh, any type of oil?
Any type of oil you can use, as long as you're used to it, because some people doesn't want coconut oil, other people would want olive oil. It's okay.
Great, lovely, thank you. Your second point you were going to say.
Yeah, so uh then we do yoga. That's I'll tell you how we do it in Bahay Kalipay. So after doing the morning flush, we encourage everyone to do yoga, and after yoga we serve our breakfast. This is raw vegan breakfast. We serve fruits, and then of course sometimes we add superfood ingredients in our
What are superfood
breakfast.
ingredients?
Yeah, you can take spirulina, you can take maca, or if you have local ingredients, like in the Philippines we have moringa powder, you can
Yes.
include that. So, and of course, if you want to warm up your system, we're not that strict anymore, because we also acknowledge that if you feel so cold, like especially in the
Yes.
morning, you need to balance that with warming food or warming drink. So
Yes.
turmeric tea is one thing that we've been advocating for many years, and ginger as well. So this two alone can beat whatever is happening now or in your system, like any symptoms of pneumonia or even COVID would be addressed by those two. So
Yes.
it's nice that we prevent it. We don't have to wait for the symptoms to happen. So that is what we're doing in Bahay Kalipay. And then we also serve green smoothies. So green smoothie, there's so much green leafy vegetables that we put into that smoothie. So it's not the regular milkshake or fruit shake. It's
And what
really
is the
green
base?
leaves.
What is the base of the smoothie, the liquid component of it?
Yeah, the liquid component can be coconut water, and it can also be water or cucumber or apple
Okay,
juice.
cucumber,
So it
apple
depends on
juice.
yeah, it depends on what is available in your area. So we suggest that you try to use whatever is around you. Don't try to keep on buying the ones which are in packages
Yes.
or imported products. So
basically
whatever
fresh
is
stuff.
around you and local, it's better to use that one. So here in the Philippines, we have so much coconut water, coconut trees. So we use coconut water, sometimes water if you want it to be low glycemic, like for diabetics and cancer patients. So in that way, then the coconut water, you just add a lot of green leaves, and then the fruits that you like,
Wonderful.
and that would make your smoothie still sweet because of the fruits.
Wonderful.
I have
Wonderful.
videos that I posted in our page also, or in
We'll-
our
We've
social
already
media.
put it now. We've put up the website on our Zoom
Mhm.
chat, and
Okay.
we're out of time. But I think there is a wealth of information you've shared with us today, Daniv. Thank you so much for bringing your wisdom and your commitment. You're still so young. You've already given so much of your life dedicated to service, and I know that you're going to do this for the rest of your life and going to be impacting, huge communities positively over your lifetime, which is wonderful. I want to recap everybody. So as Danny have said to us, that it's not about, in order to make the transformation, well-being and wellness doesn't start with well-being and wellness. It starts with illness. And it's that journey from illness to wellness. And that illness usually starts quite often in the mind. And it's the resistance that we have in our lives. So Danny, you've talked about how important it is first to have that acceptance. Don't fight with your body. Don't fight with your mind. Just accept, manage your expectations. And instead of saying, okay, I've got to cut this out, let me instead increase all the good things. So let me increase the vegetable intake. Let me increase the fruit intake. And also start adding things before you eliminate them. Add things like meditation, yoga, dance, joyful things that's going to free the spirit and the energy that is stagnant in our systems. Reflect every day on what it is you're doing. How are you spending your time? How many hours are we spending in front of the television? How many hours are we doing things that are not serving our higher life, our better life? So, and you can go on and find out lots of recipes, lots of videos about how we can make these changes. Go to www.bahaikalipai.com and have a look at the amazing information. And one very, very important thing what we can all do wherever we are in the world is oil pulling. Whether we use coconut oil or olive oil, take a tablespoon of the oil, put it in your mouth and swirl it around for 10 minutes. 10 minutes, you push and pull. So I'm going to make faces now. Basically, you've got to do that and push and pull for 10 minutes, and then you spit it out. And you will see that from clear oil, it has become quite viscous, quite sticky. And that's the pulling effect of the oil taking out toxins from our mouth. So once again, I'm going to say a very big thank you from Healing Our Earth to Daniv. Thank you so much for joining us today, and I hope you'll join us on future sessions with your wisdom. Thank you, my dear. God bless you. Namaste. Namaste. Well, dear friends, what a beautiful morning we've had together. And we've been in the Philippines, the sunny Philippines, and now we're carrying on into the tropics, and we're moving all the way to India. And I would love to introduce now a really very, very loving man who has cared for people in their later years. So I'm talking about Dr. Prasun Chatterjee, who is going to talk to us about health and well-being in later life. Now, Dr. Prasun is a very motivating and a very talented elderly care physician. And he's also a professor. He's driven to inspire students to academic and personal excellence in geriatric medicine, gerontology, and community geriatrics. So he's not just an academic man doing things on paper, but actually serving the larger community and teaching others how to serve the larger community with compassion as well as knowledge. He consistently strives to create a model of active aging through the life course perspective. I like that, active aging, by research, academics, and philanthropy. He's an exceptional thinker and researcher. He works tirelessly in a wide and varied spectrum, ranging from community health care to molecular research. Dr. Prasun is also an associate professor in AIMS, geriatric medicine, and he's the founder president of Healthy Aging India. with a very warm and a grateful, respectful namaste. Dr. Prasanna, I welcome you to Healing Our Earth today. How are you today?
Thank you, Renuji. Namaste, a global namaste to all of you. It's my privilege to be with you. And I would like to thank Healing Our Earth team for giving me this opportunity to share my view about active aging, healthy aging, well-being in later life. And why in later life? I would say this is a life course perspective. How would I like to do at the age of 80? How will my body, my mind will work at the age of 80 will be decided. How am I enjoying taking care of my body, mind at the age of 40? So it is totally life course perspective. It's not a one-day phenomenon. Aging is not a story of after 60, after 65, after 70, after 75. As I see the topic is COVID-19 community impact. As Renuji, you rightly mentioned that we are trying our best to reach out to the community people, to serve them, because I feel this crisis is between humanity and a virus. It's not typically a medical phenomenon. It's much larger than that, where whether our human chain will break the might of the virus, and the unity has to be in our thought, unity has to be in our action. And remember, a single case in this planet, we are working together. We have to work together. A single case in the planet, it may be an area in sub-Saharan Africa, or in India, or in Canada, or in Washington, doesn't matter. One case will trickle down to the whole planet. It's typically all or none phenomenon. We have to save each and every life. Each and every life is important. Maybe that life is of a migrant laborer, maybe that life of a prime minister or president of a country. It is equally important. And let me tell you, being a doctor in AIMS, I discuss with many of my patients, including very, very VVIP patients, everyone is equally threatened. Everyone is uncertain. No one knows how this virus is going to attack. Only thing is, I would say, as compared to swine flu last decade, that flu, and now I would say we are much more united. So that only we are discussing in this kinds of forum, we understood much better about the virus very early, in early stage. Previously, we used to go for prayer together to save the virus. We used to pray to God, to Almighty, that save us. Together we used to pray and we spread the virus. But at least now we understood that we should not pray together. We should pray individually, because ultimately it is a cumulative effect to save the humanity. So my prayer to all of you, that don't think as individual how to save myself or my family. We have to save all across the globe, any corner of this globe. So we have to pray, we have to work very, very hard together to save the humanity, be it vaccine development, be it informing people who are not so well informed, like you have to maintain social distance, you have to wear mask, you have to practice hand hygiene. This should go to community wherever you may be. You may think that everybody knows this, but even I saw some report, even in Canada, people are in the market without proper face mask. I saw a Twitter message by the mayor of Canada. So Ottawa, I think.
Yes, in Ottawa.
So this is a cumulative approach. Regarding my topic, health and well-being in late life, if you allow me to share a screen.
I'm actually going to, I'm going to, if you don't mind, Dr. Prasanna, I'm going to actually stop you here, because I'm really, really interested to know something about you. Before you tell us more, I want to know, why have you focused on geriatrics? People are kind of like, okay, talking about, I want to look after babies or general practice, but you have a very focused age group. Why this particular one? Is there something specific that kind of triggered you, that you want to look after, you want to find out more about helping people in their elder years?
It's a very good question. I would say rather very intelligent question, but I believe they are the most interesting, knowledgeable, experienced community. So
Yes.
I do geriatrics to learn medicine from them, learn humanity from them, learn empathy from them, learn emotional intelligence, and also as much modification possible in my personality through their life experience. Because when I speak on from evidence. When they speak from their experience, and which matters most, because human body, human biology, medicine is not always 2 plus 2 4. It may be sometimes 2 plus 2 is 22, sometimes more than that. So that is one. And as I mentioned, they have traveled their whole life. If you ask anybody about what is life, if you
Yes.
you ask one person who is 80 plus, he will answer you the best answer, and you will feel. And I tell this to my young friends who are in schools and colleges, that with due respect to Google can solve any of your unidirectional question, but if you give a multi-directional complex question, that I have problem with my girlfriend, I have problem in my studies, I am not
Google's
getting
not going to
job,
be able to answer that.
Google will not be able to answer you. But you see you ask any of your nani, dadi, any form of grandma, your extended family, anybody in the park who is 80 plus, you ask him or her, he will answer you so nicely. Only thing is, we don't dig, we don't ask, we don't nudge them to answer.
Yes.
We are
We
not
don't take
using the
advantage.
potential. Yeah.
Do you find that, especially with your young medics that you're training, there is an arrogance that is born of ignorance? And with the elderly or with the aging population, there is a kind of innocence, which is a humility, which is born of experience, tough experience, and getting through to the young ones, younger generation, to say, open your minds, make it, it's best works like a parachute. It works best when it's open. Do you find that, you have to kind of nudge your young medics to be more humble and, as you said, prod the elderly, ask them questions, and actually gain? They're like banks, aren't they? They're banks with so much of wisdom and experience, but we just don't cash it. We don't acknowledge it, actually realize it. How do you
Absolutely.
deal with arrogant and closed young medics?
I would say, and I expect also this post COVID-19 era, we doctors and especially the young doctors will be less arrogant. Why doctor? Any professional that way. We understood that how small we are, and
Yes.
despite we thought we have so much of knowledge, we are talking about immortality. We were talking about by 2015 will be immortal. We'll do genetic engineering, but suddenly one blow from one's very very small virus, and all of us has crashed that way. At least mentally, no one can claim that I'm totally immune from coronavirus, and corona cannot affect me in any way, and I cannot die of corona. No one can claim that. It has a varied manifestation,
Yes.
starting from respiratory tract, from brain to lung, to kidney.
Yes.
So regarding health and well-being, I would like to, because I understand very less time, if you allow me to share my screen, I will just.
Yes. I think
Uh,
our
is it my
technical
screen
team.
is sharing?
Yes, there you are, Dr. Prasan.
Uh,
What a
so
nice, clean desktop you have.
it's like, it's our mind. we have to clean it. We have to keep clean and always open to learn something new. What I saw from my very very wise patient, I will say, elderly
Yes.
patient. So this is the book I'm talking, and this book covers before I say something about this book, I'd say that you can see globally senior citizen who are 60 plus, 65 plus, 70 plus, 80 plus, we doctors, researchers are restricting them like anything. Don't go out, you will have effect from corona. Don't do this, don't do that. So there is a globalized depression, especially who are 60 plus, 70 plus, 80 plus. They are totally homebound. I am even seeing my parents who are homebound. They are really not happy because there is very minimum chance to interact with their peer group.
Yes.
But this is a chance. I would request global listener who is just go through this book. My book is it's not because I have written. It is like I'll say it is not my writing. It is the experience sharing of very knowledgeable, educated, less educated, but all of them are experienced older people from across India, whom I have experienced a lot, from whom I have learned a lot. So this book is like, if you allow me to share 1-2 sentence from here, like one chapter is active aging in life course. So, aging is probably an individualistic and a very unique experience, a demonstration of multiple biological events that occur throughout life. So it's not a one-day phenomenon. Your lifestyle, your optimism, your adoption to active aging, how you compress your morbidity. Compress your morbidity is more of, it is your lifestyle, through your diet, you are going to reduce. If I discuss this in a more of layman term, how early or late I will develop hypertension, diabetes, coronary artery disease in my lifetime. How can I manage myself? How can I manage my day-to-day activity? How can I keep my optimism during depression? You have heard a lot about recent past, a lot of depression, a lot of suicidal event, because they didn't see optimism even in this crisis. But we have to, this kinds of discussion forum should imbibe the positivity among them. So this book, what I try to explain is all about positivity. Even at the age of 85, Mr. A.B. Tripathi, it is an example of a retired engineer, how positive he was, who tried to explain me so many things about life. In his language, I want to mention here, doctor, I have the let go attitude. He had multiple problems at the age of 85. He was staying alone with his daughter came to support him. So I have the let go attitude that keep me going. So how many of us has this let go attitude?
Very nice.
I try to learn new things from next generation. So new things learning. Nowadays we have always the things you immediately told me, arrogance always stop us from not to learn new things, because we think we know best. So new things learning even at the age of 85 will make you happy and active. My granddaughter in Canada, my daughter has taught me to talk over Skype, which I use regularly. So I enjoy wonders of science and digital aging. I give regular updates and to my doctor through smartphone. I am financially secure, happy, as me and my daughter are in the elite club of elderly, enjoy each other's company. How many of our senior citizens globally thinks that they are in the elite club of elderly?
How wonderful.
So our attitude, our perspective towards aging has to be changed, and especially COVID crisis has made us mandatory to be digitally active. So we are conducting this event digitally, and I'm sure many of the respected senior citizen across the globe, they are listening, or they'll hear you. Mr. Tripathi, again, I'm continuing his story. He only taught me that unconscious mind plays a key role in causing certain diseases that makes a person emotionally vulnerable. So I thought my unconscious mind should be strong enough to conquer my decline. So
Right.
through your strong unconscious mind, strong and positive unconscious mind, you can conquer your physiological and functional decline. Like he also pointed out that the disease like frailty can also be cured, and the course can be modified by mere understanding of the disease and by active participation in the recovery process, which I am doing. So he has a fantastic quality of adopting with new things. One more thing I discussed with him, again, this is called aspiration index.
Aspiration
index. We talk about aspiration for school children. We talk about college guys, but how many of us thinks about aspiration of a retired elderly person? When I asked them, I had a lot of interview with my seniors. I tell them grand mentors, they are my grand mentors. So when I discuss with them, like, what is your plan in next 5 years? When I ask a 70 years old man, he will say, nothing, doctor, just want to enjoy my life. But actually they don't know how they want to enjoy their life. meeting peer group. Okay, what next? What next? Then if I say, what is your plan for next 10 years? Means when you will reach 80, very, very few people has the answer to say, I want to do this, I want to do that. But in this book, I have discussed few unsung heroes who had planned. I had a patient in a one chapter, that is my last chapter of my book, is Successful Aging, where I have discussed with few unknown unsung hero and few very, very noted people, like Ruskin Bond, who is a very, very
Yes.
noted writer in his
Dr.
80s.
Dr.
Yeah.
Prasun, can we see your face more? We've seen the book and I've made a note of it for everybody.
Can I,
Stop sharing if that we can see you, because it's so nice to relate and connect.
Yeah.
With, that's much better.
So,
Awesome.
here,
Thank you.
so here this, it is 2012 when Mr. Mohanlal, who had attended my OPD, he came to me, Namaste, Dr. Saab, I have multiple problems. Can I brief? So he briefed that he has some problem in sleep, some tightness in his joint, some amount of constipation. It was little bit atypical presentation of Parkinson disease. Parkinson disease is a neurodegenerative disease.
Yes.
But he was so attentive to listen to my my diagnosis, and then when I was going on discussing, I noticed that despite suffering from multimorbidity, incurable disease like Parkinsonism, Mr. Mohanlal was attentive, he was confident, he was eager to understand his disease. He continued, I have to complete my job. I have full faith in you. You have reduced my medication. I am feeling much better now. I'm sure that you can stop my disease and I would do better. You see, his every sentence, every word has some form of positivity. And
Wonderful.
believe this man, this is a real life story. This man is totally illiterate. There's no education for that, for this. And he has never followed a healthy lifestyle, religious diet, keto diet,
Yes.
exercise. But he had
attitude is not dependent on anything.
And let me tell you, let me come to this point where he has mentioned. So then I hope that it would work for you. We cannot predict how your disease progress, that I explained. Anyway, so then he started speaking. Actually, it was his mission of my elder son, Veer, who died at age of 50 because of blood cancer just a month back. He wanted to start a school for girls at our ancestral property. Girls are still neglected in this country. They are only meant to be daughter, wife, mother, and serve male-dominant society. He wanted to change that notion, and I have to start a school.
Wow.
So at the age of 75, with multimorbidity, with a progressive disease like Parkinsonism, he can still dream. He had a dream that he will change the society. So I could feel his zeal to leave and fulfill the dream of his son. He was full of energy, and because I understand that there is lack of time, he could do it. He raised money from his village, just people. He made his school, and
Amazing.
again I will point his statement every time he will call me. He will still now he touchwood, he is survive. He is still okay. I'll not say okay, but he has a lot of problem. But mentally, he is absolutely
He's
fit.
okay. Absolutely.
So, yeah. So when he will call me, he will say, sir, I am feeling much better. This is his first sentence, even if his disease worsened.
Wonderful.
Busy with administrative work of my school these days. He's telling me like this, and I'm doing physiotherapy regularly the way physiotherapist has suggested. And my mind is active, trying to expand the school, but I have problem in writing, walking. Can I come for a visit to your hospital? So you understand how we can compare between, whereas many a times most of the patient, they start with, doctor, I have this problem, I have that problem, I cannot, I feel I will not survive a long time. So these kinds of problems are so it's more of problem oriented life. In this book, I have also discussed about intergenerational solidarity, which is, I will say, need of the globe, not alone India.
Yes.
I think I have some time to speak, 1 or 2 minutes with this.
You have indeed, doctor. Absolutely.
Again, in this paragraph, I have mentioned about a doctor who stopped his medical practice after retirement from government job. So I was very surprised. Being a doctor, why are you not contributing to the society? He said, no,
Yes.
doctor, I don't want to contribute. I'm enjoying my life. I'm enjoying my life with my grandson. The way, Tashud, my father is also doing the way. So life is the best. It is again a statement of my patient. Life is the best example of dynamics. It keeps changing with time. One cannot predict what would happen next. Dr. Chatterjee, time flies. I sometimes wonder about how I had spent the post-retirement phase of my life after the birth of Surya, my only grandson. So I had spent most of the retirement phase of my life with him. It seems I got a chance to revive my childhood with him. I was just like him. I feel that it was one of my best times of my life.
How beautiful.
Whenever Surya would sit in his pram, I would spend hours looking at his divine face, his smile, his cries, his pain. I used to cry with him. I felt his pain. When he grew up, I used to drop and pick him up from schools, took him to the park, played with him just like any other kids around. We used to imagine ourselves to be the characters of Ramayana, Mahabharata, and present generation superheroes like Spider-Man and Superman. Surya's favorite character was Bajrangi. He used to make me play various demon characters, and I was one who always had to contend with defeat. But
Absolutely marvelous.
this form of intergenerational activity,
Yes.
we in our NGO Healthy Aging India, which you mentioned rightly, we are connected. We have connected 300 retired elderly educators from Delhi, Noida, and one tribal area called Ranchi, and we are teaching 3,000 underprivileged school children, and it is totally free of cost. It was face-to-face interaction. After COVID, we are converting this into EIGLC, and believe me, both of this generation are so happy. Who are the students who were supposed to get, who are about to drop out, they are
Yes.
getting new learning. They are feeling so happy with this socially connect education by this elderly educator. So why not globally we plan like this? And this is a very, very win-win situation, because when together, like these two generations have lot of emotional similarity, simulation,
Connections.
I can say.
Absolutely.
Both
Yes.
of them are insecure in some way. Both of them want lot of love. What they want, actually, they want some amount of love, care, affection, and some amount of hand holding. So these two generations are really, really, they can do miracle if we can connect them in any way possible. And I would request all of our listeners, if you have some time to go through it, I'll request that
And we
please.
can get the book online. Is it
Yeah,
available on Amazon or as a PDF?
yeah. I request don't. I'm sorry, you don't buy from Amazon. I'd say you buy from our NGO portal, because that this money will go for empowering underprivileged
Tell us
school
the name
children
of the
only.
portal.
And let me, if I can share you in chat board, like, oh, there are some question and some messages. I think is there. So
More
I'm
appreciation, actually. I think everybody's appreciating.
I would love to take some question that I'll be really grateful to have some question from all of you.
Well, one of
And
the things that you've said, I mean, from all that you've said, Doctor, it's really evident that the mind, the attitude, and the openness of mind is a key thing for everybody in every stage of life, but especially in the later stage of life.
Yeah.
And the beautiful example of your patient, not the last one, but the one before, when you have something called a compelling vision, when you're doing something not for yourself, but something for the greater good, starting a school, it then takes you out of yourself and your smallness and all your, aches and pains. And you're now, you're elevated to doing something for people, for society. And you can see the good. And it's how wonderful, how healthy it makes you. Because if your mind is healthy, your body can be falling apart. But if the mind is healthy, the car, the wheels will still keep turning. But if it's the other way around, it won't work. Thank you very much. So you've put
Absolutely.
healthy aging India.
Yeah.
Is that aging AGING or
Yeah,
should
it's
it be
American aging. So,
American aging? I like that. Okay.
yeah, I would request you just give me one more minute. What the work we have done in COVID-19, is this. This is the scenario. Just I'll quickly go through
Yes,
some
please.
pages.
Yes.
This is like
A
response to COVID-19. We reach out to almost 5,000, 5,000 people, individual from 900 families who were on the road,
Wow.
And my team, I am thankful to my team and good Samaritan like you who has supported us for this cause. And it was like feeding them in old age home. We are attached to 27 old age home where 365 days we provide them free healthcare. So this time we feed them. We worked with policeman, we worked with old age home, we worked with street beggars, and many people have supported us. I think that is only possible. This is a old age home story. And even we have lost one of our dear friend of treasurer of our NGO, Mr. Harshavardhan Ojha. You can see his picture. We lost
Lovely
him for cardiac
face.
arrest. We don't know what was the cause. It was COVID or something else, but we lost him. He was our great warrior, and so we tried to reach out, and I think this gives you immense pleasure, immense happiness. Who has not done it? And this is, as I mentioned, this is IGLC model, and we have now we have created some self-help group who are making masks, and these are all migrant laborer.
Wonderful. I can see leprosy affected, disabled tailors.
And this is EIGLC model, what I mentioned, and we are working with in tribal area also.
In Ranchi, yes.
This you can see in a crisis situation of one Sabar community. This is a very, very, we are planning to start a school there.
Well, Doctor, this is wonderful, really.
And I must say, this is my team who are doing wonderful job. They have, without caring for their life, they have contributed wholeheartedly for this work. And I believe, as I mentioned, we have to work together.
Indeed,
and our purpose is unmasking the world of COVID-19, just like this brilliant child.
Beautiful. That's a very clever play on the phrase. Dr. Prasan, our time is up, but my goodness me, you have left us. Please stop sharing so we can see your beautiful face again. And thank you so very much for providing us with lots of food for thought. We applaud you at Healing Our Earth. Really, we applaud you, the wonderful work that you have been doing and that you are doing. There's a huge amount of experience and wisdom that you've shared with us today, for which we are very, very grateful. Dr. Prasan, on behalf of Healing Our Earth, we say a very warm and loving namaste to you.
And I pray all of you, and I'll pray for global citizen to be happy, healthy, and safe, and be aware. Just practice social distancing, mask yourself, your mouth, and please avoid crowd when it is not required, and do a great practice of hand hygiene.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thanks for giving me this opportunity, and I can see a lot of good wishes for me. I'm thankful to all of you, and God bless you.
God bless you. Thank you, Dr. Prasan. Thank you, dear. God bless. Thank you. Well, dear friends, what a beautiful time we've had. We started off with geriatric, an elderly guest right at the very beginning, Corazon from the Philippines, and now our third participant, Dr. Prasun, actually focuses on treating and working with and helping active aging. How wonderful, beautifully sewn in. So the last participant for my particular slot as host today on Well-being and Wellness is a wonderful young woman, a very pretty young woman. I want to ask all of you, who would like to control their weight? Who would like to improve their health? And who would like to live a healthier and happier life? Any takers? Do you want to control your weight? Do you want to live a healthier, happier life? Well, the next guest is going to do just that for us. She is Sonali Dattani. And Sonali is a nutritional therapist and founder of Body Plot Limited. Transformational stories always happen when somebody has gone through a very bumpy time in their life and come out of the other side better, healthier, and then they want to reach out and help others. And after being obese herself, qualifying within the law, Sonali found that the two challenges people struggled with the most were that they were time poor and they lacked the fundamental education behind health due to the plethora of fads and diets that were being fed to them by the internet and social media. So Sonali made it her mission through Body Plot to get the world fit and healthy through three things: good nutrition, movement, and sustainable lifestyle changes. I like that last part, sustainable lifestyle changes. And Body Plot, since Sonali started, has helped thousands of people all over the globe to do just this. And today she's going to be talking to you about five easy things you can do every day to control your weight, to improve your life, improve your health, and live a happier life. So I'm going to recommend you right now, if you're watching on www.healingourearth.com or on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, pick up a book, a notebook, get your pen ready, and get ready to listen and note down these 5 interesting things that Sonali is going to tell you about. Welcome, Sonali. A very warm, loving welcome to Namaste to Healing Our Earth.
Namaste, Renu. Thank you so much for such a beautifully warm welcome. I'm absolutely honored to be here and to talk to you all over the globe with some really handy, as you said, Renu, 5 very handy, very easy tips that you could be doing to manage your weight. Now, you don't need to be overweight. This could be whether you are underweight, overweight, or if you are just maintaining your weight. These are practices that you should be adopting in your life every single day. And as our previous extremely amazing speaker just mentioned, that without health we are nothing. So it's really important to make sure that you are feeling your best in order to give your best to others. Now, I'm sure you've heard it all before with different things that you could be doing with your nutrition, and nutrition is extremely individual. So I won't actually be going into nutrition today, which is quite odd because most people think, well, if I want to lose weight, surely I need to be thinking about my food or I need to be thinking about my nutrition. But actually, your journey is going to extend far beyond what you're just putting in your mouth. And actually, it's things that we are doing on a daily basis. Some things we recognize, some things that we do without even thinking. So I'm going to be talking to you all today about incredibly sustainable lifestyle changes that you could be making starting from today. So the first thing I would like to speak to you all about is that when we talk about being overweight or being obese, I'm sure we all know somebody who suffers with obesity or being just slightly overweight or perhaps having some form of health adversity. In fact, in England, we have about an average of 6 out of 10 women who are categorized as overweight and obese. And men, a little bit more, 7 out of 10 are categorized as overweight or obese. So it is something that is on our doorstep. And it's not something we used to experience with our ancestors. It's something we definitely experience in the current day. So it's important that we recognize this, we recognize these statistics, and we think about what actions can we do. Don't rely on your doctor, don't rely on other people, but actually things that you can do on a daily basis to help yourself. So the first thing that I'm going to speak to you all about today is water. Now, I'm sure you've heard a lot of people say, drink water, and perhaps you're thinking, okay, I understand I need to drink water, but why? What's the key reason for drinking water? So your body is about 60% water. This is enough of a reason already to say, right, if my body is relying that heavily on water, I need to be drinking it. However, it fuels your bones, it fuels your muscles, it fuels your brain. And I'm sure for those of you watching, without water, you tend to feel quite tired, we experience low mood, we can get a little bit irritable, and it's a great way of losing weight. So if you think about this glass right here being your stomach, right? Now, we can either fill this up with food or we can pour in some water. And as we see, just by drinking even 1 glass of water before a meal, there's now less room in that tummy for food. This is not saying let's starve. No, we never endorse starve at Body Plot. But what we are saying is that food and water go into the same place. They all go into your tummy. So actually often when we experience hunger, we're not actually experiencing hunger, we're experiencing thirst. When we feel thirsty on our tongue, it's actually a sign of dehydration. And we often wait for the tongue before we start drinking. Actually, it's like saying, I'm going to keep kicking my car until it's fully dented and then do some repair work. Actually, 1 dent needs a bit of repair work. So In the same, when we feel hungry, we actually need to ask ourselves, am I hungry or am I thirsty? So by drinking about 8 glasses or 2 liters of water per day, you can actually prevent yourself from feeling hungry and also prevent yourself from overeating, because you've now filled up quite a bit of your tummy with water, giving you less space for food. And it's lovely to see your glass of water there, Renu. Lovely to see. That's excellent. The second tip that I would like to give you all is sleep. Now, you might be wondering, okay, I was told that I don't need too much sleep, or perhaps I don't get enough time for sleep. You know, I've got so many chores to do. I've got the children, I've got my work to do, I've got the house to manage. Sleep can be left to last. Actually, we find that those who don't sleep enough or who have poor quality sleep actually end up with higher rates of overweight and obesity. Reason being that, first of all, when we are sleeping, we are recuperating all of those energy stores. Think putting your mobile phone on charge overnight. It means that when we wake up in the morning, we see a full battery. That is how you are. When you are sleeping, you are recharging your battery. Now imagine if you haven't recharged your battery, you need to go and get that energy from somewhere. And the next best place that we find that energy nice and quickly is food. And we don't tend to search for the complex carbohydrates, the high fiber items, things like vegetables. We end up going for the coffees, the quick sugars, the light processed refined carbohydrates. So think cereal bars, white bread, white rice, and all these sorts of things. So we end up kind of latching onto those a little bit easier and a little bit quicker. Whereas actually, if we slept enough, we would actually be curbing those sorts of cravings and allowing and enabling our bodies to have more energy, and therefore not reaching for all these other places to gather that energy. Furthermore, we know that a lack of sleep can cause stress on our body. So stress is something we are coming on to, which is our tip number 3, to manage our stress, because we know that when we are stressed, we have an increase of 2 hormones, adrenaline and cortisol. Now, when the adrenaline drops, what we tend to find is that our blood sugar level also drops. And again, leaving us in a state where we want more sugary items to bring that blood sugar level back up. Furthermore, we have to remember that our stresses to our body are fairly new. Our bodies are used to dealing with stress in one way and one way only. If we think back to our ancestors, we were in the jungle being chased by a lion. That was our biggest stress. Our biggest stress was being chased by predators, trying to find food, and maybe climbing up a tree so we can protect ourselves. Now, our body's response to that is, okay, you're stressed. We need to find the best way of insulating you. So we're not going to burn calories. Calories are for energy. We need the energy just in case we aren't able to, find food for another 3 days because we're still stuck up on that tree. Now, as I mentioned, our stresses have evolved since then, but our bodies deal with stress in the same way. So if we're not able to let go of calories when we are stressed, think about what that's doing to your weight loss and fat loss journey, that you're not actually able to burn as many calories because you are in a state of stress and your body is holding those calories. And as I mentioned earlier, lack of sleep, and poor sleep quality is a big stress on your body. So we definitely need to be working on our stress management and our sleep a little bit better. To put it into context for you, a study was done in 2017 at the Ohio State University, and they found that with their participant group, if all of them experienced 1 to 24 stresses, and in a 24 period, they burned 104 fewer calories than the control group. So those who didn't experience any stresses whatsoever. So we actually know that there's a correlation between stress and our metabolic rate. So our metabolism actually drops when we're in a state of stress as well. So this is our third tip, everybody, is to manage our stress. Now, I never say to any of my clients, don't be stressed. It's impossible. We are going to be stressed, especially those of us who live in the Western world. There's always something going on. But I do say, whilst you may not be able to eliminate the stress, try and manage your stress better. So, we have some brilliant speakers here today talking about mindfulness. Mindfulness is such a powerful form of managing our stress, and it's something that we endorse at Body Clock every day, is to focus on making sure that we have at least an hour of a day where we're doing something that I call sets our soul on fire, something you really love doing, that you don't think about life's overwhelming stresses. The second thing is that for half an hour before you go to sleep, make sure you are doing something to help you wind down. Now, this does not mean we go onto our phones and scroll social media. That is probably the worst thing you can do. Instead, what we want to be focusing on is what I like to call a digital detox, removing any form of a digital device half an hour prior to sleep, and instead focusing on something that helps you wind down. So some really good examples of this are reading, meditation, yoga. You can do some cross-stitching or knitting, anything that's quite repetitive, using your hands, some deep breathing, or some thought journaling. Thought journaling is a powerful form of mindfulness. And if you don't know lots about it at the moment, please do a search. There is so much information on the World Wide Web about thought journaling and the positive impacts that it generates. In terms of the last tip or the last couple of tips that I would like to leave you with here today is that don't be afraid to ask for help. So a lot of people go to the dentist when they have a dental problem, or if they've got a knee pain, they might go to their physiotherapist, or if they've got a tummy pain, they go to their general practitioner. Find a nutritional therapist if you need help. We aren't all perfect at everything. I wish we were. Even myself, I'm not perfect at everything, but it's really important to ask for help when needed. So if you find that you are trying to lose weight and it's not working, please don't fall into the trap of trying the next diet pill, the next quick shake or a coffee drink. Instead, focus on really sustainable, healthy changes. In fact, most, if not all of our clients at Body Plot always say to me, Sonali, I'm eating so much food. Are you sure this is what I should be doing? And I always say, yes, because you're not dieting, you're on a lifestyle change. And that is really the key to losing weight, is to be doing something that helps you feel best comfortable, that enables you to adopt it and adhere to it as a lifestyle change, and which enables you to continue it on for the rest of your life. You know, there's no point doing something that you can only foresee yourself doing for a few weeks or even a few days, like cutting out food groups, for example, is a big no-no for us. Instead, actually making really good, sustainable changes every single day can be such a powerful form of making sure that you not only lose weight, but you lose weight for life. And that, lastly, ladies and gentlemen, brings me on to my last point, is movement. Movement is extremely important. When we're trying to lose weight, we need to be in what we call a calorie deficit. And calorie deficit means that we consume less than we burn. And we consume all day long through the food and drinks. And of course, we burn by doing everything we are doing. By me talking to you here today, I am burning calories. By sleeping, you're burning calories. Now, that doesn't mean we don't exercise, okay? But what it does mean is that we need to try and find very creative ways of creating that deficit. And you can do that through your nutrition, and you can do that through movement. So the NHS England recommends 30 minutes of rigorous exercise 5 times a week. Now, ask yourself, are you doing that? Are you exercising 5 times a week? And if you're not, there's no better time to start. So many people say, oh, but you know, I'm old now, or I'm getting to that age. No, not an excuse. There are 92-year-olds and 98-year-olds at the gym doing heavy weightlifting. So age is nothing but a number. It's all up here. And actually, if you have the sheer determination and the will, you will succeed and you can do it. There are people who start yoga when they're 80 years old. There are people who start weightlifting when they're 70 years old. So there is definitely never an age that dictates what you should and should not be doing. Movement, we recommend doing a good balance of cardio, weightlifting, and of course, some low impact stretching and strengthening like yoga and Pilates. Weightlifting, incredibly important because it actually helps you strengthen your bones, your joints, gives you a little bit more strength so that as we get older, we can keep using that force that we've built up over time. And you can make sure that you feel fitter and look leaner and healthier. There's many people who do bad diets or excessive cardio and look quite gaunt and quite tired. And our outsides are a reflection of our insides. If your insides feel good, your outsides will look fabulous. So actually, by doing some weightlifting can really benefit the way you feel inside and look outside. In addition to the fact that weightlifting burns 3 times more fat than cardio alone. So we
Oh.
need to be doing a good balance. Now, when we do cardio, this is not just high intensity interval training. I know there's a lot of people who think HIIT training is the be all end all. HIIT training is fabulous, but it's also very stressful on the body. So actually, I don't recommend doing more than, say, 1 to 2 sessions of HIIT every week. But if you are not into HIIT training, that's no problem. You can go for a walk every single day, and that is powerful cardio in itself. I try myself to do a 1 to 2 hour walk every single day. But actually, if you are somebody who says, I don't enjoy walking or I don't have time to walk, maybe think about pairing your walks with something that you need to get done. So maybe ringing a parent or ringing a friend to catch up, maybe a work call. So everybody is practically working at home at the moment. So if you have got a work meeting that you can be done on the phone rather than visually, maybe go out for a walk in the garden and do that. Another very good tip is to make sure that every hour you set an alarm on your phone if you are a desk worker, and every time that alarm rings, go outside in the garden, do a quick 2 minutes, walk around the garden, and then come back inside. It means you're going to be accumulating steps all day. You're getting in that activity, you're getting in that movement, and it's also so much better for your eye health as you're not just looking at the digital screen all day long. And it's better for your back posture because we know that chairs, unfortunately, are the worst thing. Hence, I'm not sitting down. I don't like to sit down very much because it's not good for your lower back and your overall posture. So trying to make sure you're standing up, getting walking is fantastic. So there we are, ladies and gentlemen.
Wonderful.
I have a very quick nutshell, but my 5 tips that you can start today. You don't need to wait until Monday. You can do them today. Sleeping earlier, getting 8 good quality hours in. I say good quality because it's no point getting 8 hours in without it being good quality. And we enhance that by winding down in the evening, making sure that we aren't drinking any caffeine or alcohol, and making sure that we are focusing on that mindfulness. Controlling our stress levels was another. Moving more, making sure that we are drinking that water. As I said, it takes room in your tummy. And last but not least, don't be afraid to ask for help. I am here. There's plenty of other therapists out in the globe as well. We are all there to help you. It's our job, and for me particularly, it's my passion. I love to help people with their nutrition, their fitness, and their overall health and wellness. So please do reach out if you need help, because there's definitely no weakness in that.
Wow, Sonali, that was fantastic. An action-powered performance today. And you were very, very crisp and very focused. And the reason, I guess, is because of how you're living your life. You look wonderful. You look very radiant. You look healthy. You sound healthy. And you're walking your talk, which is absolutely wonderful. Thank you so much. Now, a couple of questions. There's a question that came in from Sanchini. She says, drinking so much water, will it not reduce salt in our system?
So really, really good question, Sajani. You should be drinking that much water because ultimately, as I mentioned earlier, it helps you with bone health, muscle health, organs, your brain. And we do experience quite a lot of brain fog, low mood, and as I said, increased hunger levels when we aren't drinking enough water. But you should also be making sure that you are having salts throughout the day. So, you're not replacing one for the other. I always recommend making sure that you have my trusted Himalayan pink salt every single day. I never say cut out salt. I always say cut out table salt. Table salt is one of the worst, our number one enemies, one of our number one enemies. So Himalayan pink salt throughout the day will ensure that you're taking in enough sodium and you are maintaining your level of electrolytes in your body.
Wonderful. I'm making notes of this. This is very, very, very helpful because I think at this time we need very practical tips. So, the 5 things you talked about, Sonali, it was water, at least 2 liters, about 8 glasses a day. And is it okay if we have more?
Absolutely, absolutely. There are chances of people over drinking, but I don't think that will happen for the average Joe. There are people who overdrink water when they are competing in certain competitions, and that's slightly different. But I think most of the population actually struggle to hit that water count. So I don't think many people will or should worry about going too much over. Many of our clients even enjoy drinking 3 liters of water, and that's absolutely fine.
Okay. And one of our participants, Caroline Driver, is asking, do you count tea as part of your 8 glasses?
Fantastic question. Really great question. So I wouldn't consider your conventional tea. However, it's because it's something I don't tend to recommend to be drunk on a large basis. Instead, what I do recommend is drinking lots of herbal teas. So things like green tea, which is a really powerful antioxidant. There's a particular antioxidant called ECGC, which can only be found in green tea. You can even drink mint teas. I recommend drinking mint tea before you go to bed, or just after dinner time, as it's a powerful form of digestant, and it's great for your skin as well. I often drink basil, so I've got a lovely basil plant on my window at the moment. You sprinkle a few basil leaves inside hot water. That's great for alleviating gas. So lots and lots of herbal teas, and they all can, and most definitely can, contribute to your overall water intake. Herbal teas are a fantastic contribution indeed.
There you go, Carolyn. You can have your several glasses of chamomile tea, mint tea, basil tea even. And you talk about sleep. Now you talk about good quality sleep. How do you know, whether you've had good quality sleep or not? Is it evidenced by the fact that you wake up bright and bushy or sluggish?
That's a really, really great question. I always try and help our clients listen to their bodies. I think over time, we've gotten into a state where we do less of that. We don't listen to our bodies. We're less intuitive. We focus and try and rely on kind of external things like an alarm clock. My grandfather, he got up at 5 a.m. every single day without an alarm. And that is true. That's a beautiful relationship that he established with his body. And he was listening to his body. And at 5 a.m., he knew that that was his time to wake up. And that's what I call good quality sleep and a good relationship with your body.
Right.
To your body. So I always say, try and listen to your body. If you wake up feeling very tired, if you feel sluggish, if you feel like you've got a low mood, or you're really craving, as I mentioned earlier, refined carbohydrates, these should be alarm bells to say, actually, you need more sleep. And not only do you need more sleep, but maybe think about, as I mentioned, the sleep habits, the hygiene habits, as I call them. So what are you doing just before going to bed?
Right.
You have an argument with someone before you went to bed, and therefore creating a little bit more of brain activity. Did you look at a screen? Because actually we know by looking at screens, waves actually increase the rapidity of your brain waves. It can also really negatively manipulate your sleep-wake cycle. That's your circadian rhythm. Melatonin is our hormone that helps us feel sleepy, but that can be really, really altered because of that screen time, because it makes our body think that it's time to wake up rather than helping us wind down. So actually ask yourself, how am I feeling this morning? Am I feeling tired? Am I feeling awake? Correlate that with how many hours of sleep you got, and also the hygiene habits, as I mentioned, that you practiced before you went to bed. Even write it down. It's a brilliant activity to write these things down. Time of bed, time I woke up, how am I feeling in the morning? What did I do for half an hour before bed last night? How was I feeling? What was my mood? It takes you all of maybe 2 minutes to write down, but actually by doing that even for a week or two, you'll start building patterns and correlations saying, actually, on this few days, I actually had the best sleep when I went to bed at this time and I woke up at this time. And especially on those days where I did yoga before I went to bed.
Right.
When I watched Netflix, I didn't have so much of a great sleep. So building that pattern by yourself, listening to your body, is extremely powerful.
Wonderful. Very, very practical. Thank you so much. Now, I'm sure people would want to know more about Body Plot. So could you please let me know what's your web address, please? www.
Absolutely, www.bodyplot.co.uk. And also, if you are on social media, please do find us on Facebook and Instagram. You can find me personally, Sonali_bodyplot on Instagram. And we provide tons and tons of more practical advice, lots of motivation, free recipes, workouts, everything in between. We're a very holistic company. We don't just specialize in nutrition, but we specialize in nutrition, movement, and all of these lifestyle changes that you should and could be adopting every day.
Fantastic. You've been absolutely brilliant today. Thank you so much, Sonali. Really practical. So friends, you want to look healthy and happy like Sonali, just follow her and make sure not too much Netflix. I'm really guilty of that. So I got really addicted to it. So, but the minute I stopped and I said, right, okay, no Netflix, I had much better sleep. So more water, less stress, more sleep, and wind down 30 minutes beforehand, and try your hand at thought journaling. So with these prescriptive practical tips, you're going to lead a much better life, and you will contribute not only to your own well-being and happiness, but also to the well-being and happiness of your family and your friends, because you won't be so cranky when you are interacting with them. So thank you. A warm, loving namaste from Healing Our Earth, Sonali. Look forward to seeing you on another show in the future. Thank you. Well, dear friends, I've had the most really marvelous morning today. To host, you think, well, okay, 2 hours of hosting, but I've had such an incredible morning. I've learned so much from our guests from the Philippines, our mother and daughter team, our wonderful raw food nutritionist expert also from the Philippines, our wonderful Dr. Prasun from India doing beautiful work with active aging, advocating active aging, and now with Sonali on body plotting and making sure that our 5-point practical tips help us. So I will be wishing you adieu, but I'll be handing over, beg your pardon, I think I need some more water now. I'm going to be handing over to our next host of the day. And what a firecracker she is, my goodness. So this is Varsha Kumari Mistry. Now, Varsha has worked as a forensic practitioner with the Metropolitan Police Service in London for over 33 years. So those of you who like NCIS, you're going to love Varsha. She trained as a fingerprint expert. Her work involves examining homicide and serious crime scenes, vehicles, as well as exhibits in a forensic laboratory for evidence recovery purposes. She presents forensic evidence at court. She's also the current deputy chairperson for the Metropolitan Police Hindu Association, which involves voluntarily offering support to the membership, the Metropolitan Police Service and communities of London. That's wonderful work. Varsha is also involved in welfare support of her colleagues and promoting well-being. So apt that she's going to be with us hosting today. And as a proud mother of 3 children, spirituality and well-being are very much at the heart of both the family and professional life for bringing out the best in all. So without further ado, I'm going to say a big thank you to everybody for joining us today. Remember, we've got an action-packed show today. Find us on www.healingourearth.com, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on Instagram, because we've got some amazing people who are going to be presenting today. And look forward to seeing you next week. And I'm going to hand over now, my dear Varsha, a warm, loving namaste as host.
Namaste, dear Renuji. Good afternoon to you all, and what an amazing session. Thank you so much for your very kind introduction. It really is warming to join you, and I was hoping we might get one of your beautiful serenading tunes in multiple of languages. You really are talented.
I completely forgot about that. Because we had so much going on. I was so immersed in all the well-being and wellness. Another time.
It's been an absolute treat just backstage listening to you most weeks. Another uplifting aspect of the Healing Our Earth team. So, gosh, what an interesting morning. We've been inspired, we've been educated, and we've been uplifted to hear the stories of from the Philippines, from our dear COVID survivors, and inspiring thoughts from Dr. Chatterjee about later life. And the real positives, and of course dear Sonali joining us again with vital tips about not just what you eat but what you do as well. So we're going to continue on the nutritional and well-being practices. Our next guest speaker is a wonderful lady by the name of Carolyn Driver. Now, prior to the outbreak of COVID-19, the World Health Organization was becoming increasingly concerned about the increase in obesity and diabetes globally. The importance of how badly these conditions impact lives has become tragically clear when, in addition to older age, these factors have been recognized as predictors of life-threatening infection with COVID-19. It has never been more important to prevent or reverse type 2 diabetes. There's increasing evidence that poor nutrition is the root cause of many of the modern day chronic health conditions. Unfortunately, many countries driving dietary guidelines are not following the evidence and are in fact driving the epidemic. This presentation will examine what a healthy dietary lifestyle should look like. So without further ado, Carolyn Driver is a Public Health Collaboration UK Ambassador. Carolyn is a retired nurse who has special interest in the role of nutrition. To enable optimum health, she is particularly keen to help people lose weight or prevent type 2 diabetes, so important in the current climate. With that, may I welcome Carolyn Driver, a warm global namaste to you. Delighted you could join us.
Namaste, and it's a great privilege to be invited to speak. 20 minutes is a very short period to cover what I'd like to cover, so I'll do my very best to stick to time, Barsha, but thank you for that lovely introduction. And also, I was delighted to hear Sonali, because I'm really kind of following on from what she said. I agree with just about everything she said there. I'm going to attempt to share my screen now so you can see my slides. Open system preferences. Yep. Oh, I haven't done this before, so I apologise. Right, there we go. Hopefully you can all see that now. The title of my talk was Real Food for Better Health, because as the introduction said, I have got a great concern at the moment about the amount of non-communicable chronic disease that we have in the world. But just to set a little bit of my background, I represent an organisation called the Public Health Collaboration, which is an independent charity set up in the UK for reasons that I'll come on to in just a moment. And I am a retired nurse, but everything I've learned about nutrition, I've learned for myself. None of it was taught to me as part of my professional training. And sadly, very little is taught still to nurses in training, or indeed doctors in training. This, I think, is a huge issue which needs to be overcome. And we are gradually starting to make inroads into that particular problem in the UK, and I believe in other parts of the world. But the reason that the Public Health Collaboration came into being was that a number of very esteemed medical professionals, nursing, pharmaceutical, pharmacists, should I say, not pharmaceutical industry, but pharmacists and nutritional advisors were very concerned that our population in the UK, and this is very representative, I think, of most countries, certainly industrialized countries, so our countries were getting increasingly obese. We were seeing a huge rise in obesity, not just in adults, but in children, in diabetics, type 2 diabetes particularly, and in pre-diabetes where that gets picked up. The cost to the NHS is something horrendous, in the order of £16 billion a year, and the cost to the UK economy from the consequences of obesity and diabetes is estimated to be around £47 billion per year. In 2016, the WHO estimated that 39% of the global population is obese. So this is not just pertinent to us here in the UK. So obesity is a massive problem. And why? Because we've never had more guidance, if you like. But one of the Public Health Collaboration's gripes is with the guidance that people are given from the Department of Health. And this is echoed again in certainly countries like the USA, Australia. The National Eating Guidelines are very heavily swayed towards what we feel are nutrient poor foods, such as the beige carbohydrates. So you can see the Eat Well guide here on the screen for the UK, and nearly a third of the plate is made up with these beige carbohydrates that have absolutely no nutritional value whatsoever. And indeed, snacking is almost sort of endorsed. They mention snacks and say, well, just have 1 or 2 of these a day. The guidance is very, very poor in terms of nutritionally dense food. And people have been following these guidelines, and yet we've seen this increase in obesity. So the Public Health Collaboration really felt that there was a need to educate the public, and we couldn't afford to wait for the government guidelines to be changed. We needed to get information out to the public and to healthcare professionals who wanted to listen. And really talk about sugar. Sugar is hidden in so much of our food. And this statement here that I came across in part of my research absolutely stunned me, that by 8 years of age, children today have eaten more sugar than an adult would have done in their entire lifetime a century ago. The book on the right-hand side of this slide was written back in the 1970s, 1976. It was first published by a doctor called John Yudkin, who recognised that sugar is highly addictive and highly harmful to our health. Unfortunately, at that time, the diet, heart and fat hypothesis had come to fruition, and people were paying more attention to what they thought the culprit for heart disease was in terms of fat. And John Yudkin's research really got pushed to one side, and he was somewhat dismissed as not being worth listening to. And yet now we understand that he was absolutely on the right lines, because what we're discovering with the modern diet that has got so much carbohydrate in it is that all carbohydrates get broken down into sugar ultimately. And it's this accumulation of sugar and the drive of the insulin that sugar will create in our systems that is driving most of the chronic diseases that we are seeing. So if I show you this slide, you can see that carbohydrate excess drives liver problems. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is the most significant problem we are seeing in terms of liver health in the modern world. And it's overtaken alcoholic liver disease now in big style. And this is driving so much of the other chronic diseases that we are seeing. I was quite astounded recently to read that in 1910 or before 1910, you would have struggled to find heart attack as a cause of death anywhere in records. And yet now, coronary heart disease, along with diabetes and many other chronic diseases, are becoming the most significant causes of poor health and indeed early deaths. And all of these are being driven by what we call the metabolic syndrome, which is what occurs when you have too much sugar going into the system, and this drives the production of insulin, which then starts a cascade of other things that cause inflammatory processes throughout the body, as well as the storage of fat. And all of these are driving these modern chronic diseases. And for the last few decades, unfortunately, we've been blaming fat for what the sugar has been doing to our bodies. Healthy fats that occur naturally do not suddenly appear in our blood vessels and clog our arteries. What's clogging our arteries are the results of inflammation that is being driven by a high carbohydrate intake. So when we take too much sugar into the body, we are only supposed to have about a teaspoon circulating at any one time. 5 grams roughly of sugar. So once we start taking more than that, we drive up the production of insulin, which drives this process that tries to remove the sugar from the blood circulation, and it has to put it somewhere. And one of the first places it goes to is the liver, where it gets converted into glycogen for emergency stores, but again, only about 100 grams is stored for instant energy. The rest is converted into fat, and it either stays in our liver as fat or it gets sent around the body and it goes to the adipose tissue under our skin, cause the obvious body fat, but more importantly, it often ends up around our major organs and causes those major organs huge stress. So this driving, this metabolic sort of problem that's being driven by too much carbohydrate in the diet is driving so many of the modern diseases that we are seeing now. So that was bad enough, but along comes COVID-19. And it became very, very clear early on with the huge trauma that this disease was causing, that in addition to old age, the people who were doing least well with COVID-19 were those who were either obese or had already been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, or possibly were discovered whilst they were in hospital to be pre-diabetic or undiagnosed diabetics. So huge link there. We have got some figures from the UK just showing the different diseases that have been associated with poor outcomes in COVID. And we've got diabetes here, hypertensive diseases, but also dementia and Alzheimer's disease, which are again a modern kind of almost epidemic again, people call that type 3 diabetes because there's very, very close links now between high blood sugars and this metabolic syndrome and the development of dementia and Alzheimer's as we get older. I just might mention, I am a retired nurse. I trained in the 1970s, and it was extremely unusual for us to see a type 2 diabetic under 60. Certainly under 50, it was very rare. We are now seeing children being diagnosed as type 2 diabetics. So this is a problem that we really have got to get on top of. And I was really hoping that COVID might help us to really establish within the population that this is a disease that we have to take. Not COVID, we're obviously taking that seriously, but diabetes is a disease we have to take even more seriously than we have been doing, because it underlies your entire health profile. The high prevalence of obesity has also been recognised. On that chart that I've just shown you, it was recognised medical conditions, but obesity isn't classified on death certificates as much, but there have been several good studies that have shown us that excess deaths are occurring in groups where obesity is a factor, even if there are no other recognised pre-existing diseases. We know that obesity can affect people's immune systems, give them a poorer chance with infectious diseases, and therefore it's really, really important that we understand this link. So how do we try and help people to understand this? And I think one of the big things we need to do is help people to understand that it's not their fault if they're overweight. There's too much blame put on people for you know, oh, you obviously eat too much and you don't move enough. I totally agree with the previous speaker's comments, but you can't outrun a bad diet. So it's not about the fact that people who are fat simply can't exercise enough. If you are eating the wrong food, you cannot help your body just by exercising to metabolize and get rid of that fat. You're putting your body under stress. And when you eat highly refined carbohydrates, what we call the beige foods, what you are doing is you're not nourishing your body at all. You're just purely feeding your fat cells. So if you look at what you're eating and try to go for what we describe as nutrient-dense foods or real foods, foods that nature has provided for us. I apologize to any vegetarians out there. This graphic is very meat-orientated, but we're talking about any wholesome, naturally occurring foods that contain protein, plus or minus carbohydrate or fat, as I'll come on to in a moment. Those are going to feed your body. They'll nourish your body. They'll help with growth and repair. And unless you're eating incredibly excessive amounts of them, you are not going to put on weight. Because these foods on the left-hand side are much more satiating than the foods on the right. Any food that contains a lot of sugar or is broken down into a lot of sugar will drive up your insulin. And when you have a rise in insulin, you clear your body sugar very rapidly, your blood sugar, sorry, very rapidly. And then very quickly you are hungry again. Whereas the more nutrient-dense foods take longer to be processed by the body, also are much more satisfying. They don't set up this sort of feedback mechanism where you're constantly hungry. An interesting factor that, you know, when I first read this made complete sense, but I'd never thought about it before, is that in nature, you never find carbohydrate and fat together. Only man-made foods contain high levels of carbohydrate and fat. And unfortunately, in man-made foods, the fat component is often very degraded fat. It's refined, industrialized fat rather than the sort of natural fats that occur in nature. And that combination of carbohydrate and fat is so moreish, addictive. It makes you want to eat more of the product, but it is absolutely adding nothing to your health and to your well-being. So in nature, you either find animal-based foods that contain fat and protein, or plant-based foods that contain carbohydrate and protein. And I don't want people to go away with the idea that I think carbohydrates, you shouldn't eat any carbohydrates, because you will get carbohydrates from your plant-based foods. But what we are trying to encourage people to do is look at the man-made carbohydrate element of their diet and reduce that dramatically. Snacking has become the order of the day. We've never had so much food in front of us, but so much of it is not essential, and yet we're bombarded with adverts and all sorts of different mental sort of stimulants to make us think we need all of these highly processed man-made foods, and we don't. So it's really important that we are mindful about what we're eating, because the obvious sugar, and when you talk to people about reducing their sugar, they think about what sugar they might add to their drinks, or the obvious sugar like cakes and biscuits and so forth. But unfortunately, sugar is hidden in so many of our modern foods. Just about anything that's industrially prepared will contain sugar. It's there partly sometimes supposedly as something to help keep food to make the food last longer, but primarily the producers want people to eat more and more of their product, and therefore that sugar is often in there. If it's a man-made food, it's in there to get us hooked. Say there are some people who believe that sugar is more addictive than cocaine. And if you've ever tried to take a sugary thing off a child, you'll realise they're fairly passionate about it. So if we look here, this is one of the problems we've got, is helping people to realise where the sugar is hidden, because they will use lots and lots of different names to try and hide the fact that sugar is in the product. It's quite phenomenal, the different ways that the industries can go about trying to sort of fool us into not realising we're eating something with a high sugar content. And one of the reasons, as I say, that we are particularly concerned about this is that the carbohydrates are driving that hunger. So whilst I agree with Sonali in terms of the calorie, you in order to lose weight, you need to try and have a deficit. If you simply count calories, that is not a very good way to go around estimating what you're eating, because this picture shows 300 calories worth of salmon and 300 calories worth of donut. Now you could eat your 2,000 calories, that was sort of the rough guide of how much we should eat every day, purely in carbohydrates like this donut. That is going to leave you very, very deficient in many important nutrients, but also it's not going to satisfy you. If you're eating that much sugar, you are going to be permanently hungry. Whereas if you are eating your calories as nutrient-dense foods, such as the animal-based or the plant-based naturally occurring foods, you are going to be much more satisfied, and therefore you are much less likely to overeat. So it's back to that issue of satiating and nourishing the body, so it's not craving food. One of the reasons we are hungry is because our body is trying to tell us we need nutrients. But unfortunately, in the modern world, we just feed that hunger with foods that then create a vicious circle and again keep us in a hungry state. So the kind of message that we would like to get over, and it's very much going on, I think, on the lines of previous speakers, is that looking at nutrient-dense, naturally occurring food, if you're vegetarian for religious or ethical reasons, then you really have to focus hard on making sure you get sufficient proteins and that you get your fat-soluble vitamins that come from animal sources. But plants provide enough carbohydrates to keep us ticking over very nicely. We do not need to go out seeking those high sugar foods for energy. Our body is very capable of breaking down the fats in our foods to give us energy, as well as the naturally occurring carbohydrates from natural foods. And I just want to finish off, because I appreciate the time is running down. We have some wonderful infographics that are available through the Public Health Collaboration website that help people to see when they're eating a lot of the processed foods that we have kind of bombarded with now when we walk into the supermarkets, just how much sugar we're eating. This particular slide shows you 30 grams of cereals. Now, if you've ever looked at 30 grams of cereal in a bowl, you will realise that we would eat far more than that, because 30 grams is just a little spoonful at the bottom of a bowl. But even that 30 grams has got this amount of sugar in it. We've got a whole series of these infographics that help people to see what common foods contain in the way of sugar, and which foods, if you look at the bottom of this one, your broccoli and your eggs, virtually no sugar in the vegetables, and none in the eggs, compared to white rice, which is highly refined nowadays. Our ancestors, when they did eat these cereals, ate much less refined versions, and therefore they didn't do them anything like as much harm, but they also probably didn't eat anything like the quantities that we eat now. So it's quantity and quality that, unfortunately, the quantity's gone up, the quality's gone down, and that is not suiting our bodies at all. So my final sort of message really is to try and focus on eating meals that consist of natural, nutrient-dense foods. Avoid snacking. Avoid as much as possible the processed foods. Forget the calories in, calories out in terms of, oh, well, I've had 2,000 calories today, or I've not had 2,000 calories today, so I can have that biscuit. It's trying to think about the quality of the food, and if you're eating good quality food, you are unlikely to overeat. If you're looking at packets of foods or tins of food or whatever, if there's more than 5 ingredients on the label, then that's probably something to leave on the shelf and not eat it. I have got, I think these slides will be available later, I have got some further links here to other resources where you can find out more about the lower carbohydrate approach to food. I would totally endorse everything that Sonali said about exercise. Exercise is incredibly important for health, but we mustn't think just because we're very active we can eat a load of rubbish. That simply does not work. And there are a couple of really good films that are available now through the various different media that help to show and demonstrate what happens when people radically change their diet and how much better their health is. And that is really all I wanted to say. So apologies for the vernacular on this slide, but don't eat rubbish, please eat real food. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolyn, for a real information-packed presentation. I'm sure we gleaned a great deal from that, and with 39% of the global population deemed to be sufferers of diabetes, I think this is a relevant subject for all of us. We probably know somebody who suffers from the condition. There are a couple of questions, if I may ask you. So there's a big movement towards becoming diabetic. There are a lot of vegetarians around these days. Could you possibly recommend a few sources of vegetarian proteins and the best options, if you may?
Well, again, it's trying to, the pulses are higher protein and the vegetable sources. So if you're not eating your carbohydrates from other sources, your proteins from animal based foods, then the pulses and legumes, lentils, beans and so forth are an extremely good source. Again, with all the recommendations we make, and I know one of the biggest problems with malnutrition is for those people whose incomes are lower, it's getting good quality food. So it's trying to, if you're buying your pulses in tins, it's trying to get the ones that are obviously not with sugary solutions and salt, as was mentioned earlier. Try and get the ones that are in water, but better still probably buy them dried. But you've then got to be very careful about soaking them and boiling them sufficiently to make sure they're more the beans I'm talking about here, make sure that they're healthy for you. But pulses are probably one of the best things, and of course nuts. So providing people aren't allergic to nuts, nuts are one of the best sources of vegetable protein, and they have an awful lot of very useful vitamins and minerals as well. So I think anybody that doesn't eat meat, even our meat eaters, we recommend trying to incorporate some nuts in their diet, but particularly if you're vegetarian, then nuts would be a very, very important source of good protein.
Thank you so much. That was really useful. I have one further question, if I may. So for occasions such as birthdays, wedding celebrations, we tend to have sugar by way of a cake or some other dessert. Now that you mentioned there are a wide range of different sugars, would you say there are any that might be better for your health than the white refined sugar, which obviously doesn't do you a great deal of good?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that we're being asked a lot about, and we try to encourage people to retrain a lot of us have a sweet tooth, and therefore there are quite a lot of, anything that is sugar. So even honey, which nature creates, is sugar. Fruits nowadays have all been bred to be much sweeter. So the apples that we eat today probably wouldn't be anything like the apples that my 97-year-old dad had as a child, because they've all become much sweeter. So we've developed these sweet teeth because of the way that we've been programmed over the last sort of certainly 50 years. So we discourage people from just finding other ways to make sweet goods for daily use. But obviously, if you've got a birthday, then probably the best thing to do is just make your standard birthday cake and enjoy it. But try not to eat that day in, day out. You can use some of the sweeteners, and xylitol and stevia are probably the two that are the most naturally occurring and seem to have the least issues in terms of potential side effects. Although I have to say xylitol is not good for dogs, so if you have a dog, make sure you don't get hold of anything with xylitol in it. But really, it's better to try and train yourself not to want lots of sweet stuff, but do enjoy that occasional treat on a birthday. If you're in a huge family and there's a birthday nearly every week, then you've got another problem. But if it's just occasional birthdays, then just enjoy that treat. But try and train yourself that the majority of the time you should avoid anything with a lot of sugar in it.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. That was really, really useful. And we're very grateful to you for your valuable time on a Sunday. Thank you so much. And thank you for the really valuable, important information that you've shared with us today. Namaste.
Namaste, it's my pleasure. Thank you.
Take care now, all the best. Okay, well, wasn't that amazing? I learned a great deal there, and it's good to know from an expert what we should and shouldn't be doing. So we've covered quite a bit about diet, about nutrition, what we can and can't do to optimize our health and avoid obesity and diabetes. So we're now going to look a bit more at what we can do physically. So our next guest speaker is a passionate and a really energetic member of the Healing Our Earth team. And I'm delighted that it falls upon me to introduce our next presenter. Her name is Simran Ahuja, and I'm sure many of you will have enjoyed previous presentations from our dear Simranji. And she is titled Miss India 2013, no less. She's also a rising star in the Bollywood film world with her recent debut movie film, Zindagi Tumse. Simran will share today her own style of soulful and energizing yoga. An accomplished international celebrity anchor, Simran has been associated with the prestigious IFA Awards, Filmfare, Oscars Academy, and many more A-list global events. She's also the recipient of India's prestigious Dada Saheb Phalke Award for Anchor par excellence. Another compelling string to her bow is her talent in folk dance, having won 18 consecutive folk dance titles in India and America. Simran has also been India's cultural ambassador in folk dance. So we're going to fly you off now to the motherland of the practice of yoga, and that is in India, where we will welcome our wonderful Simran Ahuja. Namaste, Simranji. I hope you're well. Very, very warm welcome to you. Namaste.
That was such a beautiful intro. I'm so overwhelmed and extremely touched. Thank you so much, and welcome to the entire world, to the world of yoga. Today we do Ujjayi Pranayam. Ujjayi Pranayam really helps us focus and get into contemplation. We always say it's important for us to feel peaceful and feel beautiful. Dhyan, that is contemplation. This pranayam helps us in contemplation. So we start with Ujjayi pranayam and move towards Shirsasana, followed by the needle and thread. There are 3 steps to do Ujjayi pranayam. Even when we do Ujjayi pranayam for merely 2 minutes, it changes us completely. So may I please request you all to kindly join me for the Ujjayi pranayam post the prayer. Kindly join us for the prayer. Please remember to keep the spine tall, joining your hands together, sitting in any comfortable posture. It could be Padmasana, Vajrasan, or Sukhasana. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Rubbing those palms together, feeling the warmth and the vibrations, and feeling ourselves beautiful inside out. Before we start with the Ujjayi pranayam, there are 3 steps to it. We also do bandha. That is, there are 3 types of bandh. The first one is Mool bandh, also known as the Ashwini Mudra. The second one is the Uriyan bandh, where we hold the ab in tight and we hold it there. And the third bandh is the Jalandhar bandh. The connection between Ujjayi pranayam and the bandh is that we also do the Jalandhar bandh. That is, taking the chin towards the chest and we lock it there. As I said, in this pranayam, unlike Kapalbhati, unlike Anulom Vilom, we have instant focus. And the focus also helps us improve and increase our memory power, relax our nervous system, and feel beautiful inside out. So there are 3 steps. The first step will be breathing in. We breathe in from the back of the throat. So this is the area where we breathe in from. We keep our lips closed and we breathe in from here with the sound as long as we can. And then for the second one, we don't breathe out. We just do the Jalandhar bandh. That is, we take the chin to the chest and we hold it there as long as possible. It is not difficult to hold it at least for 30 seconds to 60 seconds. But towards the beginning, in case you can do it for 10 seconds, in a span of 10 days itself, you can easily hold up to 45 seconds. And then that is the step 2. And then whenever we feel that we can't take it anymore, we need to breathe in deep. You're going to first lift the neck up, close the right nostril and breathe out only from the left nostril. The left nostril is Chandranari. It is the moon. It denotes coolness. And the right one is the hot. It's the sun. It's the heat. It's the energy. Since we already have a lot of energy, when we breathe in, there's a lot of heat in the body. We close the right nostril and from the Surya Nari, we don't have to breathe in because there's already a lot of heat. So when we breathe out from the Chandra Nadi, that is from the moon, the left nostril, we will breathe out. This completes 1 round. So before I explain you further and give you the clarification, I'm going to do it practically with you. And then second time, we will all do it together. I would prefer you having your hands in Jnana Mudra. Mudras play a very important role, and you can do this pranayam in any sitting posture. If you're not comfortable sitting on the mat, on the floor, it's fine if you sit on the kushan or sit on the bed. The most important aspect is keeping the spine absolutely tall. You're feeling relaxed, so you can do 10 Kapalbhatis so that you're mentally prepared for it. And we will close our lips, breathe in from the back of our throat with the sound.
Hold it there in Jalandhar Bandh. We are neither breathing in nor breathing out. We are holding it there in Jalandhar Bandh. In that same posture, whenever we feel that we are done with the capacity, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever is comfortable, we're going to first lift the neck up, close the right nostril, and from the Chandranari, from the coolness side, the left nostril, we will breathe out. So let's do it once. Sit in any comfortable posture, your hands in Jnana Mudra, the tip of the thumb and the index finger touching each other. You can place them, the fingers towards downwards. I prefer them having towards upwards because I like to feel the tip of the fingers, feeling the vibration. So remember to keep that spine tall, the most important aspect. And I'm going to start breathing in from the throat and hold my breath there. We call it Purak, and we will hold in that Purak, and we do later from the left. I breathe out from the left nostril whenever I feel I'm done with my capacity. We can easily hold it for 40 seconds, 45 seconds. Who can't do this pranayama? The one who's going through troubles with the heart, please do not do it. And if one is a yogi and already into deep practice of meditation, because you've already reached the dhyan position, we don't need to further do it. It is for people who are living in household life and trying to have that good concentration and focus. It works phenomenally well with everyone on a daily basis. You get better sleep with this. You breathe better. You don't snore and you get a beautiful relaxed sleep. Your body feels completely relaxed. The nervous system also relaxes by doing the Ujjayi Pranayama, where we breathe in from the back of the throat by making the sound. And then we hold the Jalandhar Bandh is step number 2. We are neither breathing in nor breathing out. So after we've taken the breath in, we want to breathe out, but we're not doing that. We are holding that oxygen, that breath inside, we're just holding it there. And whenever we feel we want to really breathe out, we lift up, close the right nostril, only breathe in from the left nostril. This is the beautiful pranayama. That's the Ujjayi pranayama. And now we shall get into the Shirsasana. It's known as the king of asanas. In a very slow way, again, we will start with it for holding for a few seconds and then as much as possible for 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, we can easily hold it in that posture. Let's start with Shirsasana towards the beginning. If you feel like, you can take the support of the wall, or else if you do it with focus on any one point. So today we do Shirsasana. Either we place the top of the head to the mat, or we can do it that from the top of the head or the start of the forehead. I'm going to do it from the start of the forehead. And I will lift my legs up. Before I lift my legs up, I make sure my knees touch my chest. So initial 3 to 4 days, if we practice the knees coming closer to the chest, it will be really great. And then your body will automatically talk to you. Yes, your body talks to you and tells you every single thing. When the cells of your body are happy and rejuvenated, they talk to you and tell you. So please listen to your body. Your body will yourself tell you, yes, you're ready to lift up your legs. And then slowly and gradually, we can lift them up and do that. Shirsasana has immense benefits. As we know, it's known as the king of asanas in Hatha Yoga practice. So let's get started with the Shirsasana. we have to try and start in any way possible, either with the wall, or if you're starting it in this manner, directly without the wall, then you will just take 2 or 3 days to make sure your knees come towards the chest, and when your body is ready, you automatically lift up. Thank you. So we're going to get into the posture, and it's very, very important to have the right posture. And after Shirsasana, it is very important to stretch, which I will show it to you after we finish the Shirsasana. So I'm going to kneel down, keep my knees very, very comfortably, keep my toes absolutely comfortable, keeping the posture upright, stretch it out further, and slowly come down. Okay, be in that very, very comfortable posture, and I'm going to interlock my fingers and the top of the forehead. As I said, we can do it from the top of the head and the top of the forehead. I'm going to do it today towards the top of the forehead. I will place it firm and focus on any one point, little away from my body, so that I can focus and first bring my knees to the chest and slowly and gradually lift them up. So interlock your fingers. Very comfortable there. Walk towards your chest. Slowly lift it up. Only do this in the beginning. Only to here we will do in the beginning, and we just hold it there and then come down. And then whenever your body tells you you're ready, you may lift your legs up and hold it there. Just be comfortable. You can do a Padmasana in this posture too, whenever you feel comfortable. So in the beginning, don't hold for long. When you come down, come down. Once again, come very close to your body so that you don't get a jerk. And what is important is, after we've done this inverted posture, where the blood circulates towards the brain, the top of the head, it is important for us to come back on our toes, lift the heels up, come up high on your toes, and keep walking. Walk on your toes so that the blood, which has gone towards the top of the head, towards the brain, comes down. This is very important. A lot of us, when we do Shirsasana, we don't lift ourselves up, but immediately after Shirsasana, I want you to lift and stretch and walk on the top of your toes as much as possible so that the blood circulates back in the system. This was Shirsasana. We're going to do the thread and the needle. That is, well, it is something so beautiful, which also increases your flexibility. And for all those who do the pigeon posture, this is very, very simple. So let's start with thread the needle. And for this posture, I would request you all to pay attention on the posture. We are also going to do the bandh. There are 3 types of bandh. One is the Mula bandh, that is the anus muscle, where we squeeze and tighten the anus muscle. The second one is Uriyan bandh, where we just hold the abdomen, squeeze it as much as possible, and we hold in that posture. And the Jalandhar bandh we've already done with the pranayama. But when we do this posture, thread the needle, needle and thread, we are supposed to do the Uriyan bandh at the same time. So before we get to the thread the needle posture, I'm going to show you how Uriyan bandh is done so that we can hold Uriyan bandh in that posture to have that very beautiful effect on the entire system, the entire intestine system. And it also works great on our love handles, which we always look forward to working. So sit in any comfortable posture for Uriyan bandh. The first bandh is Mula bandh, which we can do in all the asanas and the pranayama. Once our body is used to, it works wonders and it lifts you higher. Okay, for the Uriyan bandh, I'm going to breathe in and breathe out completely. So I'm going to go and then squeeze the abdomen. Uriyan bandh is best done when we are doing it on the mat, on the floor. After this, I shall show it to you on the mat before we go for the thread the needle. So I'm going to sit tall and breathe in, and I can slightly take my fingers apart and get a good grip so I can hold my abdomen in tight and keep breathing out towards the beginning. Whenever you feel tired, you can breathe in. So in this, we breathe in and we breathe out completely. We remove the breath out completely, and then we squeeze the navel into the lower back and we hold it there. The same thing we'll do lying down, so that when we do thread the needle, we can do our Urian Band in the same posture. And when we lie down, our heels have to be very close. Heels have to be very close to the butt. We take a deep breath in. We can easily make out the difference here. We take a deep breath in. If you want, towards the beginning, you can take your fingers towards your navel so that you actually feel it. My heels are touching my butt, and I breathe in deep. When I breathe in, I automatically breathe in, and yes, my navel comes up. So this is the way we do it. We breathe out. Whenever you want to feel, you need to breathe in. Please breathe in and come back in that posture. Now we're going to do the Urian Band when we do thread the needle. So let's get started with thread the needle. It works really wonders. All you need is a little bit balance. And remember, even when you're falling down. So for example, in the beginning, till the time you get the posture, you get to know what your position is, what your comfort level is. We might fall down. But when we hold the Urian Band, it is absolutely safe for the back. So we just roll on the back, just the way we do basic rolling. So let's get started with thread the needle. So I'm going to breathe in deep, breathe out. All right, cross one arm from inside and hold it there. I'm going to straighten the left leg now. Okay, straighten the left leg, hold it there and get a nice comfortable posture. And I'm going to slowly and gradually get into that Urian Band once I lift my leg up. Once I lift my leg up, if possible, you can hold your heel from the other hand so that you get a very nice posture and open up your arm. Point that toe, hold the Urian Band, what we did just now, and we'll breathe in and breathing out. Slowly take your chin, slowly take your knee to the top of the head or to the nose. So we breathe out, take your knee towards the nose and stretch. Breathe out and breathe in. I'm holding the Urian Band. Breathe out and breathe in. So in this posture, towards the beginning, till the time you get this comfort level, you might come out, you might fall off and roll down. So this is the way, even if you're rolling and falling down, this is the way you will roll. So which is absolutely fine because it's a nice roll. So if we hold the Urian Band, we will not really get affected or hurt our back. It will be a beautiful roll and your body will open up. You will get to know what your comfortable posture is. So we're going to do the same thing once the other side. And this is thread the needle, works really wonders for the entire system. If we can do this early in the morning, just thread the needle. Just one thing, after waking up early in the morning, it truly works wonders for all of us. it also will strengthen your spine because we're doing Urian Bandh in that inverted posture. So let's do it from the other side. This time, I would like to show you facing, a little bit diagonal. Okay, so I'm going to go once again, breathe in, breathe out, right, hold it there, and straighten the leg, hold it there. If possible, you can hold your heel, hold it there, and breathe out, and breathe in. So this is towards the beginning. When I hold the Urian Bandh, I get a better grip, a better comfort, my hand goes down, I straighten up further, and take the knee towards the nose. Breathe out and breathe in. Breathe out and breathe in. After this, once we are comfortable doing this posture, we can straighten the leg, take it towards the top of the head. So we breathe out and breathe in. We breathe out and breathe in. Breathe out and breathe in. And then you can cross over to feel a better stretch in your side and then slowly come up. So it depends on starting from the basic to having your leg straightened up to really taking the leg and giving it a good crossover, feeling it in your love handles. It works wonders for the entire internal system, your intestines, your food gets digested well, and it works really wonders for your abdomen as well. So this was thread the needle, and now we're going to get into Yoni Mudra. We started with Dhyan Pranayam, which will give you Dhyan, that is the Ujjayi Pranayam. And then we went on to Shirsasana, which is known as the king of the asanas, which really, it's known as the king of the asanas because they say you get all the benefits in that one posture. And because it's always the best inverted posture, we did that. And now we did thread the needle. So we worked on our sides. And towards the end, if we do Yoni Mudra in the evenings, at nights, before going to sleep, you will have a peaceful sleep and you will feel relaxed much, much faster than otherwise. So if you feel relaxed usually in 6 hours, you'll feel absolutely relaxed in 4.5 hours. So all we have to do is 3 to 7 sets of Yoni Mudra, where we close all our 5 senses and have our focus between the 2 eyebrows in the center. And we feel completely in that relaxed sphere. So I would prefer you do Yoni Mudra before going to sleep at night so that it becomes a habit. And the Shirsasana and the thread the needle early in the morning. So we are maximum done with the beautiful postures in a matter of 5 to 7 minutes. And it truly works wonders for our body, for our system. Because we need to remember, we always talk, we are what we eat, but we are what our body can digest, and we are what our immunity system is. So if in few minutes we can really have a better immunity system, it really works wonders. So let's get started with the Yoni Mudra. Please sit in any comfortable posture, right? Closing all the 5 senses. Where we're going to have the little finger, lower lip, upper lip, towards the nostrils. Don't close the nostrils. We need to breathe deep. Close your eyes and slowly close your ears, breathing in deep. You're going to breathe in deep from the throat, making the humming sound, the beautiful sound. You can even hum a song, your favorite song, and get into that beautiful B sound. And relax yourself. And towards the end, this is the Yoni Mudra. Towards the end, we will do 1 set of variation with the Surya Namaskar. And I would also like to do the Chandra Namaskar. We've always done the Surya Namaskar, so I would only like to do the Chandra Namaskar with the variation, which will take another 2 minutes. For the Chandra Namaskar, I'm going to have the first position of the Chandra Namaskar is, I'm having my right leg forward and my left toe is 45 degrees. This is my position number 1. And I'm going to breathe in deep and breathe out. Slowly come back. Hold it there. First, the leg is straight and we hold it there. and slowly bend from the knee and get into the same posture as the Surya Namaskara, getting into the push-up posture, just the way we get into the push-up posture. Otherwise, having your knees on the floor, or if possible, you may lift your knees up and look up at the ceiling and slowly come into that mountain posture, trying to get into that variation and opening it up further. Now I'm going to lift my left leg up and bend it from the knee, hold it there, take the knee to the chest and slowly lift it up and cross it towards the other side and hold it there. Now I'm going to lift the right leg up, bend it from the knee and take your knee to your chest and lift it up and cross. I'm going to cross it once again. When I cross it further, I get a deeper stretch in the back of my thigh, in the hamstring muscle. And then again, I'm going to lift the leg up. All right, bend it from the knee and look forward. Come forward, hold into the forward. All right, hold it there, straighten that leg. Straighten that leg. We are doing Chandra Namaskars. The first two postures of Chandra Namaskar are different. Stretch further. All right, and slowly come with your feet together. We do Chandra Namaskars in the evening because the body has opened up further. With the Surya Namaskars, which are in the morning, in the evening, our back is more flexible because we've been active throughout the day. And that is why we do Chandra Namaskars in the evening. The only difference between Surya Namaskar and Chandra Namaskar is the first two steps. The first one starts with your feet wide apart. And this is how we do Chandra Namaskar. I'm truly thankful to Healing Our Earth platform and my dear friend for the lovely, lovely introduction, the entire crew of Healing Our Earth for giving us this opportunity to be one. And towards the end, since yesterday we had a beautiful session, a beautiful conversation with His Holiness Shri Shri Ravi Shankar Ji and the Hindujas, I just want to say something that where the Hindujas said, yes, they also have been regularly doing pranayam since the years. And it's very important to sit in Vajrasana post meals just for 5 minutes. Food will get digested in 90 minutes, will really, really take much lesser time. So with this beautiful Vajrasana posture and Om recitation, I'm going to thank all of you for being here with me. Thank you so much. And let's start with Om recitation. Hari Om. Thank you very much to everyone on this platform. Thank you, sweetheart. Global Namaste.
Namaste, Simranji. My goodness, what a disciplined and energetic and flexible demonstration that was. Truly, truly inspirational. It just reminded me of a quote from Mahatma Gandhi that it is health that is true wealth, not silver and gold. And I feel you've really enriched us this afternoon. Thank you so much for your valuable time. And we're really looking forward to seeing Simranji a little bit later during this session as well. Thank you again. Global Namaste to you on behalf of the Healing of the Earth team.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pleasure. Okay, so this hour has gone incredibly fast, and haven't we learned so much how yoga not only affects you physically, but improves your memory, it improves your nervous system, and how sleep is very important. But how do you sleep if somebody beside you is snoring? Well, yoga is good for eliminating that. So that was fantastic. And obviously from Carolyn, all the dietary and nutritional input, especially the protein sources for vegetarians and vegans, incredibly useful. So we now invite two of the most hardworking and inspirational hosts we have the pleasure of welcoming on Healing Our Earth. And before I welcome them, I'd just like to share a quote with you, because they've been doing so much work to help those who are struggling with resources and need support during COVID-19. So it's a quote from Nelson Mandela, and he says, "Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity. It's an act of justice. It is the protection of a fundamental human right, the right to dignity, the right to a decent life. Ravi and Sushma Banot are the founder members of Seva UK, and their impact has been so far and wide-reaching. We're incredibly proud of them. A very warm welcome to you, Ravi and Sushma Banot. They are directors of the Ayurveda Institute of Europe and Cool Herbals. Ravi has qualifications in Ayurveda, pharmacy, nutrition, homeopathy, chiropody, and massage. Ravi is author of 4 Ayurvedic books, the inventor of NutriGo hair retention plan. He's a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts, a senior justice of the peace, and co-founder of Seva Week and Make It Beat charity. Sushma Banot has qualifications in pharmacy, homeopathy, and Ayurveda, and is an Ayurvedic researcher. She has written 3 books on national health and well-being, including Inventing the Cool Slim Plan. Sushma is also co-founder of the Great British Chai Party charity. We heard earlier how people are time poor, and our elder generation, what they need most is time and company, and Sushma has made that possible for so many elders. Make It Beat charity, and was recently recognised for her outstanding service to promote health and wellness in the UK, and is also a patron to Binti International. Namaste and a very warm welcome to you, dear Sushma ji and Ravi ji. Over to you.
Namaste. What a lovely and kind introduction. Thank you very much. Namaste. What a fascinating hour we've had. Caroline Driver, I have to say, was, for me, she was touching just the nerve that we do, which is, she was talking about calories, and she was showing that how the limitation of calories. So she had a great example of a 300 calorie wholesome nutritional item compared to a 300 calorie cake, both 300 calories. And if you look at calories, that's what people do. They look at how they have their 2,000, 2,500 calories a day. Whereas the researchers, we've just had Versha, thank you very much, you just said that the research that Sushma and I are doing, one of our life missions, is to educate people that what the Ayurvedic practitioners have been saying for yonks, thousands of years. It's actually coming out true now, which is rather than calories, look at what we call the K values or the kapha values of food. Because they not only look at how easy it is to digest food, but they also look at how difficult it may well be to eliminate, as well as the toxins that might be left behind as a result of eating that food. It's fascinating. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Namaste. Thank you, Varshaji, for that beautiful introduction. And your whole hour was fascinating. Ravi has said a few words about Caroline's performance. And I'd just like to say about Simranji, how soulful and energizing you are. You make it look so effortless, and you make us want to do and be like you. And those tips, you know, on how to sit, how to digest food, absolutely great. It just shows that you never stop learning. And our Healing Our Earth team has done a fantastic job to just, you know, make us learn and new things every week. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you. It's truly our honor and privilege to be part of it.
Talking about truly being a privilege, we now have the privilege of introducing Shivani Pathak. Shivani Pathak is a psychologist, arts-based therapy practitioner, and a hypnotherapist. She's working with parents, children, and different schools as a school counselor. She specially works on play and behavioral therapy. Presently, she's running Shivani's Prayers Counseling Services, which is an online service. And the idea is that she reaches people much more easily through the pandemic. She has experience of conducting various psychological tests like personality tests, intelligence tests, development tests, aptitude tests, etc. And she's conducted various awareness programs in different schools. to make maximum parents aware about the development of their children. She has also conducted various mental health awareness programs on Mental Health Day. Apart from professional side, she also has an interest in hobbies such as dancing, drawing, crafts, and traveling. And her aim is basically to reach every person in need. So, what a great way of trying to reach loads of people, thousands of people right now. We hand you over to Shivani Pathak.
Welcome.
Welcome, Shivani ji.
Hello. Namaste. Global namaste to everyone viewing this program. Thank you so much, Mr. Ravi and Ms. Shushma, for this amazing introduction. Am I audible to everybody?
Yes, you might just want to turn your audio up a little bit if you can, Shivani.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you just turn your audio up a little bit?
Hello.
Much better.
Is this good now? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. So, as a psychologist, I'm very much interested in connecting to people and reaching out to people in need. And in this pandemic, Healing Our Earth has given a platform where we can connect to each other and, we can heal each other, we can see each other, we can meet virtually. So, firstly, I would like to thank Healing Our Earth for doing this great and amazing job. And let's firstly put our hands together for Healing Our Earth team and everybody putting their efforts for this amazing program. Thank you so much, everybody. Uh, So, when we talk about well-being and wellness in relation to psychology, like it is very important in this pandemic when our health and mental health as well as physical health is very important. Like not for only ourselves, for others that we stay with, our neighbors, our relatives, they are far away from us. Yeah, there are in this situation we cannot meet each other. In this time, how we can preserve or prevent our mental and physical health is really important. So when we talk about the definition of wellness is the state of being in a good, healthy, uh, good health, like good health. When we talk about good health as a goal, like when we have to make our health as a goal. So I'm sure this pandemic has taught us that being healthy is very important, and making it our goal, like being healthy, boosting our immunity, so that it helps us in preventing like from staying away from COVID. And um, more the more we have a good immunity, the more we can stay fit in this pandemic. So in this time of COVID, how can we be healthy physically? So for that, we have to set goals like working out every day. At least if we cannot go out, we can work out in our terrace, we can walk around in the terrace in the fresh air in early morning or evening times. We can have good immunity booster remedies that we already have in our kitchen. The haldi milk is one of a good immunity booster. So this way, when we are taking care of our physical health, we should also think about our mental health when we talk about well-being. So well-being is a comfortable state of healthy mind. When we have a healthy mind, we can have a healthy body as well. So how can we have a healthy mind, and how can we like how can we keep our mental health good? So one of the aspects how can we put our health mental health good is by filtering out what you let in your mind. Whenever we let in the thoughts, we have to filter it out. Like the way we filter v- the way we filter bad from the good, the same way we have to filter our thoughts. The we have all the thoughts. We get weird thoughts, we get strange thoughts, we get good thoughts, we get bad thoughts. Now filtering out the bad thoughts is really important um, during this time. So how can we do that? We can do that by developing a healthy habit of keeping our mental health in priority, in a good state. Like, so how can we do that? How can we keep our mental health good? So regular checkups, regular check-ins for ourselves. Like we can, if we are sad or we are not feeling good for the day, we can just sit back for 5-10 minutes. We can introspect what happened which made my mood little upset, which made me go little down. Why did it happen? We can just introspect ourselves. We can note down that why it happened, and next time we can consciously check upon it, that if this is making me sad, or if this is making me um, upset, or feel low, so for that what can I do next time that it makes me feel good next time? How can I check on myself for my mental health? So there are many different ways and techniques wherein we can make our health good. The one which is really important, and which is very mm, less time consuming, I think we can do it anywhere and everywhere, is deep breathing. We can just try it, deep breathing, anywhere, anytime. Like if we are working somewhere, like we are working in office, or we are working at home, work from home, and if we are feeling little upset or anxious or restless, what we can do is we can just have deep breathing, 5 to 6 deep breathing, and I'm sure it will make some difference in your mood. So we can just try out once deep breathing. You all can just close your eyes and relax yourself, and on the count of 1 we can start breathing in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now breathe out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Such 5 to 6 rounds can make your mood little happening at the time when you're not feeling good. This pandemic has also I'll say many people have fear, uh, du- fear going out, fear of when they see people out of their window, they feel that they are infected, and if I go out I'll get infection as well. I'll not be safe out if that person is infected. If you know, we just have such thoughts that I'm not feeling good, I'll get infected, I'll get COVID, or that person is dangerous. I'll What will I do if I get infected? Will I do if my family gets infected? How will I deal with it? Will I be able to deal with it or not? So all these thoughts are going to come, going to pop up in our heads. But how can we, I'll say, um, come out of or I'll say manage this fear? So when we have such thoughts, we can consciously instruct our brain to be calm, to be relaxed. As I told, deep breathing is one of the exercises. Meditation is also one of the good exercises that we can do. Now, when we think of meditation or when we hear the word meditation, we only think about the typical meditation that we do, and sometimes it feels boring. Like we have to sit straight and just put your hands on the lap, close your eyes, and focus your thoughts. And so sometimes it gets boring. So it's not necessarily that we can continue doing this typical meditation. There are various types of meditation where for example, you can just play with meditation. You can just put on music, light music, serene music, um, and then just inside the room. You can do anywhere, like inside the room. If you are not feeling good, just you can go to YouTube, play some good music, and roam around in your room. And just you can widen your hands and just roam around in the room. You can just observe little things that's there in the room. That is also a kind of meditation, right? Other what we can do is we can just go in the position of savasana and listen to the music, feel the music. Music is one uh, uh, one what we say element that is very helpful in very helpful to reduce stress. We can also do gardening. We can do cleaning around the space. Yeah, I would just like to share one example. Like a few days back, when I had a session with my teachers, and we were just discussing about how we can how there are so many thoughts messed up. And there one of our teacher gave us a metaphor that the less clothes or the less mess in the cupboard, the less clothes or some things in the cupboard makes it more organized. So that was a metaphor that we were discussing, and it was so impactful. It just stayed with me for a longer period of time, that the more we put in, it just gets more messed up. And the more we the less we put in, it will be more organized, it will be more beneficial, we will be able to think better. So this was one thing I really wanted to share with you all. And yes, when we come to gardening, gardening is also a great technique, stress relieving technique. So when we garden, when we see flowers, when we see nature, when we get connected to nature, it's so mesmerizing. So that is also a good technique where we can relieve our stress. We can listen to our favorite music. We can draw. We can paint. Even scribbling. Painting doesn't mean that you should be an artist and should know good painting, but just taking your crayons and pencil colors, and you know just scribbling on the paper also gives a lot of good vibes. So these are some of the techniques I wanted to share with you. And going towards the end of my session, I would just like to say things are going to get better, but once the mental COVID will go, but the impact of COVID is going to stay with us for a longer period of time. And that is where we have to be very cautious and take care of ourselves as well as our friends, relatives, everybody. We have we are in a generation where we have a good we are blessed, I will say, with technology, where we can connect at least to people, we can do video calls, we can mail them, we can talk over phones, even if they are way away from us. If even if they are from different they are in different countries, at least we can connect to each other, at least we can talk to each other anytime. So I'll say, taking a good benefit of technology, we can connect to people and have a really nice time with them. So thank you so much, Healing Our Earth. Thank you so much, Ravi Bhai and sorry, I just forgot the name. Shushma Bain. Thank you so much for this amazing opportunity, and I'm really delighted to connect to people. Thank you so much, and global namaste.
Shivani, no, that was fantastic, really inspiring, and I think we learned some new techniques. If I can ask one question, Shivani, this is something we do, but perhaps we'd love to have your favorite tip. So, for example, for when somebody is stressed or they're trying to lose weight, for example, what we recommend is they have an affirmation first thing in the morning, last thing at night. They just have some kind of prayer, or they say it loudly. Now, I want better health, or I'd like to slim, I want to buy 2 pounds in this week, whatever it is, so that the mind's working and the universe is working with you. In somebody who's stressed, we say rather than just focus on the third eye when you're meditating, but focus on what you actually want. So while you're thinking, so your mind doesn't go astray, you're trying to focus on a particular problem that you're trying to solve, perhaps. But that's what we do. But is there a particular favorite tip that you would advocate to people who are in a position where, because of COVID-19, they're stressed or worried? What would you say to them?
I would just suggest being, I mean, those who are suffering from COVID, I would say they should surely go to a therapist. If they are, feeling, because just one or two tips. This is just a regular tip that we use in our daily life. But when the impact of COVID is really dangerous, when the person who is affected by COVID and is in stress or is in depression can surely consult a therapist, and they can have a good session with the therapist, and they can surely come out of it. And because in such situations, proper guiding, proper sessions, therapeutic sessions are really important. We cannot just go around and say, okay, you do this and that and you'll be okay. But a good consulting a good therapist is really important, I would say.
Thank you, Shivani ji. What I'd like to say, your session just now was absolutely very, very vital. And the reasons for that, I would like to say, is that you've helped us, giving us really usable tips in this day and age. So straight away, we can implement these. You've said that filter our thoughts. That is very important, and I found that very powerful. There's so much coming at us. Let's learn to filter them. Keep this in mind, all the viewers. Filter, and that will help you. Regularly check in on yourself. Again, very important where we're busy rushing around. Check in, am I okay? Right, yes. And the deep breathing, we don't need outside help. We have all the resources with us, within us. Do that breathing exercise you just did with us. So simple, but yet so powerful. And I know from experience, you feel the difference. So whenever we feel things are too much, we can go ahead and, implement these breathing techniques that you've shown us. Fear, don't fear what we're going through. Accept it and take the right action. Again, a very vital message that you've given us. You're giving us the tools of meditation. Okay, don't be afraid of meditation, you said. Do anything that, you know, that makes you happy, that brings you joy. So important, because nobody can not do it then. That's why I found your session very, very powerful. You've empowered us to do what we need to do. And in fact, while you were speaking, a certain quote came to mind, and this is for everyone. This is by the famous actor Richard Gere. And what he said is, none of us are getting out of here alive. So please stop treating yourself like an afterthought. Eat the delicious food, walk in the sunshine, jump in the ocean, say the truth that you're carrying in your heart. Be silly, be kind, be weird. There's no time for anything else. And your session actually triggered that quote. That is something that I really like. So thank you. You've actually done so much for us today.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to have this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now, from one amazing person to another, Bhumi Thakur, Alternative Healing Therapies. Welcome, Bhumiji. Bhumi Thakur is the founder of Healing Hands of Bhumi. What a wonderful name. And she has a great many energy healing modalities under her toolkit. She's a traditional UC, I hope I said that right, UC Reiki master teacher, certified access bars practitioner, crystal healer, and also conducts guided meditations, which we all need these days. Bhumiji has been practicing Reiki since 2007 and is based in the UK for 12 years. During this uncertain time of COVID-19, she has continued her healing therapies at a distant level. So she's carried on throughout like a key worker. So for further information, you can log on to www.healinghandsofbhoomi.co.uk. And we'd love to give you a very warm welcome and namaste, Bhumiji.
Global namaste to everybody, and thank you, Sushma ji and Ravi ji, for such a wonderful introduction. As my lovely host already mentioned, my name is Bhumi Thakur, and I am a Reiki master teacher of Usui traditional Reiki. Rather than jumping straight into Reiki and what it is all about, I would briefly want to let you guys know why I do what I do. So my journey of Reiki began in 2007, not knowing what Reiki was. As a simple young girl who has just completed her uni, who is just going to start her new life, I was just going there in Reiki session out of curiosity, just trying to know some new happening thing during those days. And that's how Reiki came into my life. And I had no idea how it would change over the so many years. Cutting long story short, 3 years ago, I had a massive, deep bottom down of my life. So it was like the curve going up, 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 and then straight down there. And I suffered from a major anxiety. I was hospitalized. I can say I was almost on a deathbed. The only thing what kept me alive was the will to live and see my daughter happy and my Reiki. So Reiki therapy somehow helped me gather that courage, gave me the positive power to come back from the black hole. When I came back from it, it kind of gave me an enlightenment, gave me a realization that if I can do it myself, being in UK on my own, my entire family is in India, if I can do it myself, why not I spread the knowledge to the world and help as many people as possible? That's the main reason why I do my Reiki therapy, because I've been through all this, I've seen the difference it makes to anyone's life. Now, I have a small little presentation. So if you guys don't mind, I'm just going to share my screen. Host, is that okay if I share my screen?
Yes, indeed, that's fine.
Thank you so much. Oops, I don't know what I did. Right. Okay, can you all see my presentation? What is Reiki?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So Reiki is a universal life force. It was founded by Dr. Mikao Usui, who was a Japanese scientist. It was founded in 1800. I would rather say it was renamed in 1800 because Reiki is made of the energy. You, me, and everything else on this earth is made of energy, and we vibrate at a certain frequency, and hence we are in a certain form or we feel certain way. The higher our frequency, the better we feel. The lower our frequency, we feel sad, depressed, jealous. All the negative feeling comes into our mind. So Reiki was renamed by Dr. Mikao Usui as Reiki in 1800 era. In Japanese, Rei-ki, so it's made of two different words. Rei is universe and Ki is a life force. In Chinese, it's known as Qi, like how we do Tai Chi. In Sanskrit, we call it Prana or Pran or soul in English. So it's all the same, similar meaning, but different words, different names in different languages. Reiki is a spiritual healing technique where a channeled person, so a person like me who has been attuned by my master, we open up the channel, extract the power of universe, extract the positive energy of the universe and guide it where it's needed. So there is a misconception among some people that we use our own energy. It is not like that. If a human being is using all the time their own energy, they will be empty by the end of the day itself. So we are not using our own energy. We are just a channel, extracting the universe, energy from universe, giving it to where it's needed, whether it's a human, an animal, or a situation. Reiki can be given in two different ways. We have Reiki 1, where it's a hand-on practice. So you need to be near the person. You put your hands on a certain part of the body and you heal it. A certain advanced level is called Reiki 2, which is a distance level. Now, how Reiki 2 works is more like a telepathy. We all know what is telepathy. We all have experienced it in some time in our life. Like we are thinking about someone. It most of the time happens with me and my mom. Like she's thinking about me and I ring her straight away. So most of the time with our loved one, where we are very close to them, our telepathy works. And this is all depends on our brain. Our brain is a fantastic thing. It can work miracles. We have different parts of our brain. So one is a conscious brain, conscious thinking or conscious brain. It does its work when we are learning something new, when we are, say, for example, learning to drive, or if we are learning to swim or learning to cook. We are consciously putting the effort to know different things. Then there is a subconscious mind, which stores all the information that you have learned ever since you were born. Maybe you notice, or most of the time we do not notice what's there in our subconscious mind. It just happens automatically. So you are driving the car for last 20 years. You would naturally change your gear. You naturally do your side lights or wipers or everything. You will not put an extra effort because that is built up in your system. So that is our subconscious mind. Now, third is a superconscious mind, which allows us to open up ourselves to our higher self. And in distance Reiki, we merge with our higher self. We merge with the other person who is receiver, or if it is sent globally, not to someone in particular, then we merge our higher self to the situation and give healing that way. Before going more into depth, I will also mention that there is a misconception in that Reiki is a massage, but no, I would strongly disagree, because Reiki works on your energy level. You do not need to be on a certain position or something like that. You can have Reiki therapy fully clothed. And I would definitely make sure everyone to notice that Reiki is not a replacement therapy. So if you're on any medication, This is an addition to it. We are not replacing any medical decision taken by your GP. This is an addition to it. Why? Because Reiki not only heals the top part, not only heals the surface of your problem, but it also heals the underlying problem, the root cause of it. So for example, before going there, let me share the next slide. This slide shows us how our body has 7 different chakras. Our body has various chakras. These 7 chakras from top to toe are the main 7 chakras. Now, chakra is a Sanskrit word. Chakra means the wheel. How it works in our body is if you're driving a car. I think I'm today, just car day is coming to my brain for some reason, so I'm giving the example of car. If you're driving your car and your wheels are not aligned properly and you are going on a M25 if you're in UK, or if you're in India, you're going on Highway 10, the busiest highways of the world. And imagine if your wheels are not properly aligned, are you going to have a smooth ride for 20, 50 miles? I guess not, unless you're super, super lucky. So the same thing happens with your body. If your chakras are not aligned, it gives all the functions are completely jammed. So if it's not functioning, it will be jammed. All the chakras are connected to each other in a physiological aspect with their psychological aspect as well, which I would show in the next slide. So this is shown that how each chakra from crown to third eye to throat to heart to solar plexus to sacral to root, all the 7 chakras are connected with different glands in our body. So all the glands show you the physical part, the physical aspect of the function of the chakra. For example, our the crown chakra is associated with the consciousness. On the emotional level, if you think, it is associated with your spirituality. But if that is not functioning proper, you will lose the concentration. Your sixth sense will suffer. Same way, if your third eye chakra is blocked, emotionally you will feel confused. Your intuition power will be less. Physical side, you might have headaches, migraine, any sort of problems related to head. Throat chakra is related to throat. So again, if you are keeping your voice to yourself, if you're kind of self-sabotaging, or if you're feeling that you have no say in your work or your home, that will block your throat chakra. And that would increase your throat-related problems. So you could have thyroid, you could have constant coughing problem, or any kind of throat allergy. So rather than going deep into everything and making it a bit monotonous for my listeners, I would just want to suggest that what Reiki does is it not only heals the surface. So in the third chakra, which I was talking about, it not only heals your tonsils, but it also heals your root cause. That it gives you a kind of a support to stand your ground, make your voice heard. So if we are healing the root cause itself, the outside problem will slowly start going away. Now, Reiki is not a one-day job that you take the pill and it's all done. It's a therapy. It's a lifestyle change. So those who are willing, they have to take one step at a time, give their full faith into Reiki, and it heals you from there. Apart from that, other benefits of Reiki, I would say, are few of these benefits. Reiki promotes a deep relaxation, because when you are working with the entire positivity, Reiki is all about positive energy extracted from universe. So when you are working totally with the positive energy of earth and healing our earth, so it automatically promotes the deep relaxation. It definitely works on your higher chakras. The more you work on your higher chakras, your sense of anxiety, your sense of stress reduces, because it's, again, you are going into that peace and tranquil state of mind. On the physical part, It relieves your aches and pains. And on the mental part, it relieves your anxiety. Apart from that, mind, body, and soul is one thing, but it also strengthens your immunity. Your blood flow becomes better. More Reiki practice you do, more Reiki you receive, you get more energy. So it energizes your body. It makes you feel more alive. It strengthens not only your muscles, it strengthens your immune system, strengthens your willpower. Now, while I'm saying all this, how it is, so I'm going to stop the sharing so you guys can maybe see me. While we are talking about this, how Reiki is helping and everything, the question comes into mind that how is it helping COVID? Now, COVID is such an uncertain time our generation has seen. It came out of nowhere and we never predicted this kind of thing will happen to us. In COVID, we all are stuck into our homes. Most of us are stuck in our homes, the lockdown, working from home, having long hours of work. And this working from home, long hours, has some sort of pros and cons and mental effect. Whether we accept it or not, it does affect us mentally. And it is very common for one to feel anxious, one to feel stressed. And because mental health is such an issue that we are not yet fully accepting it, we are still finding it a little bit of taboo to go and talk to our friends. Sorry, it is showing me that my speaker is not working. Are you guys okay to hear me?
There is a little bit of
Yeah, okay. For some reason, it was just showing me that it's not working. Okay, never mind. Sorry about that. What I was saying, anxiety is becoming a very common issue during COVID. And what we are doing for it, like staying home, we are on different apps to stay physically fit. That if we can't go to gym, we do our exercise at home. But for our mind, how are we keeping it fit? I mean, not many people are doing much about it. Now, what I personally think as a Reiki healer, as an energy healer, that universe has given me a chance to stay indoors and enjoy the beauty of my home. Like how many of us have thought this way, that, okay, this is a time where I can slow down, I can take one step back, sit there, think what I want to do in life, what am I doing in life? So apart from just going out and about and living your full fast life, I think universe wants us all to kind of think of what you are actually meant to do. And it has given you this time to stop and think. Now, when we talk about Reiki, how it is helping, so of course, at distance, we are healing, I'm healing all my clients, those who need regular healing at a distance, those who cannot heal themselves. If they have learned it works for them, that their immunity gets increased. As I already spoke, one of the benefits, their immunity increases. And first and foremost thing to fight COVID, if your immunity is strong, it's much easier to fight COVID, or at least not to have one. Apart from taking the vitamin C dose and everything else, what you're doing is amazing, but self-healing is the biggest thing. So that, I mean, I could promote Reiki healing for all day long, but I don't want to, again, become very monotonous. Okay, so those who are not able to connect with any Reiki healer, or those who do not know Reiki, how else would you help yourself? So I would advocate a lot about mindfulness and gratitude. Now, mindfulness, we have all heard, it's becoming a very common word nowadays, but just think about it. Is your mind full, or are you mindful? Like, that is a same word, but think it differently. Are you thinking that, yeah, I'm mindful, but then deep down in your thoughts, tons of things are going on. You're meditating, you're closing your eyes, but your mind is saying that, no, I have to pick up my kids, I have to do this, I have to cook, my husband is coming. That is not mindfulness. Mindfulness is like looking at the sky, look at the clouds, With your children, just play a simple game at spot the cloud, what shape it is, some silly things like looking at a butterfly, check the colors of the butterfly. That is a mindfulness, and COVID has some way given you the chance to be more mindful about how your life is going, what more you can do with your life. Secondly is a gratitude. Now, nowadays, I've seen so many people following each other. I'm doing gratitude journal. I'm doing gratitude journal. Your gratitude journaling, it should not be just because somebody else or some celebrity person is doing. It should be felt. It does not matter whether you write it down or not. It should be felt within. Like, we all are blessed with a roof on our head. None of us are hopefully homeless. We all have clothes. We all have had some food today. These are the basic necessity of a human. And we often take it for granted. We only realize the importance of these things when we don't have it. Now, most of us have clean water to drink, but there are parts in the world where people have to walk miles and miles to have some water that too would be filthy, not clean and pure. Now, if you think that way, you would find yourself very, very lucky. None of us have hopefully got the COVID yet. None of us hopefully have lost anyone yet. So those are the major things we need to be grateful for every day, rather than just thinking that, oh no, this has happened, I can't go out, I can't see my friends, I can't go movies, etc., etc. In law of attraction, it is said that your energy, where your energy goes, it manifests. Sorry, I'm just a bit loss of word at the moment, but where your energy goes, it manifests automatically. So if you are giving your energy constantly to a negative thought or a complaint, all those complaints are going to manifest. You keep on crying about that I'm unable to go out, I'm unable to go out. That unability will manifest. I would rather want anyone to just sit 5 minutes maybe and just be happy, just smile and say, thank you, you made me. Thank you, God, you made me wake up today. Thank you, God, you gave me chance to go on the Healing Our Earth today and address as many people as possible. So yes, thank you so much for everybody. I would want to conclude this session by just saying one simple thing in which I learned as a child in Sanskrit. It's Uddimena hi siddhyanti karyani na manorathe nahi suptasya sinhasya praveshanti mukhirakaha. This means no matter how much we talk, no matter how much we know or read or learn, if we are not doing anything, if we are just sitting there, nothing will come to us. So when we are talking about staying healthy in COVID, when we are talking about learning new modalities, working on them, working on ourselves, getting healed, first step is your willingness to make change in your life. Even if a lion wants to just stay there, the deer would not walk into lion's mouth. Lion has to go out and get its food. And same way for us. We have to do something. We have to make an effort to make changes to our life in one way or the other. Those who are in UK, I am based in UK. If you wish to get in touch with me for a non-obligatory chat, I can be contacted from my Facebook, from my Instagram, or www.healinghandsofbhumi.co.uk. Those who are in India, if you also wish to just give me a message, I'm not 24/7 available, but I can definitely respond to you as soon as possible. And I would like to thank the entire team of Healing Our Earth. Everybody is doing fantastic job, and all the speakers have been amazing. And I would like to get back to the host. If we have any questions, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bhumiji. A very clear explanation of Reiki, which we all hear about, but today I think is the first time I've heard it explained so well.
Oh, thank you very much.
One question. it seems to be good for everything, Reiki.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. So Reiki is a positive energy. There is a misconception in some people that when you're giving Reiki, you might use your own energy. And what if you are a negative person? So I would like to clear this in two different ways. One, you are not using your own energy. It is being channeled through you, but you're not using your own. So it does not matter whether you are negative or positive, you're only going to give the healing power, which is a positive energy. Secondly, whoever is practicing Reiki, we have certain principle to follow. And if we are following that principle, that's very likely that you can stay a negative person. So we have few principles in Reiki, which is we are living with the attitude of gratitude. We are not supposed to worry. So only for today, I will not worry. Only for today, I will not get angry or annoyed with anybody. Only for today, I will do my work very honestly. So if somebody is living on these kind of principles, there is a very rare chance that they stay a negative person. So no, it does not give any negativity. Secondly, to elaborate a bit more on this question, some people would have thought that if we are giving the energy and if it manifests, what if we are giving energy to person with COVID and COVID manifests? So no, it does not happen that way, because this is, again, pure healing energy. It's a pure positive energy. So it can not increase anything negative. Now, COVID itself is a virus, it's a negative. When we give healing to the entire earth, when we give healing to the entire situation, more positive vibes are gathering. Like every few weeks, we gather all the Reiki master and we send healing to our entire earth. And hopefully within few months or so, this should go. But again, we can't guarantee that. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. And just one thing, I do some work with elderly people. Would you say, what is the best way if we feel for their mental health? How could they have Reiki? Would you send it distantly, or would they have somebody come there?
So for elderly people, I mean, if I'm saying personally, I used to, when there was no COVID, I used to go and visit elderly people, because last thing you want them to have all the hassle of taking a train or a bus or a taxi and come to somebody who can easily travel to them. So that is one thing. Secondly, yes, distance Reiki works exactly same. So if they are far away, if they are not in the UK or not in the same jurisdiction as you are, then definitely they can get the Reiki on a distance level. On mental health, when we are talking about elderly people, what I have somehow found that they have a very deep urge to be heard. Because as we grow old, we always feel we are unsupported, we are lonely. No matter if we are surrounded by thousands of people, this feeling is very natural as we grow old. So they need to be heard. So at the time of giving Reiki as well, I try and talk to them and be an ear to hear. It's like, I'm here to hear you, like that. So a combination of a little bit of human touch by talking to them and the therapy should work wonders on everybody.
Excellent. Thank you.
I was just reflecting, Bhumi, when I was hearing your talk. Sushma and I, we both specialize in Ayurveda. And we've written a book on how to do Ayurvedic massages head to toe. So in fact, we teach people that when you press a certain point, which we call a murmur point, where two or more meet, is a connection between inner body and outer body. And then that energy goes from there through the nadis to the 7 chakras. And then the 7 chakras have an effect on the endocrine glands, which then release certain hormones. And as a result, massaging a certain place can affect you in a different area. And how you're using the chakras as a way of connecting your energies with the person. And I love the example you had with the car and that the chakras, when they're not balanced, that there's imperfection in health or well-being, which is a great way. And
Thank
I was
you.
just thinking that we feel like we're sitting in a Porsche right now because the car has gone really so fast in the last hour, in 3 p.m. and 4 p.m.
Exactly.
And we have such a pleasure of two lovely people who given their valuable experience, and I'm sure that a lot of people out there would benefit. So thank
I
you.
hope so too. We have had a lovely range of experts, and I'm so amazed and so obliged to be able to speak to so many of you. And I'm sure there will be people on Facebook looking at us as well. So if you guys like who you're listening to, and I'm sure you value our effort and the entire team, Healing Our Earth team's effort, please share this video to as many people as well. We are trying to promote more and more knowledge, how we can help each other in this difficult times of our era. So thank you again, everybody, and good luck to the next speaker.
Well, thank you so much indeed.
Thank you.
Rumiji, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have to wind up our session, and we look forward to the next host, who's Sheila Doby. Dr. Sheila Doby was born in England and moved to the USA 20 years ago. She's a whole health dentist. I bet you never heard that word phrase before. Whole health dentist, a humanitarian and an entrepreneur, and she's also a television host. Dr. Doby is a recipient of the Bay Area's Outstanding Woman of the Year Award and has been featured in numerous articles for her outstanding professional and social work. She has been the recipient of the California Patient Choice. Dr. Doby takes a special interest in helping the underserved children and women in her local community. On the professional front, Dr. Doby was the past president and dental health chair of South Alameda County Dental Society. She's a graduate of the American Dental Association through Kellogg School of Management, Institute for Diversity in Leadership. And her current passion is with working with healcircle.org, and it's at Kind 20. Dr. Doby was invited to meet President Obama over a private dinner. So Dr. Doby, we'd love to hear what your conversation was with President Obama. Was it anything to do with health and well-being or something personal? If it's personal, please, of course, you don't have to tell us.
Hi, Ravi. Hi, Shishma. How are you guys doing?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Great. Looking forward.
Yeah, it was a great. I mean, it's probably one of the most amazing things that I've done is meeting the president. He was just a very amazing guy, and yeah, the conversation I'll just have to tell you about later because it was very fun, but it'll take a lot of time. It was wonderful seeing how you were interacting with such amazing speakers. Which gives me a chance here to say thank you to the Healing Our Earth team. A lot of people don't realize there's a lot of work that goes into these sessions, trying to make a difference in the world, especially now where there's so much anxiety and so much depression. A lot of people can't see the light at the end of the tunnel, but with this community, we're here for you. We're going to get you through this difficult time, no matter how lonely you are or how sad or depressed. There's so much talent that is going to be shared to help you to get through this time. So I just want to personally say thank you to the Healing Our Earth team for the wonderful work that it's doing, bringing together such amazing people. And just remember when you're having those difficult times, there's so many techniques out there that even Ravi and Shishma were sharing about massage techniques. I don't know if you can share with us something that's really quick, Ravi and Shishma, something that we can do when we get anxious. Can you just maybe something that takes a minute for us?
Yeah, what we do is we meditate just for 5 minutes, and very simple. We have a meditative type of music in the background, focus on the third eye, and we actually have a sort of a shlok or a sort of a saying that we say to ourselves whilst we're focusing on the third eye. And it may be something as simple as, I'm feeling relaxed, I'm feeling great. It's sort of, as we've heard from previous speaker, that we then have the universe working with us. Because quite often our mind gets astray, and then when it gets astray, then we start thinking of all the worries and problems we may have. There's a question of focusing and bringing back to the thought of exactly what the issue is and trying to find a solution.
Yes, I think that's really important right now, because obviously once we turn on the news, our mind goes a little bit crazy and we start worrying and getting so much stress about everything. One thing I wanted to share too is that we can feel like there's no light at the end of the tunnel, but there is so much innovation that's going on. The whole world is working on a problem right now. And as we know, innovation takes maybe a couple of months, but we're starting to see a lot of new things and a new mask design. I was just reading yesterday that one of the universities, Harvard, is working on a mask that can detect COVID so that it's kind of safer to go out. So the innovation's happening, it's just taking time. So we will get through this. And speaking of the body and immunity, our next guest is Vidhi Burda. And let me tell you a little bit about Vidhi. Vidhi, are you there? Let's see if you're there. Can you say a little hello? She's probably coming on any moment now. Well, let me tell you a little bit about Vidhi, who's our next guest. And she's going to be speaking about COVID and immunity. How does the immune system work with COVID-19? She's a very smart woman. She's from India, and she completed a BSc and MSc in biotechnology from India, and then pursued her second MSc in infection, immunity, and human disease from Leeds, United Kingdom. So Vidhi says, the gut is the key to many feelings. Polluting the gut not only cripples our immune system, but also destroys our sense of empathy, the ability to identify with other humans. In today's session, Vidhi will be talking about how to boost your immune system. So she'll be talking about diet, spirituality, herbs and supplements and exercise and much more. So I'm very excited to hear about that, about the gut being linked to all the feelings in your body. So let's hear from Vidhi. Vidhi, are you there? I guess she's going to be on in a second. So there's so much that we've learned. I guess, hey, Ravi, are you still on? Because I'm very curious about learning about that massage technique that you mentioned. Are you still there? Can you kind of elaborate a little bit about that technique, and maybe it's something we can learn while we're waiting for Vidhi? And Ravi and Shushma? I guess it's just going to be me.
Sorry, just unmuted ourselves. So,
We're here.
Yes.
Okay. Are you there? Okay.
So, simple technique. You have a hand, you have 5 fingers. None of them are the same size, size-wise, height-wise, this size. So what we have from here is we have channels that run along there, which then goes around the body into the chakras. Now, where we have this finger and this finger meeting each other, would be a certain point. If you can find it for yourself, you might find that quite helpful. Now, find where that point is, where this and this fingers are meeting. And you'll find it's a point where there's a connection between the muscle and the bone. So it's not just on the muscle, it's not just on the bone, we're talking about a point which is right there. Now, you may well feel that there's some sort of tension there, some sort of pain right now. Are you finding that? Are you finding any pain there?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe all these people, everyone out there, try this simple technique. Now, when you find that, for a lot of people, you might well find a little bit of tension there, a little bit of pain. So what you do there is once you found that place, you massage clockwise really hard, not mild. It's not a mild, not mild. You're really pressing, because that mile point there relates to tension that you may have elsewhere. So if you want to relax, just simple techniques like that, massage clockwise, that tension. Now, if you find that you've had this problem for a long period of time, maybe it's chronic tension or anxiety, then what you want to do first of all is massage anti-clockwise first, maybe 5 to 10 times, and then clockwise 10 times. What this does is it helps in dislodging any tension you may have at this point. And this is a place that we tend to store. And this is not the only point, but this is a point. We have 1,000 murmur points on the body, and it's the particular ones you want to find that help. So that's one. You find a lot of people have problems when they have tense, nervous headache. They automatically start pressing points there, right? No one taught you that. Your parents didn't teach you, or your school, or uni, or college. But it's a natural instinct. We know, again, when we're pressing a point, it is not the muscle. It's actually, believe it or not, it is a point where two or more tissues meet. That's a murmur point. And again, you'll find quite naturally, you start massaging. And it tends to be clockwise, funny enough. So no one teaches you this. It's just something you learn instinctively. And it releases the tension, because by doing this, you're moving the energies from this point, which may not be synchronized, which may be causing the problem, to elsewhere. So that is two simple techniques. Clockwise movement, number one, find the murmur point, or a point where two or more tissues meet, and massage there.
Wow, thank you for sharing that. It's surprising how the human body can heal itself. We just have to create the right environment. For example, we have to be eating right, drinking a lot of water, just creating the right environment also, and mental health. And then we can kind of get through these difficult times. Something that I do a lot of that helps me is breathing. So I do that very deep breathing. I fill up the stomach, take a big deep breath, I pause for a few seconds, and then I breathe out. And then that I find really kind of relaxes me and calms me down, because on a scientific front, what it's doing, we have the sympathetic system, which is that fight and flight response, and then the parasympathetic system, which is that calming, relaxing. And through breathing, we can actually get to that parasympathetic, that relaxing spot, which is just a very basic principle. It's about breathing. So with all these techniques, we can definitely get through this time with all this knowledge that we have. I mean, as a dentist myself, that's always exposed to so many viruses and bacteria. I truly believe, like, wearing masks, social distancing, washing your hands, not touching your face. So not allowing the viruses to get into your body, which they do through your eyes, your nose, and your mouth. If you cover those areas, wear glasses when you're out, mouth, and cover your mouth and nose, then you're not allowing for that exposure, a very small amount.
Okay, yeah.
So I think we have Vidhi ready. So Vidhi, are you there?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, Vidhi. How great to see you.
Thank you so much. Sorry for the late.
No, that's fine. Where are you right now?
I'm here in India.
Wow. What's it like out there? What time is it over there in India?
It's 8:40 around.
In the evening or the daytime?
Yeah, 8:40 p.m. It's 8:40 p.m.
Oh, great. Yes, it's like 8 o'clock a.m. here in the US. So nice to see you all the way around the world, which is one of the great things about Healing Our Earth, is that everywhere we're all connected, all different parts of the world. So great to see you, Vidhi, and I'm very excited about your topic.
Okay, thank you so much. So today I'll be discussing about how our immunity responds to COVID-19 and what are the different levels by which we can boost our immunity. As we know, in today's present scenario, we are dealing with this pandemic of coronavirus is going on, which has shattered everyone's life, and people are suffering from lots of anxiety, stress, and everything. So we don't have to worry about it, because definitely if your immune system is strong, you can combat these kinds of viruses, pathogens, and bacteria. And yes, of course, if you have a healthy immune system, that means you have a healthy immune body. So I'll just give you one example, like how this coronavirus affects our immune system, and I'll be explaining it as a lock and key model. So just consider, for example, if we consider a virus as a key, and if we consider a host as a lock, so in a similar way, when a virus gets, when a key gets connected to a lock, it gets permanently interlocked.
Vidhi, sweetheart, can I just interrupt? I can't see your video. Are you missing something there?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There you go, hon. Thank you. We didn't want to miss out on anything.
No problem. So sorry. So I was telling, like, I'll just give you an example how this viruses affects our immune system. So Let's give an example. If we take a key and we consider that key as a virus and a lock as a host, so if we put a key into a lock, it gets interlocked, right? In a similar way, when a virus gets inside the body of a host, it goes and binds to the different receptor of the immune cell. There are thousands and thousands of receptors in the immune cell where these viruses go and binds, and then they secrete their genetic material. And once when they start secreting their genetic material, the chance what we suffer is our immune system, it starts getting weaker, and then we start getting different kinds of diseases. We feel lethargic, fatigue, and many other problems. So unfortunately, because of this pandemic, people are not able, they are getting so, so tense, like how we should protect from this pandemic. But not to worry, as there are different kinds of, different kinds of levels in which we can boost our immune system. Apart from diet, there are meditation and sanitary routine and many more things which can enhance your immune system. So once if you have a very strong immune system, the first thing what it will help you to fight with the different kinds of pathogens, bacteria and viruses. And secondly, if you get infected with these kinds of deadly virus, then you can you have the high probability to get rid of it if you have a very strong immune system. So let's go towards the diet portion. If we talk about diet, there are different kinds of diet which enhances your immune system. For example, there is ginger, which is a very strong strong thing to boost up your immune system. You can take that ginger as a ginger tea, or you can just chop different small cubes of ginger and boil it up and just chew it up, which will help you to boost your immune system. Secondly, you can also have garlic and onions, which have different anti-inflammatory properties, and of course they act as an antioxidant, which helps to boost your immune system. Apart from that, you can even have a handful of 6 to 7 almonds per day, which strengthen your immune system. And after that, even you can go for the spinach, which has a high vitamin content in it. And I think many people don't like to eat raw spinach, which is actually quite difficult to eat in a raw manner. But instead, you can little bit sort it, or you can cook it a bit, and then you can consume it, which will definitely give a different how you can boost up your immune system by taking spinach also. Then the most important thing is turmeric. I know every one of them are familiar with turmeric, and turmeric is one of the best thing you can have the intake of turmeric in form of turmeric water or turmeric milk, or you can just crush a few black pepper and have it with black pepper or extra virgin coconut oil, which will again give you a tremendous tremendous impact to boost your immune system. Then apart from all those things, you even if there are some people who are lactose intolerant or who cannot consume dairy products, so for them they can consume yogurt, which have high probiotic content, and which definitely improves your gut health also. Now I would like to talk about the sanitary routine. For example, if daily if you walk for like 30 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes, then it will help to boost it will help you for the blood circulation, which thereby again have a good impact on your immune system, and you can strengthen it up in a very natural way. Apart from that, there are if you have a proper sleep, because if you don't have proper 8 to 9 hours of sleep, your immune system gets very suppressive, and then you don't feel fresh the next morning. So it is very essential to, to have a good and a sound sleep, because when you sleep, that time different hormones are released, and one of the hormone is a corticoid hormone, which actually suppresses the effectiveness of the immune system. If you don't get a proper sleep, you will feel very restless, or you won't be able to concentrate on any sort of work which you do the next morning. So it is very essential to have a sound sleep, so that you can improve your health, and simultaneously you can improve your immune system as well. And next I would like to talk about how our immune system is related to the elderly people, how it is linked to the elderly people. So nowadays, if we talk about the immune system of a normal person and of an elderly people, so definitely elderly people don't have that strong immune system what a normal person or what a younger person possesses. The reason behind this can be because of the secretion of the B and the T cell, which is secreted from the bone marrow and the thymus. And when a people, when they start when they cross about when they cross at the age of 65 or 66, then these two cells, the B and the T cells, does not get secreted too much as they are secreted in the youngsters. So this is one of the prime reason why the elderly people have a low immune system, or why they cannot fight with the bacteria or the pathogens when they come in contact with these viruses, these harmful viruses. So again, I would say that it's not a matter to worry, because once a person, once they start deteriorating, their immune system gets deteriorated. So if they have a handful of, this turmeric and all these diets into their daily routine, I'm pretty sure that they won't feel restless, or they won't feel that they are not well. Next, I would talk about how the immune system is related to the spirituality. So as we know this law that energy is neither created nor destroyed, but it is transformed from one person to another. So as this epidemic is going on, people have that fear, oh God, this coronavirus is there, and how are we going to fight against this virus? So daily we are giving that energy only to the whole earth or to the whole world. So same energy we are getting it back as well. So it's better if we don't talk negative about this coronavirus. Instead, if we think in a positive way, yes, yeah, we can fight this virus, it's nothing, it's just a tiny virus. So I'm pretty sure this virus can go very quickly. And if we keep on thinking about it, and if we keep talking negative about these virus, so definitely it will give you a lot of stress, and you won't be able to concentrate onto different work what you are doing. So if you meditate, and if you give at least like 30 to 40 minutes in meditation, I'm like, I can guarantee that this fear, this anxiety won't be there. And if the fear and anxiety is not there, so definitely your immune will not be suppressed, and it will be in full activated, so that it can fight with different pathogens. And there are also different sorts of breathing exercise which a person should do on daily basis, like pranayam, or kapal bhati for like 10 to 15 minutes. So as you inhale and exhale those exercise for like 10 to 15 minutes, your oxygen level rises. And if your oxygen level is quite good enough, then you have a quite very good and a strong immune system. But if you don't have a good oxygen, or very low oxygen content in your body, then it clearly says that your immune system is not well, and people are, and then there are so many negative thoughts and negative vibes comes, what we can do to enhance your immune system. So if you want to boost it up, if you want not to worry, don't think about all these pandemic or whatever it's going on, just start giving the positive energy, and just change your diet pattern, stop eating junk foods, because junk food is also one of the main reason which deteriorate your immune system. And nowadays, if I talk, then youngsters, or not even youngsters, even every age group people, they have very bad immune system, because they don't like eating good and proteinous diet, and they move towards having junk food and all pizza and all those stuff. They feel very happy if they eat all such food, but they don't understand that they are themselves destroying their health, which is not a good sign. And one more thing I would like to say, like if you are having a proteinous diet, even a small amount of protein in your diet, whether it's a breakfast or afternoon meal or an evening meal, you should take some sort of proteinous diet with, it could be pulses, or it could be soya bean. Soya bean is one of the good, it's one good source for the protein. So you can add this onto your diet, because nowadays people eat lots of carb foods and the fatty foods, but they don't have that proteinous diet, which again destroy the health of a person. So at last, I would like to say, these all things, if they keep in mind, so definitely they can win against this virus, and they can improve their health, their gut health, and then they don't have to worry about how to boost immune system, or how we can think about boosting it. I think these diet, meditation, and sanitary routine life will definitely help the public to to raise their immune system, and to fight with this deadly virus. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Vidi. That was so interesting. I did not realize to have the ginger, the almonds, spinach, the turmeric. That's an amazing piece of information that can help us get through all this. And something that you mentioned was the positive, thinking about the virus in a positive manner.
Yeah.
That was very insightful. I guess, for example, positive, for example, right now is, we get this great community healing our earth, and there's a lot more connection I'm noticing that's happening, either through online forums and communities getting together to try and help each other get through. So thank you so much for your time, Vidi. That was very insightful.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Even I feel so obliged to give my, my knowledge, whatever I had about to boost this immune system. I think this would help people to strengthen and to enhance their immune system in a positive manner.
Thank you. That's what's so great about Healing Our Earth, is we're getting all these experts, and every single Sunday we're learning about something new that we didn't quite know before. Now, this brings me to our next person that we're going to meet, which is Detective Inspector Kamal Patel. Thank you, Vidi, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah, thank you.
So Kamal Patel is going to be talking about tackling domestic violence. And Kamal Patel is currently a detective inspector working for the Metropolitan Police Service. He has over 15 years of experience in frontline policing and serious investigations. Kamal works closely with supporting officers and key stakeholders when dealing with hate crimes, both locally and nationally. He's passionate about community and officers who work across London to ensure that we are all kept safe. Namaste, Kamal. How are you?
Namaste, Dr. Sheila. How are you? I'm good, thank you.
Great. Thank you for keeping the streets of London safe, even though I'm very far away. I have family there, so thank you for all that you do there.
No worries. Thank you for the kind introduction. So, it's a pleasure to be invited to this event. I was really looking forward to it, and my topic that I'm going to speak about is domestic abuse. It is quite a impactful subject, in my opinion, and it probably hits home more to people from all communities. So not just the English community, it does impact on the Asian community as well. So what I will do, I'll do an introduction of myself quickly, and then I'll talk about what domestic abuse, domestic violence is in the UK. I know we have people from all over the world, but my field will be around the UK, and how domestic abuse has changed during the pandemic, the coronavirus, and the risks that has put victims in that are within households that have already previously been suffering from domestic abuse. And then for those in the wider audience, just to know what we need to look out for and how we can help our family members, our loved ones, our friends, our neighbours as well, that may be suffering from domestic abuse. So, yeah, Kamal Patel, I'm a detective inspector. I'm 16 years now in the Metropolitan Police, and most of my area of expertise lies with safeguarding, and I've been working in domestic abuse since around 2008, so 12 years, and I'm quite passionate about it, making sure that we protect our victims. So domestic abuse, what is it? People may not know, so apologies if you're already aware of domestic abuse and domestic violence is, but it does come in a number of forms, and the UK changed the legislation so it actually involves people from 16 years old, so that is relevant. So if you're 16 or above and suffering from domestic abuse, this is relevant. So you can have psychological abuse, physical abuse, emotional abuse, sexual abuse, and financial abuse. But we also started seeing a change in trends in the last few years around coercive controlling behaviour, and that is where a person, your partner, your husband, wife, isolates you from support networks, from your friends and family, and sort of strips away your independence. And that could be from not seeing your friends, not making phone calls to your family and friends, and choosing when you can and can't go out. So we've seen an increase in the Metropolitan Police, especially during lockdown, COVID, and the Metropolitan Police were making 100 arrests a day, domestic abuse related offences. We had in the first 3 weeks, we had over 4,000 reports of domestic abuse, which is a large number to what we normally get. It's just it's because people are at home. People couldn't get out to start with, and people were vulnerable and didn't have the courage to get out there and report. But we still saw an increase. So if you take the example where you're out going to work, you might be going to the Monday temples to pray on a Saturday, Sunday, or during the week. You might then confide in a friend or a priest about what is going on, or you may get a chance to go to the police station. Well, that wasn't happening during lockdown because people couldn't get out. But we did see an increase. And most of the frontline officers, that's 20% of their reporting is domestic abuse. And during COVID, that was an increase. We unfortunately saw an increase in murders. There was 13 murders just in the first 3 weeks nationally in the UK after the lockdown, which is unheard of. And in the UK, we have around 100,000 serious injuries. So that could range from hospital treatment to seriously where people have been murdered. 100,000 a year, the risk of domestic abuse. 90% of those are are female, but we do see 5 to 10% of male victims now coming forward and reporting domestic abuse to the police, and 15% of those come from the Black, Asian, minority ethnic community. And we are seeing a number of charities, which I will speak about at the end, that are now providing translators in all languages to help our victims. And younger people, we're seeing younger people reporting domestic abuse as well. So what to look out for, the signs for domestic abuse, I would say if you have a loved one or a friend or a family, you may not know because people do not speak about domestic violence. It's not something that people like to disclose to their family. Some people that I speak to will say, well, I never thought that they suffered from domestic abuse. They seem really happy, but people do become withdrawn, and especially if you have a friend or family member that suddenly isn't making contact with you, it's worth reaching out to them just to find out, are they okay? Is there anything that they want to speak about? And in the Asian community, domestic abuse is seen as a taboo, but it shouldn't be. Everyone from all backgrounds suffer, as I stated earlier, and we should speak to our loved ones about it. You may start seeing bruises, burns. We have victims that might say that I've hurt myself on the iron, I fell down the stairs, I hurt myself on the door. Bite marks we're seeing more of as well. But what we must be confident in is a friend or a family member who's asking those questions and reaching out to our loved ones. Financial control is something that's isn't on the increase. So when I spoke about coercive controlling behaviour, that's where people, and you might think that, we might think it's perfectly normal to put your wages into your husband or wife account on a monthly basis and then ask them for money. But actually, are they controlling your finances? What are they doing with your money? Are you having to ask for money to go out to buy the shopping, and that builds up because then you don't have money to go out to see your friends and families. And if you wanted to go out for a nice meal with your work colleagues, you may not be able to because you haven't got that money that you earned because your partner has taken that money. And you may be stopped to leave the house. People aren't allowed to leave their home. They might want to go, and we're seeing where people aren't allowed to go out of the house and you start making excuses. I'm not well, I can't come out. I can't come to the temple today because I'm not well. And it's just making sure that they are the valid reasons that you're receiving from your loved ones and your friends. Social media is as we know, there's a number of platforms for social media, and it may be that they're being monitored. Your movements, your text messages, your Facebook, Instagram, Twitter accounts are being monitored. Who are you talking to? Who are your friends? And you may see that somebody was on Facebook one day, but then suddenly has come off. And when you start asking them questions about why they've come off, they may give you a perfectly good excuse saying, well, they're on it all the time. But could it be that their partner has asked them to come off? But and blame. There's a blame culture where people will be abusive towards their partners, and then they will blame. They will blame their loved ones. But it actually was your fault. The reason that I hit out at you was because you may have not made my dinner on time. I work hard and I'm earning all the money, and you haven't supported me. And people tend to believe that, but actually that's not right. And you shouldn't be blamed if somebody's treating you this way. And we should ensure that we're providing that support to our family and loved ones. And we do have it where, especially with the Asian community, we try and deal with it amongst ourselves. So there may be a family meeting, and the husband or wife maybe, and it's mainly the husband. I say wives, but it is mainly husbands are spoken to say this is not right. This is not how you treat your partner. But what support are we then providing our females? That's not the right support. If you are in a family where domestic abuse is taking place and you know that it's happening, it does need to be reported, and we can't tolerate it saying, okay, it's a one-off, because it never is a one-off. It takes it takes a victim just to tell somebody about it a number of times before it's taken, maybe 30, 40 times before they even open up to a loved one, and more before they even call the police for the first time. So if you are a family member that knows the domestic abuse is taking place within the household, and you trying to manage it in house, that won't solve the problem. The problem will just keep happening because you haven't sought that support outside of the family. And sometimes it does take the police to intervene to make sure that that person is safeguarded. But that's the signs. We've seen an increase in elders being involved in domestic abuse now. Here in the all over the world, but UK, we have self-isolation. If you were of a certain age group, you had to stay inside and you weren't allowed to meet your loved ones. So, for example, I'm lucky. I live. My wife and I live with our my mum and dad. With the grandchildren, so we're lucky in that sense. But there's other people that have been isolated. A lot of families that haven't been able to see their loved ones for a four-month period, and there has been an increase in elder abuse, neglect, where people aren't able to report domestic abuse. And there is a charity called Hourglass Helpline, and they have been working endlessly, a number of hours every day to make sure that people are reporting domestic abuse. And they stated during the lockdown that they saw a 34% increase of domestic abuse within the elder community of being reported to them. So that, again, a high number. Within the police, if I was to say, or most people were to say, what was the biggest increase in crime, it was domestic abuse, because people weren't going out. You couldn't commit those robberies, you couldn't commit the burglaries that were taking place. Theft from shops was down because the shops were closed, and the incidents that had increased were that of domestic related incidents. And as I stated at the start, the amount, 100 arrests a day for domestic abuse over London, it is a lot. There was an increase of people being prosecuted as well, going to court, then being convicted at court, because that's what the court were dealing with, and police had probably a bit more time to deal with the cases as well, because that was their main area that they were dealing with at the time. So the charities that another thing that I'll talk about is economic abuse during coronavirus. So, and this is more for friends, families, neighbours, colleagues that you may have, and you may want to help them. So, as I stated, domestic abuse takes many forms, and a lot of it is around dictating what your partner does every day, access to their money, access to their finances, going out, and what we must look for in warning signs, especially during this time, that we do keep in touch with people. It's very easy. People say, oh, I've lost touch with my colleagues, I've lost touch with my family members during this time. But majority of us have mobile phones, email addresses, we can text. Social media, this is great proof that social media works, because we're on a number of platforms alone today. And we must ask those questions, especially around economic abuse, where for 4 or 5 months people haven't been working, and maybe one partner is the one that's having access to all the money and ensuring that your partner doesn't get that money to carry out going out and buying food. We see it where people are given maybe £20 a week to last the whole day, the whole week on food, and that's to feed a family of 4. And then the husband would usually keep that money for themselves, or spend it for themselves. And it's just looking out for those signs to make sure when you're speaking to your friends and family that they have money, they're managing to go out to get food. If they haven't got any money coming into the home, are they claiming the relevant benefits that they should be claiming? And we speak to a number of charities. Refuge is probably our main charity that the police work with, who provide additional support for victims of domestic abuse, and that they've also seen an increase of especially families, so mothers with young children coming in and asking for that additional support, staying away from the home address and then being placed into single accommodation, which is usually a bedsit, which isn't ideal. And people listening might be saying, well, this is why we don't want to report, because the worst case scenario is that a family will end up away from their home and into a bedsit. But that is not long term, that's short term until an investigation takes place. And sometimes it's the best way for the family to get out from that abusive relationship, and you're not going to be in that bedsit for a number of weeks, months. The council will then look for a property for you to get away and keep you safe. And the police don't work alone to make sure we safeguard our victims. We work with the courts, the Crown Prosecution Service, who are our public prosecutors. We work with the local authorities, so the councils and housing. The NHS, so our health service, work with us to make sure that we provide that additional support. And we don't do it alone, but we do need people to come forward, especially from our own communities, and understand that it's not actually acceptable to abuse your loved ones. I know I have some more time, but I was probably hoping for some questions, if you have any.
Thank you, Detective Kamal. That was very insightful, and also very sad that all of this is happening. And it obviously happens all around the world. What advice would you give, say there is a woman out there that's kind of going through some, like just maybe a little bit of emotional trauma or financial issues, as you discussed, and they are scared because they don't want to kind of separate the family. They're worried, hey, if they go to the police are going to come in and knock down on the door and take the, walk us through that process. Like, how do you kind of maybe go get some advice so that you're not, it's not going to be this big hoo-ha in the family, and they can just get some advice and kind of then work through their issue?
Yeah, so here we have independent domestic violence advisors. You could report to them initially. It's very anonymous, and depending on the risk of what's happened, they may or may not inform us of what's taken place. If you come to the police, our stance is we would do a risk. So if I was to take a report, somebody comes into the police station saying exactly what you've said, I'm maybe some economical abuse has taken place within the home address. The officer I would do a risk assessment around it to say, well, what's the risk to that lady? What's the risk to her children? And if the risk is high, we would never say to somebody, we're not going to arrest your partner, your husband, because the likelihood is we would. We have a policy of positive action. So positive action would be going and making sure that female is safe and is able to live her life with her family without having to have any risk placed towards her. And yes, it does happen where people will say to us, I don't want my husband arrested. But it happens. We do a risk assessment, and the worst case scenario for domestic abuse is murder. Most victims of homicide are victims of domestic abuse. They know their partners. Yes, you know their murderer. Yes, you have random attacks that take place in the street, but the most of the murders that take place in the UK are related to domestic related incidents. So if we weren't to do anything as police officers and we were to leave it, we'd be heavily criticised. So an arrest would take place, but usually if it's a first-time offender, and they may not know, that that's what's occurred, and usually the police can be seen as a scare tactic. That perpetrator to think, well, I've been arrested, nothing has happened. They may have. The victim may not want to take it any further, so the police would in some circumstances take the victim's wishes on board and close the case we have a report is created, but then if that person in a year's time, 2 years time, 3 years time reports something, we'd be able to look back on our database and go, well, 3 years ago you did exactly the same, and we wouldn't be as lenient as we possibly could have done the first time round. But it does stop people. It does stop, and people do think twice about committing that second offence once they've been arrested the first time round for a domestic related incident, because it does give that fear factor to them to think, well, I could get arrested, my name may appear in the paper, and that's something that I don't want.
And what was the names of the outreach I think you mentioned before? Can you just repeat that again? Independent
Domestic Violence Advisors, they're called IDVAs, but the charity that you can speak to is Refuge. So Refuge it's a UK charity. If you was to type it into the internet, it comes up with an email address, a website, a contact number, and they can provide that additional support to victims. We also have a victim support, is a 24-hour support line that helps victims of crime, and there is a 24-hour in the UK, a national domestic abuse helpline as well.
Great, thank you. And I know we have viewers around the world, and I would like to just mention to the men and women that are getting any kind of abuse to please reach out to someone, either a friend or a family member, and just let them know what's going on. There's no need to be living in that kind of situation, and there is help out there in whatever country that you are from. There is help out there, so just do reach out for that help. And Detective Kamal, you did mention something else. You said that there is a rise in the abuse for men out there. That's a stigma that a lot of people don't really talk about. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, men don't talk about it. It's maybe about 5 years ago it was non-existent reporting wise, and probably only because it's maybe seen as a sign of weakness for them if they're being attacked by their wife. But we do now see a lot of same-sex relationships, marriages. So we do see reports within the LGBT community of domestic abuse, but that's only 1%. So if you look at the 10%, 5 to 10% of domestic abuse is reported by men, and only 1 is from the LGBT community, you do begin to get more men reporting abuse because they may be suffering from domestic abuse. You do get now that we live in an age where women are rightly going out and earning more money than men. A number of years ago, the men were seen as the breadwinners in most families, but now women will happily go out, strive and rightly get the well-paid jobs. And the men, we see men staying at home, maybe doing part-time hours, looking after the children, and there becomes a bit of control in that environment where the woman will then start controlling the husband about what they do, where they go, who they speak to, and then that element of financial abuse starts with, which could then turn into physical assaults, and then that would leave the man vulnerable because they would be thinking, well, I live in a house, I've got the children, if I was to leave, I wouldn't be in this environment. The same as the women, what the women go through, the men are now going through as well because of the change in dynamics in some households. And it should be reported. We, as men, and I've taken reports, and I've run the departments for domestic violence where we have taken men on, and the staff that we have can deal with it as the same as they would if they were dealing with a female. There's no stigma from us. This domestic violence isn't a laughing matter. It's taken seriously, and if someone anywhere in the world was to report domestic violence, a male coming to us and saying they've been assaulted by a female, we'd take that report and we wouldn't be judging anyone at all because it does happen. And and you said earlier, before you spoke to me, about anywhere in the world there are people that you can talk to. There are, but we need people to report it. we need as people ourselves, we need to make sure that everyone's okay. You need to ask your friends or go back to, if you don't want to, if you're on this website and you're listening and you think, well, I'm domestic violence, but it may trigger that you might find that one of your friends may be, because you've seen the signs. Reach out to them, ask them, are you okay? How are you doing? And this is about well-being. Most of the talks I've been listening to have been about well-being, and well-being is about our own well-being. So we should be asking people, are you okay? Is everything okay? Is there anything you want to talk about? And someone might not open up, but you might get somebody say, actually, do you know what? Something is wrong. And just listen to them, see what you can, what they have to say. And the internet is a wonderful place. Anywhere in the world, you can type in domestic abuse and it will bring you to the best sites for you to go onto and report or seek advice on what your next steps can be. But do not suffer in silence at all. And apologies that this is not the talks I've been listening today have been great, and this is a bit of a morbid subject, unfortunately, domestic abuse, but it does happen. It just needs to be highlighted a bit more within our communities.
Thank you, Detective Kamal. And the last question I have is emotional abuse. A lot of people that are emotionally abused don't even know they're emotionally abused because they've just been in that relationship for so long. Can you just give us a few tips for those kind of victims? What does emotional abuse look like?
Emotional abuse would be putting someone down all the time, maybe saying that they're not doing the right thing. That's not right. It might be about their weight. Someone might look good, and you'll be emotionally abusing them about their weight, the way that they look, the way that they've done their hair. And what that does is you keep digging at somebody, it breaks them down emotionally, and it causes that sense of the fact that they don't feel worthy enough. And the line we see that men would say to women is that no one else will have you. I'm the only person that will be with you. No one else is gonna be with you. And you start losing that self-esteem, and you actually believe what that person is telling you. And if you leave that relationship, you will think that no one else you're not going to get with anybody else. But it comes back to a bit of control as well, because you're trying to control that person. And the advice there is, but be strong. We're all different. We're all human beings. We're all different. We all come in different shapes and sizes. And if someone is criticizing you about the way you look, the way you speak, the way you walk, you shouldn't be with that person. If you love somebody and you want to be with that person, then all you should be doing every day is paying them compliments. And it does start with small comments that are made that then turn quite nasty. And some people do accept it and think, oh, that's just the person that they are. But I would say, as someone that's experienced in dealing with domestic abuse, that actually isn't acceptable. And if someone is putting you down and making you feel like that, then you shouldn't be with them.
Well, thank you so much. And thank you, Detective Inspector Kamal. A lot of people don't realize that you're very highly ranked, and having someone like you on our platform has been such an honor. And thank you. I know we're taking you away from all the great work that you do out there. So thank you again, Detective Inspector Kamal.
Thank you very much. Namaste. And I hope everything goes well for everybody else later on.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So on a lighter note, now we have our very own Bollywood star, and her name is Simran Ahuja. Now, she has recently been starred in a movie called Zindagi Tunse, and she's been titled Miss India 2013. She's also an international celebrity anchor, and she's been doing a lot of things like the IFA Awards, Filmfare, Oscars, all the other global A-list events. Super talented. She's won awards, Daba. I can't even pronounce this award. I'm going to have to ask her which award that was. And she is a talented folk dancer. So can you imagine, we have on our team on Healing Our Earth our very, very own Bollywood superstar. Hello, Simran. How are you?
Not better than you. You're looking so lovely in pink, and that was something from deep within your heart. So I truly appreciate that. A global namaste to all the lovely souls across the world. And Sheila, you are as beautiful as ever inside out. It is such an honor and a privilege to be welcomed by you for a change. And welcome to the Healing Our Earth family. And I'm really happy to see you host the event as well. Absolutely, absolutely a pleasure for all of us to have you here. And how are you doing, sweetheart?
I'm good. I'm good. It's such an honor just to be on this platform, making a difference in the world. And when our wonderful friend and organizer Neil Kumar told me that I was going to be introducing you, I was like, what an honor! And you know, got big shoes to fit into because you're such a superstar in that field. And so it's quite an honor. And how are you doing? As usual, you look very beautiful and glamorous.
That's so kind of you. Thank you, Sheila. And I must appreciate the fact that I really enjoyed your session and all the information that I received from you 2 weeks back. Today is the wellness session, and we have a similar session we're starting with. And since Sheila is also a very, very renowned doctor, I'm going to truly take this opportunity of thanking Dr. Sheila Dobi from United States of America. Thank you so much, sweetheart. And I must tell you all the tips that you've given me to keep.
Did you give up sugar, Simran, like I suggested?
Yes. In my regular sessions, I do speak, and I do take your name as well. The entire credit goes to you from USA. So thank you so much. And Healing Our Earth is one platform where we always speak about wellness and well-being. After all, we are all spiritual souls going through this human experience, not merely human experience, aspiring to have that spiritual experience. And that is the reason, that is the only reason why we have this wondrous platform, which really makes everyone hale and hearty inside out. Humble thanks to you once again, Dr. Sheila Dobi from USA. And I truly, truly thank you for a wondrous introduction and for being here with us on Healing Our Earth.
Great. And I'm looking forward to your session, and I'll see you soon.
This is something very interesting. Our first session is exactly what you would like to know. So let's get started. I'm truly, truly delighted. At first, let me thank Kamal for all the insights you've given us on domestic violence, and especially at the time of today when we're all at home. Since the past couple of months, most of us are still at home. And since the past couple of months, yes, domestic violence has taken its own space. And of course, thank you so much for really, giving us the insight and speaking about the expertise. Kamal, thank you so much for that. We are truly, truly honored to have with us Dr. Pawan Kumar, who shall speak about something which is again very important. As you always say, we are what we eat. The moment we put something in our mouth, we talk about the mouth and oral hygiene. Yes. So we're going to talk about our mouth and our health and the connection between the two. So Pawan is qualified from the Royal London Hospital Medical College in 1993 and is an immensely dedicated dentist with over 25 years of experience. He's a practice owner, a dental educator, and has worked in many specialties, including oral surgery, root canal treatment, as well as biomimetic dentistry. At the core are his important aspects that he looks forward to. But besides this, he's also a meditator, a student, and a teacher with the Brahma Kumaris. And that is, the great feeling of really having the spiritual feeling in every single thing that we do in life. The health of your mouth is being able to smile, speak, chew, swallow, and express feelings without pain, discomfort, and disease. It gives you the confidence to live, work, and play. Oral health is important for well-being and quality of life. Your mouth can tell you a lot about the health of your body. It can also show signs of other diseases and has a two-way relationship with our general health. Oral diseases can cause poor health as well, overall general health, and the poor general health can lead to oral health problems, which definitely, shall be taken care of. And who better than Dr. Pawan Kumar from UK shall highlight us on this. And remember, he has the spiritual touch to it, which truly makes it completely magical. May we please welcome Dr. Pawan Kumar. The Global Namaste.
Hello, welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, Simran. Lots of great work over the weeks with this whole platform. So it's a great honor
to join you with my little insights of health aspects in your mouth. So basically, I've got half an hour and there's so much to share. So I'm going to try to keep it fairly short and as relevant as possible. So I'll try not to use too many technical scientific terms, but just trying to drill down to, the audience, what the most important things are. So I was going to start with a couple of facts. Like 90% of all life-threatening diseases will have some oral manifestations, i.e. there will be some signs of that in your mouth. So that's how important it is. So I know in the UK especially, 50% of the population don't visit their dentist. But the dentist, who's well-trained and who's averse with all the things that can be picked up in the mouth is quite an important link in detecting other diseases as well. So it's quite important to visit your dentist very regularly. By all means, go to a GP and get some advice. And if he's unsure, he may say, go see your dentist. But I want to talk about a few points about why is it important, because the reason why it's important, and Simran said, is that your mouth is the first point of digestion. So if you imagine your mouth, it's the entry point into your body. And in your mouth, there's bacteria. In all our body, there's bacteria. But the balance of that bacteria is very important. So if you imagine every swallow you take, there's about thousands of bacteria that you swallow. So every swallow you have, you're swallowing thousands of bacteria. So wouldn't you want those bacteria to be the right type of bacteria, the balanced, healthy type of bacteria? I'm sure you would. So it's very important of how we nurture that. So it's important to create an environment in your mouth that's healthy. And I know people go on about brushing your teeth and flossing your teeth and making sure you brush after dinner and brush before bed and brush in the morning. And some people find that a chore when they skip brushing, but it's very, very important. And in this talk, I'll highlight a few points which may give you the importance of good oral hygiene. So the first couple of things is just brushing, simply brushing well. The main point of brushing is not how hard and how fast you do it, but technique is important and how long you do it for. So what you want to do with a brush is make sure you use it correctly, but use it for the right amount of time. I know we have busy mornings, we all want to rush off to work, so it's a quick off you go. You think you brush your teeth. But if you actually stand there and say, look, to brush your teeth, you need a minimum of 2 minutes. And 2 minutes seems like an eternity. So, for a little trick, what I would do is maybe get somebody else and say, look, I'll tell you when I think 2 minutes is up, but you tell me what the actual time is. And I bet you, a lot of you, after 40 seconds, 50 seconds, a minute and 10 seconds, will say 2 minutes. So your perception of 2 minutes is very wrong compared to what actually 2 minutes is. So I say you've got to brush for at least 2 to 5 minutes to do it properly. But I'm not going to go into the technique of brushing, but let you know how important it is. I'm sure there's lots of videos and your dentist can tell you how to brush properly. But one important thing I want to highlight about oral hygiene is flossing or cleaning in between your teeth. Now, if you don't do any flossing or cleaning in between your teeth, what you're doing is you're not cleaning 35% of your mouth, of your teeth. So imagine that. You're not cleaning 35%. So it's like having a shower, but maybe not washing one leg and a bit of your back, or not washing one arm and half your leg. So you're not really cleaning your mouth fully. So again, I really stress to my patients and to anybody's listening that it's so, so important to get into a good habit of using floss or using an interdental brush. It's a brush that you push in between your teeth. Again, you'll find lots of videos online and talk to your dentist and he'll explain what it is. But the important thing about oral hygiene is doing it properly, but also make sure that you include interdental, cleaning in between the teeth, because if you don't, you're missing out 35% of the area that needs to be cleaned. And that is where the bacteria live and breed and grow. And that's what causes gum disease eventually. So I've mentioned about, bacteria in our body and bacteria in our mouth. And the first point of digestion is the mouth. So chewing our food properly and having a good balance of bacteria being well hydrated, so we've got good saliva. So chewing our food properly, make sure we break it down properly so we're not swallowing too early with big bits of food, because then that needs to be digested by the gut, which will need more time. So breaking your food down, allowing your enzymes from the saliva to start having the action will aid the process of digestion. So avoid things like indigestion and things like that. So it's very important that the first step of digestion is your mouth. So chewing properly, having a clean mouth, so you're having the right bacteria that are getting involved with digestion are there as well. So some people have mentioned it already, but the gut is like the second brain, the gut brain. So the intimate relationship from your mouth to your gut is quite important, because what goes in ends up being down in your gut. So if your bacteria in your mouth aren't the right ones and the balance isn't great, those bacteria can get into your gut. And there is a two-way thing going on where food going in goes into your system with the bacteria, and then that upsets the gut, but also there's a gut bacteria refluxing back in the mouth. So that's quite a unique balance. And having a good diet, like it's been mentioned before, it's so important. Having a plant-based diet, lots of fresh green vegetables, fruits, absolutely vital and important. But again, there's lots of advice online, and your dentist will talk about good diet and how to maintain a healthy balance, eating the right types of foods. Excuse me. But I want to talk about two things. Dental disease. It's essentially, as you probably all know about, is dental decay or having a cavity, and gum disease. Those are two major diseases. But I'm not going to talk too much about that. I'm going to mention them briefly. To understand how to prevent disease in the mouth in the first place, I've mentioned good brushing, but also diet is important. Now, to get decay, you need two things. You need bacteria and you need sugar. Add those two things together, you get acid produced in the mouth. And then acid and a tooth will cause a cavity. And that's as simple as that. So having a low sugar diet is quite important, because that will prevent cavities, and cleaning your teeth well is very, very important. And the other thing, gum disease, which is probably a bit more important, is gum disease. And pretty much 95% of the world's population suffer from that. And there's two levels. One is where your gums just bleed, and that happens once or twice a day, or once or twice a week, or even less frequent. And that's called gingivitis. That's just a superficial inflammation. But then there's proper gum disease called periodontitis, where the gum disease goes from the gum level high up into the lower levels of your gum. And that's a bit more problematic, and I'll talk more about that. But again, the steps to avoid it are very simple: good diet, brushing your teeth well, and flossing. And that will make a huge difference to that health. Now, in the limited time that I have, and there's a lot to cover, but I want to cover gum disease and the four main diseases that are associated with it. So there's a link between gum disease and diabetes. There's a link between gum disease and heart conditions. And there's a link between gum disease and Alzheimer's disease, dementia. So that's quite a few big diseases to cover. And there's a kind of a link, two-way link between those three. And the fourth thing I wanted to mention was oral cancer, and I'll talk about that later. But let's start with diabetes. So diabetes, especially for the type 2 diabetes patients, they tend to have a 3 times greater risk than the normal population of having gum disease and having other tooth problems. And the reason being that if your type 2 diabetes isn't well controlled, you have increased levels of sugar in the blood. That then translates to increased levels of sugar in your saliva, which then the bacteria loves sugar, and the bacteria's favorite food is sugar. They'll eat that sugar, and then they'll produce their toxins, which will then cause gum disease and also possibly other tooth decay. But it's not only there diabetes has a trouble. The other problem with diabetes and gum disease is that diabetes actually affects or causes diseases of the blood vessels. And what happens again, the blood vessels get damaged in your gums, and therefore the flow of blood is reduced, and therefore the healing capacity of those gums is reduced, and therefore you're more likely, even though you're brushing really well and flossing really well, the chances of getting gum disease are much higher because of that lower circulation. And the third important thing with diabetes is you have a reduced resistance to infection. So again, if you're not cleaning very well and you're leaving bacteria behind, that are eating away that sugar, again, your chance of getting gum disease is much higher. So you can see how important gum disease and diabetes is. And also, gum disease can make diabetes worse. So I wouldn't say gum disease on its own will give you diabetes, but gum disease can affect your diabetes or make it worse, or make the control of it more difficult. And the main thing, and I'll repeat this again in the talk, is that it's an inflammatory process. And inflammation in the body, as we all know, is very problematic. So what happens is the gums get inflamed, and the sign of inflammation of the gums is redness, the gums feeling sore, and the very obvious telltale sign is bleeding of the gums. And that's inflammation. So what happens when you've got inflamed gums, those inflammatory markers then go into the bloodstream, and that then causes the problem where you can actually make your diabetes a bit worse. So it's that control of inflammation that's very, very important with diabetes. So that's a very big topic. And, you know, diabetes, especially in the UK, we find that the Asian population are more prone to it. And also I've noticed, talking to my doctor friends, that some of the population, especially again in the Asian population, they don't take diabetes as seriously as they should do. So it's very important to understand that with diabetes, you need good oral health, you need good gum condition, and you really need to go see a dentist very regularly. So the other disease I want to talk about with relates to your mouth is heart disease. So some of you may think, well, how does heart disease and your mouth have a correlation? Well, there was a study, in fact, there was a review of 120 studies done to find out what actually is the link between gum disease or oral disease and your heart disease. And from this study, there wasn't a general consensus, but what they came up with the fact that gum disease by itself is a risk factor for coronary artery disease. Coronary artery disease, which is basically the blood vessels around your heart. And what that does, I'll come back to that. What with that also is the gum infections also cause a disease of blood vessels, and that then leads to stroke. So coronary artery disease are the arteries around your heart, and sometimes if they get blocked or they're not functioning well, and that can then cause strokes and stuff. And the reason what they found is that the bacteria that are involved in gum disease are also involved in heart disease. And what they found is, again, that inflammation have certain markers that are also checked in heart disease patients. So there's a correlation definitely between heart disease. And we're told to educate our patients. And I can try and say to you that, again, good oral hygiene, good oral health would be reducing a risk factor for heart disease and coronary artery disease. The other thing also I want to mention briefly also is that gum disease and Alzheimer's, dementia. Again, it's a very strange link that you wouldn't even think about. But again, studies are showing that some of the bacteria that are responsible for gum disease are also now found in some of the lesions in the brain. And what happens is some of those bacteria migrate to the brain. And when the bacteria get there, they're not in their normal environment. And what they do, when they produce their toxins, those toxins then affect the neurons of the brain, which then causes the brain faculties to not function as normal and then cause a dementia. So that's one way the bacteria of the gum disease have a role in Alzheimer's and dementia. And the other thing is that these bacteria also produce another chemical, amyloid beta, which basically causes some like thickening or hardening of the vessel. And again, those again have been found that you get brain lesions where there's a thickening of the brain cells that can then lead to dementia. So I hope I'm not painting too grim a picture, but I'm just highlighting how important gum health, oral health is. And it's even more imperative knowing how easy it can be to keep your oral health and your gum condition, your tooth condition very well and very safe. Like I said, simple brushing, cleaning with the floss and the little interdental brush which you push between the teeth. And a good diet is all that you need to control the bacterial harmony in the mouth, which then controls the bacterial harmony in the gut, because the bacteria, what they call the microbiome, where all the bacteria live, that then translates into your gut if it's not healthy. So if you imagine a healthy organization of bacteria then translating into your gut, that can then have gut trouble. So it's so important to look after that. And the last thing I really want to mention is oral cancer. Now, oral cancer is very prevalent. And in the UK, I think there's about 8,000 cases in the UK, roughly on average. And we find that 1 in 50 cases are all, of all cancers is oral cancer. So 1 in 50 is oral cancer. And out of all the cancers, it's the 6th most common in the world. Now, the thing with oral cancer is the type of cancer in the mouth can be very aggressive. However, picked up early and treated, it also has high success rates as well. So if it's picked up early, there's a 9 out of 10 chance you'll be fine. You may need some surgery, but chances are you'll be fine. If it's not detected and picked up early, it can progress rapidly, and then the outcomes aren't so good. So again, the importance of going to the dentist, not just for a dental checkup and a gum checkup, but an oral health checkup. So they, the dentist will look at your lips, he'll look at the outside of the mouth, he'll look at the inside, he'll look at your tongue, underneath your tongue, the cheek, the back of the throat. So all these checks go on. They may not say I'm doing a cancer check, because it can be quite scary when the dentist goes, I'm going to do a cancer check now. Don't just say I'm having an examination, but he's looking at all those things. So the dental checkup, even though you may think, oh, he's not doing much, he's looking expertly into your mouth and looking for any problems that may arise. And for the person at home like yourself, and even for myself, we'll check for signs. And the simple signs I would say to really look out for is if you have a soreness in your mouth that's not going away by itself, normally takes 10 to 14 days. If it's not healing like a normal ulcer, then that's a sign that you need to go in and show it to your dentist. The other obvious signs are looking for lumps, numbness, any bleeding or any patch on the inside of your lip, on the side of your tongue, anywhere in your mouth where you think that patch looks a little suspicious. They normally tend to be red or white or speckled in color. So if you spot anything, it's always best to go in. It's always best to say, oh, that's nothing, rather than say, oh, I'll be fine, I'll be fine, I'll be fine. And when you go in, it's been a month or 2 months. Like I said, early detection is so important. So, I always say to patients, look, I really wish you'd come in and bother me, and I'd rather say to you, that's nothing, don't worry about it, rather than say to you down the line, 2 months, 3 months down the line, I wish you'd come to me earlier. See, so always pay attention and look into your mouth and just, bother your dentist, get him to check it out. Now, the thing with oral cancers, and I'm sure all of you know this, and I won't touch on it too much, but the main causes are bad diet, smoking, alcohol intake, tobacco products. And those tobacco products include anything. It could also be secondhand smoking, which means that you may not be a smoker, but if you've come across people who smoke in the same room, that can cause it as well. But I suppose for the Asian community who also have betel nut in their diet as not a general thing, but sometimes they have it as a separate thing to eat. Betel nut is known to be a major cause of oral cancer as well. So we're seeing that quite a lot. What betel nut does, it produces toxins, and those toxins then will cause other lesions in the brain as well. It will definitely exacerbate cancer. Betel nut on its own is known to be toxic, but betel nut, when it's eaten in quids, or what they call pan, when it has tobacco and lye and other things in there, that is definitely has a higher potential of causing cancer as well. So, people who eat betel nut need to be very, very careful. And it's like they're saying small amounts of betel nut may be okay, but it's a cumulative effect. So if you're having small amounts, it will still add up over the years. So it's a sustained effect that we worry about. And some studies are showing that if you're having 8 grams, which is not much, 8 to 30 grams of betel nut regularly, the risks of that is death. It's very serious. So there's lots of messages going out about betel nut chewing because it doesn't get as much notice as tobacco. So I've touched upon some grim statistics and some diseases which I'm sure all of you have heard about. And throughout today's talk, you've heard about the importance of maintaining a balanced diet, looking after your gut. And, I'm saying the same thing. You have to have a balanced diet. You have to look after the gut by looking after the mouth. Because like I said, it's the gateway. The mouth is the gateway to your gut. And we really want to make sure that whatever goes through that gate, you wouldn't let strangers into your house, or you wouldn't let anybody that looks a bit aggressive into your house. So in the same way into your mouth, put in what you would like to put in. Simran said, we are what we eat, which is absolutely true. So eat wholesome, loving foods, and like ourselves, we become wholesome and loving ourselves. So it's very, very important that we pay this due care and attention to our mouth and look at all the signs to keep ourselves safe. So there's lots more I can talk about, but I'm going to stop there with a few minutes to go, and I'm just going to ask if Simran has any questions or thoughts on what I've said that may be important that I may have missed out, or if she wants me to touch upon it a bit more, I can speak a bit more about that.
That's very, very kind of you. Thank you very much, Dr. Pawan Kumar at first. And we have a couple of questions to start with. You did mention that we need to brush at least 2 minutes, and most of us don't realize. We think it's few seconds and we realize it's 2 minutes. But what about flossing? Do we have to, every time we brush, we have to do flossing, or flossing is good once a day, or how many times a week?
So with flossing, it's a great question. With flossing, once a day is absolutely fine, as long as it's done correctly. And the best time to do it at night time, because during the day we've been eating all day long, we've been consuming foods. So if we can floss at night time, what we're doing is we're removing as much of the food debris in between the gums and the teeth. So overnight, the mouth is a warm, it's an absolute fantastic playground for the bacteria. So if you floss once a day at night time, or use the interdental brushes in between the teeth, that would be enough. If you do it more often, great, but at least once a day would be adequate.
And the second question is regards dairy products. What do you have to say about the dairy products? Is it that they are really not great for hygiene? Every time we have dairy products, we should be brushing our teeth. Is that just to be on the safety side? Is it a good bacteria, or what is it?
So I think with dental products, I think there's a huge industry. I think there's $1 billion industry for dental products just to make your breath fresh. And bad breath is simply caused by the bacteria left in your mouth by not flossing. So by just buying a simple packet of floss costing a few pennies or a pound or two, cleaning in between that would reduce some of that bacteria, which could then reduce bad breath. And if you're hydrating really well, you could solve that problem. So the mouthwashes I find are a bit gimmicky. Your dentist will advise you which is the best mouthwash if you have a particular problem. So if you're suffering from, say, sore gums after having some gum surgery or a wisdom tooth taken out, he may recommend a mouthwash. If you have sensitive teeth, he may recommend a mouthwash which is high in fluoride. I know some people don't like fluoride in their toothpaste and mouthwashes, but as a dentist and a scientist, fluoride is known to reduce sensitivity and reduce decay. So I don't say to patients, have additional things. Just pray that they brush your teeth properly for the right amount of time, twice a day, and floss, and that's normally adequate. And one of the best mouthwashes, the simplest and the best mouthwashes, is warm water with a little bit of salt, and that will do wonders as well. So you don't have to spend lots on the products.
Yeah, and that's very important, especially in a day of today, where we always talk about, immunity and taking care of that as well. We also have a question. What is your opinion about fluoride and mercury fillings?
So my thoughts first. My thoughts are, I know fluoride is good for your teeth. So I know some people are anti-fluoride, but fluoride, anything, too much of it is toxic. So too much vitamin C is toxic, too much vitamin D is toxic. So fluoride, in the amount in toothpaste for me, it's in parts per million. It's very, very small. So to have any toxic effect of toothpaste, you've got to eat like an Olympic-sized swimming pool of toothpaste in one sitting to die from it. So it's quite inert in my opinion. So I would always urge my patients to use a fluoridated toothpaste. So when someone said, "Well, what's the best toothpaste?" I said, one that you like the taste of, and secondly, the one that has fluoride. And that's the best toothpaste. Now, some people may not have fluoride for various reasons. That's fine as well, but they must understand that without fluoride, the chance of tooth decay is much higher. But they can combat that with brushing, flossing, and also having a low sugar diet, because that's the other ingredient needed to cause decay. So if you are using a non-fluoridated toothpaste, then really, really, you have to brush well and make sure you have a very low sugar diet. Now with amalgam, again, looking at it from my perspective as a scientist and a dentist, I have amalgam or mercury fillings and they're fine. I would still use them in patients. I know some patients find that they find the mercury is toxic. But yes, it is a heavy metal and it's a poison in high doses. And the reason why mercury became a big taboo issue was the industry was pumping out a lot of mercury through their waste into the rivers and waters, and that was then polluting our food. And there was a high level of mercury in the ecosystem. And then they thought, what other way can we reduce it? Oh, in dental fillings. So studies have shown that dentists, I've been breathing in mercury vapor for 25 years, and there's no problem. There's been long-term studies that dentists who have been working with mercury for decades have no higher risk profile to diseases compared to the normal population. However, if you have certain sensitivities and you do want to do without mercury fillings, then that's fine as well. But again, understand that the fillings that you replace them with are weaker and they need to be maintained for longer. And what I found anecdotally, the replacement fillings don't last as long. And I find a lot of people start afterwards to have those tooth colored fillings replaced at a much higher frequency. So to answer the question, yes, I would use metal fillings if the patient allows me, because I find it's a great material. If they say no for personal reasons, I'll respect that and do the best type of alternative filling that I can for them.
Sure, we do have a couple of more questions. Can we floss if we have veneers as one of them?
Can you floss if
we have veneers on?
Yes, absolutely. Because with the with the veneers, they should be individual. So you should be able to get between them. Where you can't floss is if you've got a bridge. And what that means is obviously your teeth are connected, there won't be any space to put the floss down in between it. So definitely you can floss between veneers, and you should do that. In the UK, we're really pushing our patients to see a dental hygienist who specialize in cleaning, and they will teach you and show you how to use it. So it's very, very important. I'm seeing more and more people with wonderful smiles and great looking veneers, but their gum health is not great. They're red and they bleed. And it's so disappointing. They spend thousands on veneers, but they don't really care for the gums. And I think that's the most important thing. What thing that really brightens my day up is when I see a 70-year-old who has the gums of an 18-year-old. The gums are pink, health, strong. It's so lovely to see someone taking care of their gums so well. Sounds a bit strange, but those kind of things really make me happy.
Dr. Pavan Kumar, I have one very, very important question to ask you, because it's only I can ask you that question because you also teach meditation and you believe in that spiritual world. Is there a connection especially when we say, we have toothache, does it have a mental connection as well and spiritual connection, that if you are spiritually inclined, maybe your teeth or your oral hygiene is not in a great condition, but you don't realize it just because you are into a different world altogether, into that meditation world. Does it really happen?
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. So spirituality for me has made me a better person overall, which also has made me a better clinician. So I think when I'm dealing with my patients, I'm really trying to engage with them. Obviously, they may not be spiritual, but my view of them, I see every patient as a spirit when they come. I don't see the physical form. So when a patient presents themselves, I just see their perfect form, their spirit, their soul. And I'm just looking at the soul and I'm exchanging this kind of sweet love as we're talking. And I'm creating such a safe environment for them that automatically, if they're coming with pain or trouble, they just feel at ease. And the connection that in my meditation I've developed with other humans is that it's a connection of security, a connection of trust, and a connection of deeper love. That, I will look them in the eyes and talk with them truthfully and say, look, I'm here to help you. I will do whatever I can in my powers to make it better for you. So, that connection at a human level, just by having those vibrations coming out of me into the room to the patient, automatically makes the patient feel a lot more comfortable, a lot more calmer. Their pain sensitivity reduces a little bit. So yes, it absolutely, definitely makes my working life easier. And patients do say they find that the environment is so much more comfortable and they're not so fearful. You mentioned root canal to a person or an extraction. All sorts of fears start coming in. But when they get there in a calm, relaxing environment, automatically they feel a lot more connected and a lot more able to go through the treatment in a much nicer place. And I think the second part of the question about health and spirituality, absolutely. I think, if we all have a healthy mindset, automatically our body tunes itself to be healthy. We automatically want to eat the right food. We automatically want to overindulge. We automatically want to take care of our body because there's an intimate relationship from our soul, our spirit, to the physical costume of the body. And we've been entrusted by the Supreme to look after the body. And so as a trustee, I would do everything to care for the body, health, exercise, yoga like you do. It's so important to have this holistic approach to look after every part of your body, every aspect of your body. So yes, I think the more spiritual related being would probably have a little bit more diligence and care to looking after not just the mouth, but all their body.
That was absolutely fantastic, Dr. Pawan Kumar. I'm going to truly take this opportunity of thanking you for all the great inputs you've given us and you've shared with us your expertise, because this is something so important. We always talk about simple things. Wake up in the morning and what is the first thing we do? Brushing. And if that is done properly, I think the entire day will go great because we are what we put in our mouth, as simple as that. I'm truly taking this opportunity of thanking you from all our heart for sharing with us such great knowledge. Dr. Pawan Kumar, thank you so much once again for being here with us on Healing Our Earth platform.
Thank you. Om Shanti. Namaste.
Om Shanti. And we truly loved the painting, which was there in the background as well, which gave us that beautiful, peaceful feeling. Thank you so much. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
To our lovely souls from across the world, that was Dr. Pawan Kumar, and our next session is as interesting as ever. I'm so delighted. In life, we say there are 4 aspects to be taken care of. One is breathing, one is asanas. As we say, yoga is very important. The third one is chakras, and the fourth is mudras. All these combined will give you that perfect, holistic, and spiritual health. And I'm so delighted to welcome our senior board member of our Healing Our Earth super supporter, dear Kamu Talon. Truly an honor for all of us to have you here. And before I invite her, please allow me to introduce this great Kamu Talon. I want to talk about her. She's from the UK, and she's going to talk about the breathing techniques and mudras for well-being. Kamu has been practicing yoga for the last 15 years on and off. She became an instructor about 8 years back. She runs her own business in the UK, a tour operator company called Golden Tours, and she's an accountant by profession. Yoga is a great passion, and she wants to give all she can to the participants. Kamu has been teaching yoga in the very authentic way, and she also specializes in breathing, asanas, chakras, and mudras. Mudras are done with the fingertips of both the hands, and it brings amazing results in the way acute disease and small ailments are taken care of. Some mudras can bring results within minutes, and some take a bit longer. They are good for participants who are not very flexible or mobile due to their illness or inflexibility, or because they had an operation or a surgery. Mudras can be done at any time, and this is the best part about it. Some, of course, have special times, but generally, all the mudras can be done at any time. So just like Vajrasana is to be done after meals, that's the only thing, but mudras can be done even after meals, most of them. So we are truly delighted and wholeheartedly welcome the very beautiful with great expertise in all the four aspects. Let us truly transform and get into a different world of fitness level altogether with Kamu Palin from the UK. A global namaste to you, Kamu.
Namaste, Simran. Thank you so much for the introduction. It was greatly done. And welcome everybody, the participants, and I thank the Heart on the Earth. They are doing a great job, and all the best to you for the participants. Here I am today, like Simran said, I'm trying to introduce mudras into the yoga, because at the moment everybody thinks yoga is just physical and the asanas and what have you. And they all think yoga is just that, but yoga is actually within. And a lot of breathing that you do and a lot of mudras that you can do is so much better with your body, especially for people who are not able to do the asanas. It's great to do asanas, it's give you the great flexibility, but I think nowadays yoga seems to be just very physical, and they've forgotten the authentic way, they've forgotten what other aspects of yoga are in life. So that's what I'm here for. And especially for breathing, we're going to learn a little bit different types of breathing today. And the first breathing is that, are we at all doing the correct breathing? And if you are, then this is how it should be going. The correct breathing is when you breathe in, the stomach bulges out. And when you breathe out, the stomach goes in. We try not to do the shallow breathing. Shallow breathing is when you breathe in and you breathe out straight away. You should relax and breathe in and breathe out with your stomach moving only. That is the way the breathing actually starts. And when you've got the right breathing, guys, you know what? Half the elements are gone. You don't really need any music for yoga. Your music is your own breathing. You listen to your breathing and see what it does within. It is the best music in the world. And this is what I believe in personally, that you don't really need, when you do yoga, you don't need any music, but choice is yours. So here we go. When we do breathing in and out, you need to sit into a very comfortable posture. I normally like to sit into a Vajrasana. A lot of people all over the world are not that, it's not possible for them to sit into that mudra because of the ailments that they might have, the knee problem, weight problem, this, that, and what have you. But believe you me, once you start sitting into Vajrasana, the benefits that you get is enormous. It actually produces white blood cells in the body that actually fights the bacteria, the viruses. So at this time of the COVID-19, this is the best postures to start sitting on. So the white blood cells are there to fight all the diseases that you might get or you might not get. So that's what the Vajrasana does. And also it helps in digestion. When you have your meals, if you sit into this posture, because like Simran said, this is the only posture to sit after your meals, anytime, breakfast, lunch, dinner, you sit like this and the digestion is speeded up. But again, lots of people are not able to do that. So we do mudras for that. So there are different types of mudras for different ailments. What I want to do with the breathing is, when you have problems with your ETN, ears, throat, and nose, which is a very common one. And I'm going to do different breathing just for the common ailments that everybody seems to have. the best one is to do the Bastrika. The Bastrika breathing is so many different types of Bastrika, but the one that I want to do, which can actually help with loads of ailments in the body, is breathing in. You press you have your hands nice and straight, elbows are straight, fingertips are nice and spread out, and you breathe in and you breathe out from the nose. When you breathe out, you make a big fist of your hands, and it should just be in line with your shoulders. That actually works with your ETN. It also works with your facial muscles, and you don't need to go to the parlor beauty to get your facial done. It's an all automatic. And once you start doing this, believe you me, the nose will get clean by itself, ears will clean by itself, the throat will clean by itself, less chances of having the sinus problems, respiratory problems, migraine, headaches. All that is done with this Bastrika. I will just demonstrate for a minute or so, and you can try yourself too. Participants, here we go. Breathing in. And this is how the breathing Bastrika is done. That will clear the whole of your ETN, migraine, also the glaucoma in the eyes. It works wonders. And the headaches also goes away with this Bastrika. You need to do this at least minimum of 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the evening, but before meals. So this is one type of breathing that can help so many different ailments. The second breathing I would like to do is Apan breathing, which is when people are walking, when they're doing the chores in the house, when they're doing the staircases in the house, or they have to climb the stairs, they get tired. They huff and puff. So the breathing, the respiratory system is not working. So what you need to do is you get the middle two fingers, little finger and the index fingers are away, and the thumb is touching the two middle fingers, and you put it on your lap, palms facing the sky, and you breathe in and breathe out. Before you do the staircase, before you want to go for a walk, before you want to do the chores in the house, if you sit like this for 5 minutes, again, this mudra can be done at any time, not before, after meals, none of that. You can do it 24/7, but like I said, some mudras can actually help if you do it early in the mornings. But this particular mudra is very good for your respiratory system, for your breathing, and any elements that you might have for that, it will help you. It will help you to breathe clear. You watch it with your mind's eye, how your breathing goes. When you are sitting like this, nice and beautiful, closing your eyes, breathing in, the stomach bulges out, and breathing out, the stomach goes in. There is no pressure at all. The thumb is feather touching the two fingers to get the maximum of the breathing. So this is your Apan breathing, Apan mudra, and it helps you with your respiratory system and also helps you not getting tired when you're walking for an hour. Some people actually wait, sit, hold on for a while before they start again. So this particular mudra, when you are walking, you can be walking with this mudra like this. Believe you me, it will help you a great deal. You will not get tired at all. Even when you're doing the staircases, there's no lift in the houses, so you walk like this upstairs, you will not get tired. You will be able to do the staircases, all the 2-3 flights, whatever you want to do, without getting tired. So Apan mudra, that's how that is important. Now, the other elements that we also worry about is the constipation problems. A lot of people have got constipation all over the world. And what do they do? First thing they do is just go to the pharmacy, get some medication, and because they're taking medication for the constipation, they need another medication for recovering that constipation problem. You don't need to do all that. All you need to do is a beautiful Suchi mudra, which is the index finger. The 3 fingers are bending in your palms. The thumb is touching your ring finger, and you are just pointing your index finger facing the sky. Not going straight like this, just slanting. And you just breathe in and breathe out. Again, this mudra can be done at any time, not before, after meals, none of that. So this can be done. This is the whole beauty about mudras, that you can do it anytime. And believe you me, you don't need anything. You have your 24/7, your body with you. So you are in a hotel, you're traveling, you're in an airplane, you're in a train, you're in a traffic jam, somebody else is driving, you're sitting. Use your hands. Do different types of mudras, and you will see the wonders that it does. Loads of mudras actually clear even the biggest of the diseases, acute diseases. It has cleared a lot of people with these mudras, and they are only to be done with your fingertips. You can do anytime. So that's what it is for acute constipation. This is how you sit down, watch the box, sit like this for 5-10 minutes, and you will see the results straight away. This is called the Suchi Mudra for your acute constipation. 15 minutes if you've got very big time problem with constipation, 15 minutes every mudra that you want to do, it will release, it will do your ailments good. So that's what that is for. And now the other main problem with everybody is the gas in the body. The foul gas that we create by eating all the junk, even no matter what, it depends how your body works and all that. So everybody collects foul gas in the body. How do you get rid of the gas? Now, if you don't get rid of the gas, what happens? You get little ailments in the body. Sometimes you get big time acute ailments in the body. Your stomach is always painful. You get burns and aches in the stomach, in the heart, in the chest, and whatever. And you just don't feel right. And when there's too much gas in the body, you're not going to be able to walk nice and beautiful and straight, are you? So to reduce the gas in the body, you don't need any asanas. Again, you can do with the index finger. You bend it towards your thumb at the base of your thumb, and the thumb goes over it, the 3 fingers together and on your lap. This can be done sitting on a chair, on the ground, on your mat, on a sofa set, on your bed where you're watching the box. No problem at all. This is the whole beauty about mudras. The body is with you 24/7. You don't have to worry about getting the props, getting this, going to the gym to get rid of this and that and what have you. But mudras help a great deal. Vayu mudra for your gas problems. So this is what it is. And instead of going to the doctors for the excess water in the body, what do? The little 2 fingers, you bend it towards your thumb, at the base of your thumb. Thumb is over your little finger. The 3 fingers are together. Again, you just breathe in, breathe out to get rid of the excess water in the body. Now, a lot of people, when they have got excess water in the body, what do? They run to the doctors, to the pharmacy, get those tablets to get rid of the water. Not necessary. Just do this. It will save you money. It will save the doctors and NHS money, in England especially. Let other people who really need it, let them go to the doctors and let them get the free medications. Otherwise, nice Varun Mudra, this is called. Varun Mudra is helping with the excess water in the body. Breathing in and breathing out. Making sure minimum of 15 minutes of mudras. Some mudras actually can work within seconds. It's unbelievable how it works, because all the medication that you need is within you. You don't have to go outside, get them. You just need to learn how to use your mudras, how to use your breathing. It's amazing. The other breathing that we want to learn is the Kumbhak breathing. Kumbhak breathing is whereby all the bubbles, the blockages that we have in the body, we have got thousands and hundreds of them in the body. That is why we get all these ailments in the body. So to get rid of all these blockages, there are little bubbles, and they will stop the circulation in the body. It will stop the prana to go through. So you start getting ailments. Now, to get rid of all these bubbles, what do you need is kumbhak breathing. What is a kumbhak breathing? It is you breathe in and you hold your breath. And when you're ready, you breathe out with the stomach going in gently. There's no need to move your upper abs. No need to do all that stuff. Breathing is just relaxing. Kumbhak breathing. Try it, participants. See what happens. Hands can be into any mudra you like. Gnan mudra if you like for concentration. The index finger and the thumb touching. Very feather touching. No need to press hard at all in the mudras. Feather touch does wonders to your body. And you breathe in. If you want to hold your breath a little longer, then what you need to do is your tongue should be touching the upper palate, the tip of the tongue touching the back of your front teeth. You will be able to stay up longer and hold the breath. Kumbhak breathing, it's called. Holding the breath will release all those bubbles that are blocking everywhere in the body. There are thousands of them. The more you do kumbhak breathing, the better the circulation in the body for you, better prana goes in life for you, and less chances of getting the ailments in the body. And the other mudra that I really wanted to show you is the painkiller one. We have a painkiller in our body. Why do you need to go to the doctors, to the pharmacy to get the painkillers? And when you get the painkillers, okay, relief for just a few seconds, few hours. Every 3 hours, you're being asked to take the painkiller to relieve any pain in the body that you have. All you have to do is a Mukula mudra. Mukula mudra is making all the fingers together, the thumbs touching like a beak mudra in English. Otherwise, it's called Mukula mudra. Now, this mudra is a very special one. You hold these just about 5 minutes or a few minutes, in some of the cases, just seconds, and you will feel that beautiful energy being produced, absolutely pure energy being produced. And that energy, the divine energy, take it to the parts of the body that you want to heal them, where the pain is. Assume the pain is in your knees. All you have to do is make a Mukula mudra, take it to the knees, hold it there, watch your books, talk to your friends, listen to the music, do whatever you want. The pain will go away. Try this. Let me know what happens. Anywhere in the stomach, you just hold it. When you got your heart problems, you hold it on your heart here. Just making a Mukula mudra, get in there. Both the hands. You see somebody having a heart attack or a heart stroke. If you want, you can help them quickly make a big mudra, put it on their heart, or even if your energy gets into his heart or her heart when they're having an attack or a stroke, you put it there, believe you me, it will work wonders. The heart will start pumping and the prana will start beautiful. The pain will go away. So this is what it is. And the last mudra that I would like to show is, the time being what we have, I only got half an hour here. So the other mudra that I wanted to do was the asthma mudra. A lot of people suffer for this, hay fever and asthma attacks. And what do? They have to remember to carry this pump 24/7 with them. When they forget, what will happen? People die with this asthma attacks. So you don't want that. All you have to do is, with the middle finger of both hands, the nails are touching, only nails touching. All the other fingers are separated, including the thumb. And you just let go. This is called the asthma mudra. You breathe in and breathe out. When you see somebody having an asthma attack, they don't have a pump or they don't have a tablet or whatever they might be taking, then try to put their hands like this for them and you will see the asthma attack will stop. And people suffering from asthma, you don't need tablets, you don't need those pumps, you don't need this, that, and everything else. Just do this on a regular basis, 15 minutes a day, any time of the day, and it will work wonders on you guys. Asthma mudra. This is what it is. The other breathing that I really wanted to show you was the Ida, the Pingola, and the Sushumna Nadi. 3 main nadis. The Ida has got 32,000 nadis attached to it, and 36,000 Pingola Nadi attached to it, and they all connect to the navel. That is why the navel is so important. Life starts from the navel. When a woman gets pregnant, what happens? First thing, the navel is being produced in the baby with an umbilical cord, the connection. So that is why you need your Ida, Pingola, and Sushumna Nadi, all 3 nadis to work wonderful. And how do you work on that one? The first 2 fingers, the left hand into your Gnan Mudra or any mudra, the gas mudra you can have, the Varun Mudra you can have a Pan Mudra, pick your choice. Gnan Mudra for concentration. The first 2 fingers of your right hand between your eyebrows. Close your right nostril with the right thumb and just breathing out from the left. A few rounds of that. From the left nostril, always start with the Ida, the moon nadi. It's a cool nadi. Never start with the hot nadi. Cool nadi, start with Ida nadi, and Ida nadi, 36,000 nadis inside will get rejuvenated. All the dead cells will get rejuvenated by doing that. Blowing out only from the left nostril, that's your Ida nadi. Now you go for Pingola. Pingola nadi again, same thing. 2 big fingers between your eyebrows, but this time you're going to be closing with your ring finger, your left nostril, and blowing out only from the right. Here we go. And you relax your hands. So this is your Ida and Pingola worked out. And now you want to work out the Sushumna Nadi, which is connected from the crown all the way down to your Kundalini. And that will be activated. And how do you do that? Alternate, just by using the thumb and the ring finger. Why the ring finger? It works on your heart channel. The Nadi that is connected in your ring finger is connected to the heart. And the thumb is the fire energy, kills any bacteria and virus that gets in. So you do that, breathing in, out from the left, close your left with the ring finger, blowing out from the right. And this is doing the Sushumna Nadi, rejuvenating the Sushumna Nadi. Guys, the time is not permitted. I could go on and on and on, but I am sorry. I have to stop here, but I want to do just the last one for COVID-19, which is the Ganesha Mudra. Ganesha Mudra is the left hand, your diamond in front of you, near your chest. The right hand, the fingers together, you press them, thumbs going on the side, and you put it near your Hridaya chakra. You pull and push, and you breathe normally. You can be talking, watching the box anytime. This mudra actually works on your heart muscles, makes it strong, and your immune system makes it strong. No need to take any medication. Do this, do that, drink that, eat that vitamins, none of that. All you need is nice, beautiful Ganesha mudra. Simran, thank you so much. And Healing on Earth, I thank you for giving me an opportunity to be on Sky. Thank you so much all. Thank you, Simran. Any questions? Sorry, I've taken a bit longer.
We have lots of questions, Kamu. At first, let me thank you. Thank you so much. You've taken us into a different world. So as I mentioned it to everyone that yes, your level of fitness will go much, not just one notch higher, but much higher. And that is what exactly happened to us. We've done every single mudra with you. So Kamu, I'm going to ask you, I have a couple of questions. People have sent, the first question is that Is there any mudra for kids, like you taught us for the concentration, Jnana Mudra?
Yes.
Is there any mudra that kids can also do for concentration, which will help them in
Yes.
studying?
Sure, they can. All they have to do is index finger and the thumb touching gently and just breathe in and out. No music. Tell them music is their own breathing. Let them learn the breathing first. Breathing in and out. Breathing in, the stomach bulges out. And when you breathe out, the stomach goes in. This is a very good one for concentration. Definitely.
Even kids can do this, right?
Kids can do all the mudras that I have showed. Kids can do, adults can do, senior citizens can do, any age group can do.
So everyone has given great compliments and thanked you for the painkillers. You see, at times we don't have painkillers with us, and you've shown us a mudra so easily.
Yes, I tell you, it's amazing how the mudras work in everything, you know.
So true. Because they say it's all on the tip of our fingers, and everything, the entire health is on the tip of our fingers.
Absolutely. And you don't have to go on a diet. There is a diet mudra, not diet mudra, but losing weight mudra as well.
Right.
So no need to go on a diet and starve yourself. You live once, live it in full, babes. Yeah.
We love that. Kamu, there is also one more question which has come to us, and that is regards, overall health and losing weight. Is it okay if people do only mudras and not get into asanas? Is that also fine?
Yes, absolutely. Believe you me. For losing weight, that was one I wanted to show was the Pita Karan Mudra. Here.
Right.
The last two fingers, you bend it towards your middle palm and you put the thumb over it. The first two fingers, index and the middle finger together, and you just sit like this. Believe you me, no need to go on a diet. You don't have to give up on your chocolates and ice creams and all this beautiful, delicious food that everybody loves eating. Nobody likes going on a diet. Believe you me. But they all have to go because they think, oh, I can't go to the gym, and they keep on running to the gym and doing all this workout, and then they feel guilty. They want to eat something and they starve themselves. This is the mudra they have to do.
Beautiful.
This Pita Karan Mudra. That's all they have to do is just the last two fingers, bend it, thumb over it, two fingers together, and you can be sitting like this, no problem.
Sure. Also, Kamu, wanted to know, whenever we're doing any mudra, so if you're doing Jnana Mudra, is it important to have the palm towards the ceiling, or the palms can be downwards?
No, Jnana Mudra can be having it on the ceiling or below on the ground, facing the ground. No problem at all. But I like to do it facing the sky because the ground has got enough energy. And when you do the Jnana Mudra, especially for concentration, you need to actually face it to the sky, because the energy will be produced by doing this. A lot of energy is being produced, and when it is produced, it goes within back into your body. And if you if you have your Jnana Mudra facing the ground, then the energy will go on the ground. Why do you want to waste it? Energy, the ground has got enough energy. The energy you produce, which is so pure with your breath, it goes within you. Again, it just travels, and that's why Jnana Mudra is whereby you just bend your fingers a little bit so it doesn't go away. Now, if you have them flat like this, it will go to the ground. And if you bend them, it will just roll round, go round to your body everywhere. And this is the most beautiful one, especially when you do meditation. Wow, it's amazing.
Wow. Kamu, I'm sorry, we have a lot of questions, but due to time constraint, I can only take one last question with you, but we definitely want to ask you this one. Kamu, you spoke about the chakras in such a beautiful manner and the mudras. And, we are not talking about asanas at all. We only spoke about the breathing, the Bhastrika Pranayam, and we spoke about all the chakras and the mudras. So when we are doing the mudras, is it going to be much better if we have the Ashwini Mudra, the Mula Bandh, at the same time do the hands, that is the anus muscle, tighten it? Does it affect? Because I think it keeps your posture straight. Is there any connection with that?
Yes, 100%. That is a good connection when you do the Muladhara chakra, when you open the chakras. The mudras are in a different positions. You don't have to continuously sit on a Jnana Mudra or the other mudras. But yes, every chakra has its own mudra. Every chakra has its own sound. There are different mudras that is done. If you want to open your, for example, your Hriday chakra, Anahat chakra, then the hands go like this. They don't go on the lap.
Yeah.
And there are, yes, every chakra opening has its own mudra and own sound.
Wow, this was so beautiful. I must tell you this, that Kamu Palin, you've made everyone beautiful inside out, and you've given them, the best happiness in the world. You know what is that? You said, yes, they can have their chocolates. So have your chocolates, but they'll automatically be limited quantity simply because you're doing midras and you're practicing. It has a lot of control over the mind. So in a natural way, that has been taken care of. Am I right, Kamu?
Absolutely right. Absolutely. And you know what, Simran, even with dementia and Alzheimer's, a lot of people, I feel sorry for the people who go to homes or because they don't remember anything. All they have to do is just help them to do the mudra, Akini mudra, which is just this, fingertips of both the fingers, both the hands touching each other. And you can be sitting like this. Hakini mudra, this helps with your Alzheimer's and dementia. There are so much, believe you me, you don't need essence, you don't need medication, you don't need to be kept in a home, you don't need to be isolated and all the stuff. And it's amazing, this mudra thing. But I'm glad that I hope it helps anybody who is watching them. And I also run classes on the Zoom. If they're interested, get in touch with me. I'm in the Facebook.
Sure. Please get in touch with Kamu Palin on Healing Our Earth platform. And thank you so much. I'm so overwhelmed. And what a great session we've all had to take care of our health in the best way. And I call it the best way because not all of us are flexible enough to really perform asanas. But breathing is something we naturally do. Why don't we enhance our breathing and add mudras and truly make sure that we also feel the chakras and simultaneously do mudras. So Kamu, I have absolutely no words to express my gratitude to you. Thank you so much. It was such an insightful session. And everyone, I can see everyone here right now on Zoom, they are busy doing their own mudras, which is going to be of help to them. So this is the magic we've done on everyone. So thank you so much for that. And Kamu is also our senior board member of Healing Our Earth and a super supporter, and I truly love you, Kamu, for the same. Thank you so
much, Simran. You have been great, and all the best to you.
Thank you very much. And that is the compliment we've received from Jayashree, that yes, we would love to have her again for sure. Definitely, we should have Kamu again. Thank you very much once again, and a global namaste.
Thank you. Global namaste to you all.
We're all staying. Thank you, Kamu. Sorry. We're all staying in a tech-savvy world, and technology has taken over our lives completely. And what is it that we're all talking about? The most important aspect is eyes. The beautiful eyes need to be really well taken care of. And we have an expert here with us, Dr. Nehul Shah, who's going to talk about eye care from the UK. Nehul Shah is an optometrist having 25 years of experience. He's an entrepreneur with a strong determination to operate in an ethical and practical way. His interests are racket games, golf, hiking, cycling, charity work, and spirituality. This session talks about the anxiety people are facing with regards to the eyes during the COVID pandemic because of increased screen time and not being able to get access to healthcare that easily. Are there any risks involved? Is there a practical and spiritual angle we can approach this with? So join us and find out only from Nehul Shah from the UK. A global namaste to you, Nehul Shah. How are you doing today?
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And a global namaste to all of you who have organized this wonderful program. Global namaste to all the viewers. And I'm sure after this program, there's going to be a lot of healing going around everywhere. So this is such an exciting platform to be speaking to. And I'm very grateful that for the invitation. So I thought I should share just some of the things that I come across in clinical practice during this interesting and challenging time that we're having, and share some insight into them to see why certain things are coming out onto the market, what people are, what sort of questions people are coming up with, and whether there are some practical solutions that people can do from home if they do not want to come out into clinical practice. So one of the questions people are asking and calling me is with regard to this whole drama and this whole thing about blue light. Because the question, the thing out there is with blue light, we have heard that we're getting a lot of eye strain. And the reason why people are asking this question is because of the amount of screen time people are doing during this this challenging time. And we actually have blue light really everywhere, and we've always had blue light. But why is it more of an issue now than it was before? And the simple answer is that the exposure to screen time means that we have far more exposure to blue light. So if I could actually see if I can share this picture with you, and it's taking us a little back in school time, you'll see that in this electromagnetic spectrum, we have this thing that we call visible light. And this is the light frequency that we can actually see. The blue light is at the beginning end of the visible spectrum, which means it's actually got the shortest wavelength of light in the visible spectrum. In fact, it's very close to the ultraviolet light. So when we have something which has got short wavelengths, it means it's also got the highest amount of energy. So if it's got the highest amount of energy, it's going to do the most amount of work, which is why the sky is blue, because of the amount of blue light having so much energy that so we actually perceive it as blue. So the scientists are beginning to take out research papers and proving that with this exposure of blue light from screens, it's causing certain visual disturbances, fatigue, and tiredness, especially towards the end of the day. So if you are noticing these sort of symptoms, this is something that we can look at. There is one thing which is a marketing thing. There is one thing which is science, and there's another thing which is reality and the practical side. And in my opinion, we don't really need to do much from a practical perspective, so long as you're not getting any symptoms. But if you are getting these symptoms, this is worthwhile just looking at to see whether you can relate to this particular symptoms. And if so, what can you do to cut out the screen time? The other reason why blue light has become a bit of a issue or out there is because when we look at a certain wavelength or the upper end of the blue light spectrum, it's stopping the production of something called melatonin, which is produced, which we all need in order to go to sleep. If that melatonin is stopped, then we find it difficult to go to sleep. So if you're one of those people out there who loves to do screen work before you go to sleep, and you go to sleep with a phone in your hand or an iPad in your hand, and you struggle to sleep, or you have a restless sleep, it's another point that we can actually consider, because that's the scientific evidence that we've actually got. The practical side, if there is no issue in sleeping, you don't need to do anything. But if there is an issue, or you feel that you're not being able to sleep as well as you normally do, it's worthwhile stopping screen time for yourselves and for your children. And that's another topic in itself. How do you stop screen time for the children? But children nowadays do understand science, and whether they actually listen to us, don't listen to us, etc. it's worth putting it out there as to why maybe they may not be able to go to sleep. So 2 hours before you go to sleep, it's worthwhile shutting off the screens so that we just don't have so much exposure. There is some scientific evidence, especially with the blue light, the lower, even the more lower end of the spectrum of blue light, long-term can cause some minor damages to the retina, to the back of the eye, which is why with ultraviolet light, for example, which is even lower, that we get from the sun, it's said to cause cataracts. In the same way, with blue light on the lower end of the spectrum, it's said to, the scientists are proving that it can cause a condition which is called age-related macular degeneration, which could happen a little bit more prematurely for people if they're exposed to excessive blue light. So that's the science, but of course we need to be practical about the reality. And my own personal viewpoint is that if you're not getting any symptoms, you're not having any issues, you're probably doing the right thing. The other piece of scientific evidence that I wanted to just put out there, which people are talking about, is this thing which is called a blue light filter. Now, you can get blue light filters on your screens. You can also get blue light filters on your glasses if you're wearing glasses. Or if you're not wearing glasses, you can get some glasses with blue light filters, and they kind of look a little bit like this. You can sort of see some kind of a coating on this lens when I actually reflect it along the light. And that actually helps. The reflection coating on this could be blue, but a lot of manufacturers are starting to produce green ones as well, because some people don't like blue ones. So, but again, in my practical opinion, if you're getting symptoms, you feel that you're resting your eyes quite a lot, and you're not too worried about it, you don't need to do anything. But I thought I'll just put this out there because it's such a frequent question that people are talking about. So that's a little bit about blue light. The other thing that people have been calling me is certain intermittent losses of vision. So they feel kind of, when they're doing a lot of screen work, their vision comes and goes. They're getting a little bit of irritability, a little bit of itchiness, a little bit of mild redness on the white of the eye. And the most commonest reason for this is dry eye. So the question is, why does dry eye really happen? And really, dry eye is happening is because the water from the eye is evaporating at a faster rate, and then it's being produced. So the question then is, how is tears produced in the eye? And the simple mechanism with which tears are produced in the eye is by blinking. When we blink, we produce tears. And the reason for that is because we have tear ducts there and there. When we press the tear ducts, tears are produced. But the problem that's happening at the moment is that when we are doing a lot of screen work, we're blinking less. Subconsciously, we're blinking less because we're concentrating so hard. And even if we are blinking, we're blinking very lightly. So we're not pressing the tear duct hard enough to produce enough tears. And that's why we're getting all these dry eye symptoms and irritability. If dry eye becomes really severe, it can cause an infection as well. So the practical tip to help the production of tears is just simply to blink more, or to remind yourself to blink more. And there are some exercises that you can actually do, which is a handy, helpful tip for people who are very light blinkers, or people whose eyes are very slightly open when they go to sleep. And that causes a lot of dryness, or an exposure keratopathy, we call it, which is an exposure to the cornea, at the bottom part of the cornea. And the way you do the exercise is very simple. Whenever you have a little bit of time, you just close your eyes, scrunch them slightly, wait for 2 seconds, and open them. And you do that about 10 or 15 times. Close your eye, scrunch it slightly, open them. And automatically the brain starts to remember that when it does blink, it needs to blink a little bit more tightly. And then more tears are produced. So you then don't need as much artificial supplements, such as the ones, such as these ones, which are all supplements that you can get, but you need less of it. Sorry, I think I didn't manage to share that, but those are supplements that you can actually get in any chemist's or pharmacy as well. With regard to with regard to dryness, you can do some hot compresses at home as well. So any warm flannel, press it against the eye until your eyelids are warm. And that unblocks the glands where your hair lash touches the eyelid. We've got a string of glands, which are called the meibomian glands. And once we know that they have expanded as a result of the hot compresses, we can take some diluted baby shampoo, not normal shampoo, but baby shampoo, because it doesn't sting the eye. It's got great antibacterial properties. And we dip a cotton bud in, and then just rub it against the lining of the lid where the hair lash touches the eyelid. And that opens up the glands so that the tear production also occurs more effectively. So that's a little bit about dry eye. And the third thing I just wanted to share is a lot of people are very worried, particularly about the parents, are very worried that if the screen time is so high for the children, is my child going to get short-sighted? And the reality is that the risk of the short-sightedness increasing when we tend to do a lot of screen work is very high. And I'm just going to share this picture and explain to you the reason for that. When we do a lot of close work, a lot of screen work, some of the rays of light hit the back of the eye, the retina, at the central point. But a lot of the rays of light actually hit behind the retina. So what happens is automatically the brain thinks that in order to compensate for these rays of light hitting on the peripheral part of the retina, let's make the eyeball a bit longer. So the eyeball becomes longer. And when the eyeball starts to become longer, that's when short-sightedness increases. So it's very important that when people are doing lots of close work, to take a break after half an hour and to look into the distance. Or if they're sitting in front of a window, to look outside the window and look into the distance. Or even better, to go out for regular walks and look into the distance, because the stress on the visual system on the peripheral part of the retina is not as much. And so the risk of the short-sightedness increasing is also not as much. Yes, there's a lot of methods at the moment, for example, orthokeratology, where people can wear contact lenses at night, and so that they can see very well during the day. And that's also a clinically proven method of doing it, but it's great as much as we possibly can to do it the natural way. But this is another method. So I know we're going to be running short of time shortly, and I just wanted to see whether Simran, you just wanted to have a little bit of time for any questions or share anything with me that you might feel might be very useful.
Mehul Shah, I already have around 8 to 9 questions. So you tell me how many can I afford asking you? So should we start with the Q&A? Is it all right?
Sure.
Yeah, is that okay? Or do you want to explain something else?
Well, the only one thing I just wanted to share, just in case I run out of time, Simran, is a lot of the patients, especially the elderly people, you can feel the worry and the anxiety. And I just wanted to share one particular point, which is more a spiritual point, which I, to be honest, the community here is so local, so so close to me. So I share this point with them very openly. Is that we all have a right to our own happiness, and nothing out there should be able to take that right away from us. So whatever happens, we must say today and for the rest of our lives that nothing, no matter what situation comes our way, is going to take away our happiness. It's our birthright, which we're going to live, continue living, and we're going to let go of this body with that in mind, as always. But that's the only real other important point I felt I wanted to share.
Sure, that's so nice. And I think the most important aspect, because everything finally connects there. So I'm going to start my question. It says, how to relax our eyes in hotter spaces where we have, summertime in hotter places. How could we relax our eyes?
Yeah. So I think the question is related to if it's a very hot day or and then the heat actually gets to you, etc. So on a hot day, of course, the rate of evaporation from the eyes is going to be high. So the amount of heat that the eyes are going to be absorbing is going to be very high as well. And of course, once we've actually washed our hands, so taking a cool flannel of any sort and then putting it on your eyes just for a few minutes really helps to let go of tiredness. I don't know whether you have noticed that, when your eyes are feeling really hot, generally you're feeling very tired. So this is just a very easy, simple, and a practical approach that you can do. And you also have these eye bags that you can get from online or chemists, etc. You just put them in the fridge, just put it over your eyes, and you feel much more better. In the hot weather, the other issue at the moment, of course, is hay fever. This idea, if you don't want to take any medication, try this idea out, just putting a cold compress on your eye. Because it contracts the meibomian glands that I was talking to you about. So there's less discharge and you get less irritability. So less mucus is produced in the eye.
Sure. Thank you very much, Nehul. At first, we are staying, in a tech savvy world with only technology. So we have so many questions. That's the reason. So is there any exercise to improve the reading vision?
Sure. So with reading vision, the biggest difficulty that people have when we do close work, and when you look at my eyes, you'll see that they need to converge. But if you're just doing it for a very long period of time, the eyes are so tired, they don't want to converge anymore. And that's when the tiredness comes in, that's when the fatigue comes in. So the most important thing is to encourage people as much as possible to look into the distance after a certain period of time, so that there's just not so much convergence that people need to do that they're going beyond their own capacity. There are certain eye exercises that you can do, but I think it's good to take a little bit of time to talk about that.
Sure. There is a question which is asked, and which is a great concern for all the mothers there, because they're saying that kids are having back-to-back classes throughout the day, and how is it possible for them to really have a breather and take their eyes off the screen and have space for themselves to relax the eyes?
No, it's a very good question. I have a teenage daughter, and I know exactly what this question relates to. I think if it's a teenage daughter like my own, I think it's just talking in a scientific sort of a way really helps a lot, and just explaining that looking into the distance is very important for the reasons that I've actually stated. But if you have a window that you can set up the table, that would be a fantastic idea, because just the child looking outside the window would be a great way of just relaxing the eyes. So just some couple of practical tips there, and encouraging them just to go out for a walk with you will be healthy, just not for their eyes, but healthy all around in terms of family and family time.
Sure. And there is a question which has just come. What are the reasons for symptoms of keratoconus?
Okay, sure. So keratoconus is actually a corneal dystrophy. Cornea is the front surface of the eye. The reasons why happens, sometimes there is no reason. And what happens with keratoconus is that the cornea becomes very irregular. So and when the cornea becomes irregular and you put a pair of glasses on, the vision is not as clear and not but there are certain techniques nowadays, like cross-linking, because keratoconus is a breakdown of collagen molecules. And what the ophthalmologists do is link all the collagen molecules back together so that you have a more even surface so that you can see clearly. But it needs to be picked up in early stages of keratoconus. But if you suffer from asthma or eczemas, the risk factor becomes a little more higher, because these are atopic conditions of the skin, which not only affects our body skin, but also affects the skin of the eye, which is the cornea.
Sure. What's good to glaucoma?
What causes glaucoma?
What's good to glaucoma was the question.
What good?
Glaucoma? It's about glaucoma.
What do we do for glaucoma? Actually, so the risk factor of glaucoma. So glaucoma is a damage to the eye as a result of normally high pressures, and people who are more predisposed to it are the people aged over 40 and the people who have a family history of glaucoma. You need to get it screened out. This is the reason why regular eye test is important, because in the beginning you will not realize that you have glaucoma. It's a very silent thing. Until it's a little bit late. And once you've actually developed glaucoma, means you've actually developed a field loss, a visual field. So you want to stop that from happening. But in terms of what to do for glaucoma, there's only one way, and that is just to reduce the eye pressure of the eye. And I think I was listening to the previous speakers, and I think they were giving some very useful tips or mudras to do it. This is to do it in a very natural way, but of course in a more scientific way we have to use drops to reduce the pressure, and if the drops don't work, and then of course there's a question of surgery, etc. But these are the some of these solutions. I guess the most important point is, if you're aged over 40, just make sure that you get your eye pressure checked. If it's elevated, you just need to make sure that there's no risk of you developing glaucoma, and if there is, then just make sure you get that attended to.
Sure. Nehal, please allow us to take one more question,
Sure.
Since we have a couple of them. Now, for someone wearing contact lenses and wearing it throughout the day, is it really bad and makes the eyes dry if they are constantly sitting in front of the laptop or the mobile phone?
Yeah, contact lens is going to interfere with the tear film because, it's a surface thing. So if you're wearing it all day, it is going to interfere. There's very likely chances that you're going to get a dry eye itself. There's certain contact lenses that you can wear for a very, very long period of time because they allow just so much oxygen inside the eye. For example, the night and day contact lens, which allows a phenomenal amount of oxygen coming inside the eye. So there's no major risk in terms of the eye becoming hypoxic or a lack of oxygen. But you do need to get a corneal check done regularly, because it's something that's sitting on the eye constantly, especially if you're getting any symptoms of irritability or redness, or when you're putting the contact lenses in particular, it's stinging, or when you've removed the contact lenses and you blink, if you feel that there's more awareness than normal, more than likely you do need a contact lens check. Generally, from the day-to-day contact lenses that are there out in the market, 5 days a week, 8 hours a day is absolutely fine. The more advanced contact lenses, you can wear them for 7 days a week, but make sure you're wearing the right ones. And you can use blink exercises and not to forget the natural remedies, but you can also use the comfort drops that you can actually get, which you can use with contact lenses or towards the end of the day when your eyes tend to get a little bit more drier than the beginning of the day.
Nehal, this has been of great importance for all of us, especially I. When you reminded us that, we need to blink the eye, I actually felt, that feeling of tear, and I realized that, oh my God, that means even my eye was dry. So thank you so much for all the inputs that you gave us. And just to remember, the easiest thing is that remember to blink your eye. Am I right, Nehal? You want to
Yes.
summarize and tell us in 2
Yeah.
or 3 tips forms so that we remember it throughout our lives? It's very important.
You know, the biggest gift, Simran, actually, I mean, such a massive gift is the eyes. You know, we talk about any emotion, we're looking into each other's eyes. You know, eyes are just one of the most beautiful gifts that we can actually, when we open our eyes, it's the biggest gift we actually have every day. So looking after them the best we possibly can is also the best gift, is a great gift that we can actually give. There's so much to the eye beyond just the physical itself. So I really appreciate you having me on this talk, and I really appreciate the viewers listening to this talk, and I really appreciate the energy with and the intentions with which all the organizers have organized this talk. So a big salute from me.
That's so kind of you. Thank you very much, Nehul Shah. And, you know, as we always say, yes, it's all in the eyes, definitely. And just make your eyes beautiful. And these small little things will be of great help to us. And please tell your families to take care of them too, because we're all, even families are now meeting only on the computer screen or the mobile screen. So Nehul, I'm going to truly thank you once again for being here with us and allowing us to have healthy eyes and look at the brighter side of life with the perfect eyes. Thank you for that great vision. Thank you very much, Nehul.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And wow, really makes me remind that, yes, we all need to blink our eyes to feel beautiful and to make sure that our eyes are feeling the nice comfort. And now towards the end, we have Harindra Patel, who's going to win your hearts, who's from Kenya, and who's going to talk about, you know, being a better person and belonging to a better society, which is a goal to your personal growth. Mr. Harindra Patel, the founding director of Care Mibos Wellness Ventures, is from the coastal town of Mombasa in Kenya. He's a facilitator in mental health and well-being and a mentor as well. Harindra is accredited professional counseling psychologist and a certified professional mediator. He's trained trauma healer as well. Now, this is what he believes in. He says, a society is formed when families meet, and a family is formed when individuals meet. Today's society is a result of yesterday's generation, and the future society will be a result of today's generation. Individually, our mental health and wellness will determine how we think, talk, as well as act. So we have a great talk coming up by Harindra Patel, who shall speak about that the result of the way we think, talk, and act will be a determined and result into how we live and work with others around us. Now, this has a deep thought, extremely meaningful. So let's please get into it and be the best version of ourselves. Maybe please welcome the Global Namaste, Harindra Patel from Kenya.
Global Namaste, Simran. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for the chance. Thank you, Healing Our Earth, for this opportunity. I hope you can hear me well.
Very well, very well. Yes, please.
Thank
Let's
you.
go ahead.
You know, I'm in a continent where there is a jungle, so sometimes the network issues are there. But I'm happy. Yeah.
We love the nature in Kenya. We love it.
Thank you. I've been listening to all the previous speakers, including Sonali, Dattani, water therapy, Bhumi, mindfulness, gratitude, Vidhi, something to do with feng shui and directions, Kamal Patel, domestic violence, abuse, Pawan Kumar, sugar issues and challenges, and brushing of course, use of spirituality, Kamu for breathing, and Nehul, and of course Simran was doing all the yoga. I want to talk about something to do with motivation. To do all this, we need to be motivated in some way. And if we are not motivated to do whatever we are supposed to do, we end up forming ourselves as a bad individual, or we have negative perceptions towards life. How will we form a good society, or how will we form before that a better family, and then how will we go to a good society? To do this, I have some presentation on my PowerPoint. I will start sharing it. I'll also be talking about those points as we speak. We get to understand more about ourselves, and we can work on ourselves better. So, can I share the screen?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Arendra.
Thank you. There. So as you have already given my brief bio, that's what I am. And to go on, we've talked about today's society is a result of yesterday's generation. Future society will be a result of today's generation. You are the change. When we have it right, we'll make it right. That's a quote by Motivator PH. Motivator PH is me, Patel Harendra. So we normally talk about motivations, but at times, what is motivation? I'm not here to motivate anyone. I'm here to enable the 3 E's for you. I'll enable you, encourage you, and empower you with some points which you can work on as individuals, because as a professional counseling psychologist, we help others help themselves. We guide them. If they are children, we guide adults who are maybe overly aged or who have mental challenges. We don't call them mentally sick. So my first topic is here about lack of motivation, because if we are not motivated, how can we move on? If we know the causes of motivation, then we can work on the causes and we can polish ourselves better. There are many causes, but I'll touch on 3 causes and we can talk on that. From the picture you can see, can this person do the breathing exercise? Can this person be aware of their eyes, or glaucoma issues maybe, or even mindfulness? What other speakers have taught? It's evident. This person is just there. No? How do this person get up and do all that and have a better family and have a better society? Lack of support at home, in our environment, school, and workplaces. This is one of the biggest demotivation in our life. We have parents who are at times in their own world, or maybe they are busy working, they don't balance their times. Then it is offloaded to the children. And as a result, even learning support is not there, because when parents are tired, or maybe they are frustrated with their own work, with their own health issues, we have children going down in their life. How will they be able to create a good family, create a good society? That's why we are always complaining. Today's society is rotten, but who has made today's society? We need to understand that. Lack of positive empowerment. Children are always or sometimes told that you are not good at this, you are not good at that, don't do this. But if only children or people at our workplaces were told, this is good, let's make it better, people would work. We can take examples like the big companies working. I think Google also, Facebook, they've introduced children's sector for the parents to keep their children busy, so that the mind is focused on they've attended. You see, the workplace support. The support is very important. Conflicts between elders and parents. At times, conflict causes demotivation to our generation. It causes to ourselves also. We get demotivated when people are always fighting and they are not resolving their conflict, especially adults, and who are in our sectors. For example, there are committees where there's always wrangles, or maybe they are always arguing about points. And we feel now, what is this, and the continuity happens from children to the next generation, and you'll see the society forming up. Negative influences. After being neglected maybe from workplaces or lack of support at home or workplaces, you will see many people going and drowning themselves with friends, with influences of drugs, substance abuse, of course, sexuality and immorality happens. Of course, we need to use, maybe there are people who are addicted, but they are in control. But sometimes the addiction goes out of hand, and we know the negative, like the cop, the Kamal Patel talked about the abuses at home, especially during this COVID time. From the pictures, you can see there is always a tussle, pointing fingers, accusation. We need to understand all that. What is the demotivation? Am I motivated to see such pictures? What if it happens in reality? Am I motivated to do my studies? How will I concentrate on my studies? Which will create low self-esteem. The low self-esteem gives birth to avoidance of activities. I better do this, I cannot concentrate. So the long-term goals are shortened to short-term goals, which might not be fruitful at times. Not completing tasks, the concentration levels go down, especially when children see all these behaviors. And as teenagers also, when such behaviors are seen, they get demotivated. Self-defeating behaviors, they start blaming themselves. They start saying failure is the in thing. They start doing funny things, going out of their homes without permission. The communication part becomes very poor. Withholding efforts, procrastinations. They'll say, I'll do it. I've seen many teenagers talking about, I'll do it, I can do it, but they don't do it because there is no support. As much as a teacher will teach them how to do it, but there has to be some boost. There has to be some support, either from the workplace, either from the social environment, either from home. And feeling worse about themselves. I'm sure we are hearing about suicide issues. Being a counseling psychologist, I've attended to some of the suicide issues, and I've made people come out of their feelings so that they can go on with life. Why does someone has to end their life? Because they feel worse about themselves? Of course, when we have attended to our mind, we will be able to do most of the activities which most of our speakers have talked about. You can see this. When children are fighting, they fight. But who gets the damage, the doll? We can replace those children with the parents or leaders in our society or in our committees or in our social backgrounds or in our workplaces. The people working down, they get damaged, which create life pressures. My third point. When life pressures are there, defense mechanism kicks in. People start doing things which are not understandable, and they start defending themselves. That, yes, this is right for me. Who are you to tell me? And now turning back becomes a big issue. Tries to escape fears of failures and inadequacy through procrastination. Of course, they avoid facing the consequences, so they start escaping. Of course, we'll see these days teenagers want to do everything, young adults want to do everything, and when they get to the adult stage, they have their own choices. It's good. but where is our control? What is the society forming up to? Is it going positively? Is it going negatively with all the electronic devices at our hand? The pornography issues creates from the life pressures. They start deviating towards negative behaviors and attitudes. So as I talked earlier about abuse, they'll start abusing themselves. They start abusing others, just the way Kamal Patel talked about. We have many side effects of the causes, and these are some of the causes I've talked about. But if we are aware of what is happening next to me, if I'm aware that no, Simran is going through, I'll just take an example, is going through issues, let me just be aware. If my child is going through some issues, let me just be aware and attend to that. We would form that person into a better person, and that person is still our child, or is still our brother, sister, sibling, our neighbor's child, and they'll form a better family, and we'll be able to form a better society. I talk that because we have people who are damaged in their mental status, and this is how they look. One part of the brain will think. I'm sure the other speakers will be, I'm sure the other speakers will be thinking about, I've talked about the mental health. Mine is to focus on the mental health also. If we are mentally healthy, our body will be able to do most of the things, and our body will be also healthy. And if our body is healthy, we'll be also be able to acknowledge that we have a creator, and our creator created our soul. That's a spirit. So our soul will be healthy. We'll be able to be mindful about others, and mindful about ourselves also. As I talk about the mental health more, we will look at now the possible solutions in brief. There are many, but I'll just talk about 3 of them. Let's crumple that. We don't want to look at those faces again. Let's polish ourselves. When we have issues we have noticed around us, let us be aware. When we are aware, we have polished ourselves, we will be able to polish others, especially in the mental health. Let children get to explore themselves, because it's not about education. We have most of the time seen that in my field especially, that a child who is in the 3rd or 4th year of actual science, and he's actually booked in the mental health facility, and we need to attend to that. So it's just that the issues in the life which that child has gone through, and it's been very tough for the child to come out. So they resort to abuse of substances, and that's where now the continuity of the life stops. Why? Because parents have said, study, but they need playtime. They need to be the child who they are. They, of course, when they are growing, they need to be nurtured accordingly. But who will nurture them if parents are, for example, working? Parents are busy, parents are frustrated, parents are maybe ailing. Society will nurture them. And we have the society which is maybe negative at times, who will nurture that child. Failure is not the end. Encourage them not to be afraid to fail. I think Mike Tyson failed about 999 times, and the 1,000th time he made it. He said, you will fail, but you will polish yourself. So whenever a child fails, or a worker at our workplaces fail, or we see someone in our social environment failing, let's encourage them, because they are the ones to encourage themselves later, and they are the ones to roll the ball of encouragement towards others. Encourage yourself too. We are not perfect human beings. We need to even encourage ourselves. Sometimes we are low, sometimes we are high. Our partners might have said something. Our parents might have told us something. We go low. Our teachers might have told us something. But what happens? We need to encourage ourselves also. With all this knowledge, I'm sure we will try and do our best. Love and sense of belonging is more important than a controlling environment. We are used to, as human beings, we are used to judging. It's natural. We are used to labeling. It's natural. But we need to be aware. Who are we labeling? Who are we judging? We are judging no one. It's us. Who is actually giving out what we have in us? If someone abuses us and we react to it, we are 101% responsible for the reaction. No one is responsible for our emotions. I've reacted, I am responsible, and I am responsible for my emotions. The person has abused me and I have gone to sleep. So we need to have sense of belonging. Even a person on the road, a person who's sweeping, a person who's cleaning our toilets, they just need a sense of belonging and they will be motivated. Sorry about that. We go to point number 2. See, the picture says it. We just give a thumbs up, the person is happy. Otherwise, the person is demoralized, they never move on. We create a society, which is another one. Another on the negative side. Encourage enjoyment and accomplishment. Rewards in limitations. We have a tendency to reward our children. In my country, we say bribery, corruption. And corruption starts from home. When a child cries and we want them to keep quiet and we have a headache, we give them a TV or screen or a phone. These days, in the villages, they are given chocolate or they are told to go out or even a sweet. That's corruption. The child is making tantrums. When we become adults, we have our own tantrums. But when we are made used to the lollipops and the chocolates and the screens, we actually make more tantrums. That's why people seeking attention, when they don't get attention, they think about absurd things, including suicide, because they are not given attention. So we need to look at that. When do we reward our child and how do we reward our child? Of course, when we also do some things, we need to pat on our backs that I've done my best. That is a form of encouragement. Sometimes we feel as human beings that we've not done our best for ourselves. We might be a parent, we might be a sibling, we might be daughter or child. Have I done best for the regret issues don't kick in. Because of the time, I'm giving brief points, but there is more to this. When it comes to rewards, empowered to face the consequences as a punishment. We normally escape punishments and we also try and avoid punishments. When we do that, we fail. We've got experts on our forum, Healing Our Earth, and all of you are looking so young because of the discipline and the rewards you give yourself. By profession also, I train. I'm a martial artist and I do karate, and the discipline is very important. If I say I have to wake up by 5, I have to wake up by 5. If I fail, what is my punishment? Do I need to do maybe 100 squats or 100 press-ups? That's the way to grow. So rewards also are important, and facing the consequences as a punishment, also important. Let the child be child. You are a child. When you are with a child, be the child. When we have issues with ourselves, we need to keep them aside, especially at work. We have frustrations, our own frustrations. We have our own unsorted baggages and unresolved issues from the past. We need to sort them out. And when we are with our children or when we are with people, we need to behave and act accordingly. That's a reward to yourself, because if we become the adults, I'm sure we've seen some elderly people, they don't mix with young people, but we've seen also elderly people mixing with young people. When we have people who are mixing with people, and especially the elderly sharing the experiences, mixing with children, playing also games, the child or the teenager or the young adult will feel motivated to have a family which is a bonding family. And of course, as a result, we have a better society. When we want to fly, we are just sitting, but we need to walk, we need to run, and then we need to fly. The flap behind this girl symbolizes that we need to be motivated. Who is your motivator? A mentor, a teacher, parent, a boss. Those are your motivators. Healing our earth, the members here, you guys are motivators. I mean, indirectly, because you are touching certain sectors of our life. We need to acknowledge our motivators, our mentors in our life. So about that. Coming to my last point, identify weaknesses, work on them, build on your strengths. We normally escape. There's a whole topic on this, what I've just summarized. Success in a non-academic setting is to encourage towards a non-academic setting. We need to not only encourage our children, ourselves in an academic way. All what has been spoken here is experientials. The doctor talking about blue light, TV screen, Mr. Nehul Shah. It's reality that, and he talked about his teenage daughter, that something is there. So something which we have gone through, we can understand within ourselves and we can understand in others. But also it's important to have academic, and we can polish ourselves. Working together to identify on weaknesses and patiently understanding. We normally give up. We don't understand our weaknesses. We continue doing what we do, and we continue damaging what we already have damaged. So you can imagine what we form of ourselves when we don't work on our weaknesses. If a teacher tells me, don't do this in a strict way, I have to do it the right way. Otherwise, I form myself into a person who's not the way a person is supposed to be. Hard work by working together with children. I talk about, I'm sure you've noticed about children. I have been talking about children because I'm very conscious about children. We are adults. We have our own mindset and we've got our own thoughts. But today's children are going to form tomorrow's society. That's my point I'm working on. And if we have children around, if we are parents, we need to work on our children. We need to work on children around us. And if we are living in an extended family, I'm sure some places in India, people live in an extended family. Of course, the modern life has made people go apart, but we need to be having that bond so that children look at us and be our examples. Your mental health and wellness is important. Without our mind in a steady order, we are nothing. We could be doing everything, but we are doing like robots. I think one of the speakers said, do it with a heart. And when we do that, I think it's you, Simran, because even the posture is good. I like that, the Ganesh, is it? Yeah. So when we do this, when we work on our mental health and wellness, it's very important. We have self-awareness, we have the mindfulness, and we need to work and polish on ourselves. As we move forward, colors are just not formed. If people have been noticing my slides, We have the dark stages, and we have the light stages, and we have the colored stages. We have all the stages in our life, but if we work on ourselves, tomorrow will be better individuals. In short summary, be genuine to challenges versus fake and unreal. We've seen many people posting things which are, I mean, if you are going to eat food, you are posting. What is the attention required there? You know, if you are cooking, yes, someone is learning, but you are eating food, someone is posting. Someone is going to a location, the person is posting. The social media is become an attention seeker. And in my profession, a person who seeks a lot of attention through social media and maybe also in person, there is an issue which has happened in the earlier stages of life. We don't need to give the same to our children. Be empathetic towards people. We have many people sympathizing or sad with other people's situation. That means we haven't dealt with our own issues in our life. When we are empathetic, it's another language we talk here. Empathetic is being in someone's shoes, not entering someone's shoes and trying to wear it. And then when we wear the shoes, we start feeling sad about that tightness or the sadness. Identify your strengths and weaknesses, work on your weaknesses always. Seek professional help to help yourself go through your challenges. Your importance to build a better you comes from within you. I mean, no matter how many times we can talk and we can display all our talents and we can coach, but if a person is not ready, it becomes an issue with a person. We can do anything if we want to. There is nothing which is impossible. It can be extremely hard, but there is nothing which is impossible. The limitations to our mind is not God's limitations. That's what I believe. As we reflect, you are not perfect. There is no perfect person. There is no perfect parent. We can be polishing ourselves just like the shoes. They get dirty, we clean them, we polish. Let's polish ourselves. Individuals are we. We are society. And society is the future society. Future society is we, and we are the individuals. You can see that our earth is round. It's not square, it's not straight line. The same way, whatever we have from the nature, we need to give it back. Everybody is formed from nature. And without any judgment and without any labeling, we need to accept people. We need to help them if they need help. A better you today is equals to a better your generation tomorrow. I mean, I don't know, I'm sure people have families here, but I don't know everybody's family. But if tomorrow we meet each other, if families are well, we'll meet. If our families are not well, I'll just meet individual. And my family is well, I'll meet with my family. So we need families to meet to make a better generation tomorrow. Self-development equals a continuous process. There is no end to self-development. When we keep on polishing ourselves, every day, every minute, every second, we learn. I've learned so much from these talks, even if I was not logged on to the channel, but I've been on the Facebook. I've learned so many tips from all the experts, and I thank you for that, and namaste. You are a pillar. Your thoughts, words, and actions equal you as a pillar. When we think, we talk. And when we talk, we end up doing. We do any mistake along the line, we mess up what we are meant to do. And then the continuity continues. A healthy mind equals to a healthy body and a wholesome soul. But a healthy mind plus a healthy body equals to a wholesome soul. If our mind is not healthy, as I said in the beginning, we cannot be having a healthy body, no matter how much times we do the breathing. But I'm thinking, I'll just take, because you are my host, Simran, I'll just take you as an example. This Simran, this is my mind is not healthy. I'm just basically cursing you. And then I'm doing the breathing exercise, the bellow breathing and the pauses and whatnot. How will I go and pray? But I'm thinking about Simran negatively. How will it work out? I'm thinking about my spouse negatively. How will it work out? I'm thinking about my father who hit me a slap because I did a mistake, and I'm cursing him. How will I think further? So I'll just be rolling in a negative world. Meanwhile, I'm praying and I'm doing the yogas and the asanas and taking care of my body. And in this COVID time, we are having a challenge. And this is where we need to introspect so that we can have a wholesome soul. We can be a service to the society for tomorrow's generation. I'll end with a quote from Dr. Kalam. He was asked, what is the most easy and most difficult thing in life? He replied, mistakes. Easy to judge when others do it, difficult to realize it when we do it. So it's very easy. We can point. We do this, but we've seen the fingers always pointing at us. We can be good teachers. Are we teachers to ourselves? Are we teachers to our children? Are we teachers to our siblings, our immediate family? There might be someone who's undergoing issues in our family. Are we able to help them? Yes, at the end, they need to also help themselves. But are we able to try our best and help them with whatever we have? Are we able to refer them to experts? If they are having conflicts in their lives, are we able to try and sit and sort? Then we can guide them towards having a better body, having a better work, having a better soul. We can include them in our society service. In my country, we are developing still, and there's a lot of issues. Support system is very weak. I have to go to villages and help these boys. Sometimes they don't even have slippers to wear, no clothes to wear. So we do a lot of things which only God pays. But I'm helpful to my colleagues from Kenya watching, many of them, all the channels. And I'm helpful to the Healing Our Earth group for this wonderful session on Sundays. This was presented by me, compiled by me, and Care Me Boss stands for mind, body, and soul. When you care for your mind, body, and soul, you are a wholesome person. Who is my boss? My boss is me, and care for me because I'm my own boss. So care me boss, if you break it down. If there are any questions, everybody can write an email to me and I'll respond to them. Then we can communicate through our phones. I've got a whole team in Kenya who can assist people. I'm sure we are all connected in one way all over the world. And we do tele-counseling also from USA and South Africa. We've got experts who are graduated and we've got a wider knowledge in counseling and mediation, just like me. We work towards trying to heal our fellow people. I thank you and namaste. If there are any questions, I'll welcome them.
Thank you very much. Oh my God, you've taken us really on a different level altogether, you know, by the motivational talks that you've given to us, Harindra Patel. And I also must say that I liked, you know, what Kemi Boss also means, you know, and the entire explanation that you gave us. Now, we do have a couple of questions. I'm going to compile all the questions and ask you just one of them since we're running short of time. And there are a couple of questions. I will all combine them in one. So at first is, what are the initiatives we can take at this point of time during the pandemic? And there was a point of time when we had the beautiful slide of the fly of the person flying, and you said, yes, we can do everything that we want to achieve. We can't really achieve it. How can we really achieve everything that we want to and fulfill our dreams and really make this world a better place for ourselves? So if you can help us with these answers, Harindra Patel, thank you.
Thank you, Simran. In this pandemic, as I said, we need to sit down and introspect. And we have been given this time to sit with our families more than even all the other times. We've been given this time to work at home. Yes, it can be challenging, but we need to sit down and introspect. What can I do with my immediate people in my environment?
Sure.
What can I do with my own self? With all this knowledge floating around in the medias, we are accessible to medias these days. And those times you are always on the road or in the office or maybe in the physical meetings, but now the meetings are on another level. People who are in certain fields are earning, especially the IT fields, they are earning. But people who are hand to mouth, who have to go and build, who have to hold a stone or maybe fix with a spanner or maybe with a pipe wrench, they are like, why would I go out? They are afraid. But that is where now the introspection comes, and how to come out of that cocoon, that yes, I have the capability to do much more things. Maybe we hadn't even cleared our wardrobes, but we might find some gold in a corner. How do we know? We've been just busy, right? But at home, we can have all the time to do all the things we want. We have all the times to talk with our family and see how we can work together.
Right.
The flying, how can we do? Everything is possible, as I said. What we need to work on is our weaknesses, because we are not perfect, as I said earlier. And when we identify our weaknesses, that is by listing down, what is my weakness? We have a test called personality test. And personality test, psychometric, it involves in psychometrics. We have children being forced into jobs, into other fields when they didn't want to go there. And that is where most of our generations get lost, especially in my country also, because I've got my siblings studying there. But if they didn't want to do certain field and I told them, no, this field is good, as a parent or as a brother, they would get lost and they would divert from their goals. So we have something called psychometric test, which will identify our weaknesses and work on them, which will identify our strengths and work on our future goals. These tests are available from the age of 6 years and above. Sure. When we have such tests done on ourselves and our children, we have a better person in us. We can work on our weaknesses. Of course, now being aware is also working on our weakness. Now that this knowledge can help, I can post the slide if anyone wants to have it. Let them feel free.
Yeah, that'd be a great help. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you very much, Harindra Patel. And I think that will be a great help. So if you feel free, please connect with him. We already have his email ID here. And I truly thank Healing Our Earth platform for, this wondrous place where we all meet from across the world and we gain expertise. We simply work on ourselves and our families to be the best version of ourselves. So I'm so thankful and lots of gratitude to Healing Our Earth. I have absolutely no words to express my gratitude to all our speakers who've been here with us from across the world. And what a better way than to end with Harindra Patel's motivational speech that has truly, truly inspired all of us. Thank you very much to all of you who've been here with us. And I'm going to take this opportunity of truly, truly thanking our technical director, Nishit Kotak, media team, Kesh Morjaria, Anita Nomula, and Varsha Mistry. Our host team, Renu Gedumal, Varsha Mistry, Ravi and Shishma Banot, Dr. Sheila Dobi, and Simran Ahuja. And our backup team is Sarita Menon, Dr. Lalit Soda, Dr. Milind Shah, Prash Kotecha, Malesh Kota, Deepa Vithalani, Jeshri Chaudhary, Bear Ram, and Rajesh K.R. Singh. Our facilitator team, thank you very much. Clyde Masmela, Jayashree Chaudhary, Jyoti Joshi, and Devina Heme. And special thanks to Strategic Web Success and www.indus.co.uk. We truly had a wondrous time here today regards wellness and well-being, and this is truly the need of the hour, because we know we have nothing else which matters today. It's only your health, which is the true wealth. I look forward to meeting you next Sunday, the 26th of July, for the Music Fest. So please be with us and let us truly enjoy the Music Fest, where we have, once again, our lovely facilitators and our singers from across the world, our musicians from all across the globe. And on the 2nd of August, please join us for Harmony, and the 9th of August for COVID-19. Some great sessions coming your way every Sunday, just the way I have a date with Healing Our Earth platform, which takes me to a different level altogether. Please be here with us. It's absolutely our pleasure to welcome you all to Healing Our Earth. We end with the beautiful Gayatri Mantra. Kindly join us for the Gayatri Mantra. Om Bhur-Bhuva Swaha Tatsarviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodaya. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Feeling beautiful and blessed. Thank you to Healing Our Earth. Global Namaste, and see you next Sunday. God bless you all.